PKA 639 with our guest Wolf Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, RealDBG.com, Wonky Weeds, and of course Blue Chew. We'll hear more about them later. Wolf, thank you so much for joining us. Thought that was a good professional one. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Is that good?
I thought you were thanking Blue Chew for sponsoring us because they love that.
Welcome to NPR's PKA. Wolf, how since last time we spoke.
Wolf, I watched Chris Rock's routine, and he's like, I like to date girls my age, by which I mean 10 to 15 years younger than me. And I was like, I know a guy like that.
Do you know any guys that aren't like that?
He's like, I didn't get fit, and he's like, I didn't stay in shape and get rich to date women my own age.
No, Kyle, I think you're right. Most men are like that, but not me. I'm what's called a grave robber. I go for women who are so close to the end that it turns me off.
That's the question,
bro. Right?
Yeah,
cougars are fun, bro. Like, don't.
But we're not talking cougars.
I'll take your
word. We're not talking cougars. We're not
talking gilfs.
Imagine a cougar's grandma.
We're talking Miami Beach Jewish granny who's got like 8-9 million in the bank, and she needs that kitty eaten.
She was
with a son addiction.
Finances in the Great Depression. That's the age I love.
I need you to crawl, get down there and get that wrinkly coin purse of hers moist.
Yeah, she still calls Hitler that whippersnapper. That's
you like that Corinthian leather feel.
Oh yeah, definitely. I like my women like a fine handbag.
That Ricardo Montalban, like a fine Corinthian leather.
Yeah,
that's a real deep cut there. Ricardo Montalban of Star Trek fame. He of course played Khan in Khan. He was in this commercial for a car. I believe the car was a Cordoba, and he's like, the new Cordoba, the fanciest car for the most unique European gentleman with its fine Corinthian leather.
Fine Corinthian leather.
And, you know, they're panning shots of this, like, old-ass car with some brown leather seats. And you're like, fuck, that was stylish back then. That would get you head.
They liked that. Wait, in Star Trek, they were impressed by, like, the...
No. Two separate things. The actor did both things, but he was in a commercial for a vehicle in real life. And he has that voice, and he went on about the fine Corinthian leather. But he was also like Khan in Wrath of Khan, which is
that was a Fantasy Island highlight days.
Yeah, I was going to say this isn't a Khan thing. This is a Fantasy Island thing. That's where he got his reputation for the better things, the finer things. Kyle said, "This car will get you head," and my mind went racing. I was like, "Do cars actually get you head?"
Yeah.
And then I remembered.
Yeah.
When I lived in Apex, my neighbors saw Kyle's Camaro and wanted to fuck him. So, yes.
Stacy.
She's probably of age now.
No, like, you know,
she was.
She's not.
She was my.
No.
She's not.
I mean, in North Carolina, technically she is.
Well,
I suppose. You know?
There's no rules here in the South.
No, like you don't even need that nice of a car. I can't imagine what it's like if you pull up in a car that costs as much as 2 houses and you're like, get in. Because you can pull up in a $50,000 car and say, get in if you're decent looking, and some women will. Yeah. Now, look, you're not going to marry this young lady, but she's going to be your companion for the evening. You know what I mean? Like, there's been plenty of times when just...
Does she know that? Like,
yeah, she knows that. What do you think? We're settling down? I don't even know her name.
Here's where I was going with that. If I'm a hot 24-year-old, right? Like, I'm a smoking hot 24-year-old girl, and you have an amazing car, I don't want to ride in that car. I'm not attracted to the car because I like cars, or then maybe it's kind of cool. It's not enough for me to fuck you. I might be. But what if I'm a hot 24-year-old girl? I'm more fiscally minded. I see a guy who might have money just pouring off of him. Do I want shoes? Do I want a new purse? You know, if we're going out, hey, daddy, will you get me this, that, or the other thing?
But wait, are you a 25-year-old guy with a Bugatti?
I'm a 24-year-old girl.
Bugatti.
Bugatti. All the colors.
It's not about how much money you have. It's about how much money you give me.
Not according to Andrew Tate, but I got that. That's cool.
Like I can't. I don't know the whole formula of it because I've only picked up women in a car as me, right? For all I know, like it wouldn't have worked if you know if I weren't me for whatever reasons. But like I don't know. Like sometimes I'll just be at somewhere, you know, and the girl will say, "Oh, I like your car," and if as a man, if a woman pays you a compliment, take notice, okay? She's not a gearhead. She doesn't have Moto Trend on her toilet back at home, okay?
No, what you want to do is start autistically quizzing her on Carfax.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
Are you into cars? Well, then tell me 5 types.
you like my car, huh? What comes with the ZR1 package, huh?
Exactly.
Just as I thought, a liar and a cheat, and you leave.
Yeah, leave her in the dust.
You're just mad. How about this, Kyle? A little competition. How about this would be like a 2004 MTV style reality show. You remember it was kind of hog wild back then. So they take all these suave guys who are like absolute killers, lady killers, not murderers. And it's like, it shows the intro is obviously them picking up women in like nice cars. But the challenge is that they have to now pick up women in a windowless white van. That's the only car they're allowed to drive. And they cannot pick up women not sitting in the driver's side with an arm leaning out wearing
what do we call picking up a
mesh
woman? Getting
cap.
her in with you to let go?
Like getting throated by her.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you're gonna need a prostitute for that. Like it's gonna be very difficult to.
No, it's just getting them into the car. Obviously, it's a real game.
Yeah. No, I don't know. It was wild back then, and then quickly they realized that they couldn't be that wild, and they started faking it, and nobody noticed. I'll tell you the exact moment it happened. It was in a little show called Scare Tactics, hosted by Shannon Doherty of Melrose 90210 fame, maybe
Beverly Hills
90210.
Thanks. Those were before my time.
Melrose Place was the other. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. So, in that show, it was a hidden camera show where they essentially set up horror movie scenarios against people who were unsuspecting. So Dracula would actually show up with fucking like special effects and in a setting where you could, it was vaguely believable. At work, at the very least, you would think that psychos were there to kill you.
Sure.
So that you would be hired to be like they would hire you. One of the ways they would get you, you'd be hired for a new job. And they'd sign you up on their payroll and put you somewhere as like a maintenance man or something. And they had this one guy in a place. I think this might have been one of the fake ones, but I can't remember for sure. But they had him in a place that was supposedly like a research lab where they were testing on animals and stuff. And they took a little person, a midget, and they put him in a rat costume. And they did his face up so well that even when you like look at it in bright light, you're like, wait, what the fuck are you? Like you can't really tell. Like it really looks like some fucked up shit.
You can't tell.
And I promise you, Taylor. Like Zach maybe can find the picture of him. Anyway, the guy is a very effeminate gay man, and he's terrified of the rat creature that's clearly in the back of the lab, rustling around behind the cabinets. And he's like, "Are you okay, little man? Little man, are you?" Because it'll like it goes like screeches at him and shit.
I used to be a man.
Yeah.
But they had, I can't remember the exact one where it happened. I know there was a big lawsuit over like injuries and stuff, because what people would do when they're put in that fight or flight situation, they always expect them to run and be They put this one guy in a car. Here's the scenario. The scenario is the scenario is called the hitcher. Basically, you've probably seen this in movies
that is
before.
scary.
That's messed up.
You got the whole body, because he's like gimped up like a little person with the short limbs and stuff, and they got his whole body in a thing, and it was scary to the person, and it looked real to me as a kid for sure. Like, yeah, look at that. You see how it moved, dude? That thing came out of nowhere, and he thinks he's like a maintenance man at a research lab. Like it was.
That's messed up.
That's a pretty funny gift.
So that one's funny. That's the show at its best. Now the show at its worst is a clip from a thing called The Hitcher, and basically, a guy is. I think there's like an Uber type situation, and he's driving this dude out to a party. He thinks he's going outside of Vegas to a party. He's got like a special invite or something. I can't remember what the hook was to get him in the car, but he's in the car thinking he's going to a cool place. There's a scary like guy in the middle of nowhere on this lonely road outside Vegas hitching, and the driver's like, "I'm gonna get him." So now a crazy man's in the car, and he's being real weird. He's this big dude too, and just the conversation's not going well. Like immediately you're uncomfortable if this dude's in the car with you. You're like, "Shit, I wouldn't have given you a ride, dude. Damn, you're this." And then he's like, "Hey, pull over, and I need to take care of something. Pull over." And he like pulls the emergency brake and like stops the car, and he gets out and goes off to piss. You presume he leaves his bag behind. He's got kind of like a satchel, like a bowling bag almost.
Jesus.
And the driver starts fucking with it. And the Mark, the guy who's not in on any of this shit, is like, nah, man, don't fuck with his bag. He'll be right back. Don't fuck with his bag. And when he opens it, flies come out, like real flies. And they're in the car. Zzz, and he's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And it's a human head that looks real enough wrapped in cellophane. And the cellophane disguises any like fakery.
Oh, geez.
And so he's like, close it, close it, close it. And he's like, get out of here, get out of here. And at that moment, the guy's back. And the guy gets back in the car. The flies are now in the car, though, dude. So as they're driving now, there's this awkward weirdness that the flies are out of the bag. And he goes, you look in my bag? And he's like, nah, man, nah. And even the guy in the back's like, fuck no, we didn't look in your bag. That shit wouldn't be cool.
Wow.
He's like, you look at my fucking bag, and it like escalates, and then the fight starts. And the guy in the back comes over the seat and starts pounding our fucking stranger actor, beating his ass. And they got to pull that. Stop. It's a prank, bro. Shit. This is scare tactics.
That's so far beyond
a little too
prank.
far. Yeah, that's a little too far, bro.
They did an alien. It might be the alien abduction that got him sued. I can't remember the specific one, but the alien abduction had.
Dude, that
like,
sounds way less intense than like a fake human head.
I think they had dead bodies in that one, and like real aliens, and a helicopter light in the sky type situation.
Did that
Yeah,
ever
it
air?
always. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's so they did 2 seasons, I think, with Shannon Doherty. That's when it's real, and then Tracy Morgan took over and did like 3 or 4 more seasons where it's very much like scripted because they got sued. So it's like, yeah, it's not as funny then. And Tracy Morgan's. I like him in some stuff. I love him in 30 Rock, but he can't be the host of a goddamn show. Like, he couldn't do that. He didn't do that well. But yeah,
His improv isn't that great to do that.
I liked him in interviews. He's really good on going off on these ridiculous tangents and like crazy scenarios and stories and stuff. But he doesn't.
He has a funny cadence.
That
like
too.
That.
He doesn't need to do anything ever again though. After that Walmart truck,
the Walmart thing, I love that about him. Just made buku bucks on it.
How hurt is he?
Well,
he practically lost a leg.
He doesn't move well.
Okay. Yeah, I talked about this guy before. I was on a college swim team with a guy that was run over by a street sweeper. I think it might have been a trash truck. It was one of those, and he had a scar on his like arm bicep area, but he was fine. Like he was a collegiate swimmer, right? Like this is not a guy who's disabled really. And I know he got $150,000 as a kid for that injury. And it's just not that 150 grand makes you rich, but you get that at 3. And
yeah, it's a nice place to start, right?
Life has a good head start. He didn't
Did
exit
he get
college with any debt. Yeah.
Did that? Okay. Because you hear about that with like child stars.
Yeah.
Where they make millions. And I guess, was this like the 70s?
Well, the parents
80s?
Invested, right?
Or they steal it.
I wasn't into his finances, but I know that the money was in his name. And I know that that's how he was paying
under a
for his
trust.
College. So, it wasn't blown or anything.
Yeah. What do you think the most successful child star was? I think it's got to be the Olsen twins, even though they split it. I think that there's still, meaning they're like double the best child stars.
What else were they in other than Full House and the Olsen twins movies?
They had a set of movies.
So here's the thing.
They had a ton of movies. I remember
when you're producing your own movies, when you're your own studio and everything, you're top down, own a thing. When there's no Weinstein Brothers, there's no Miramax, you get that Crocodile Dundee money. That's why Paul Hogan, he made Crocodile Dundee and released it. He's made for life because every dollar that movie made was like going in his fucking pocket.
That wasn't studio backed?
That was his movie. And that
was a very popular movie.
That
in
made
hindsight, not an expensive movie to make.
No,
sorry?
not the first one. The second one, they go to New York.
Okay, I said in hindsight that wasn't an expensive movie to make. Like it seemed like a dude with a camera. There was no big shots. There was no huge production value. I mean, there was good audio and stuff, but
they went back to Australia, grabbed a transvestite by the nonads. Yeah, I guess the budget wasn't that high.
I can do that.
That's not a man.
I do that on a weekend. Cheap.
I don't know if you can do that today.
Oh,
probably
I love
not.
stuff like that you could never make nowadays. Like it's interesting to me.
Bro.
People say that about Tropic Thunder, but I think they would still. I think there'd be a little shit if Robert Downey Jr. did the brown face again.
You're
It's like-
insane.
And
I think you can come back
would
and
be
do it.
drawn and quartered.
no, you know what? Though?
By the way, I was right about the Olsen twins.
Hold
Like
on,
as far as
what was
money
that,
made
Wolf?
when they were kids, they made $500 million.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know anyone close to that.
What was that, Wolf?
No, I'm gonna say from the black aspect. There's like maybe 3 times where blackface was acceptable, and
Wow.
Tropic
I'm surprised
Thunder
there's that
was
many.
one of them.
Can you
Tropic
think
Thunder
of
was-
another?
What are the others?
Gene Wilder.
Oh, you just
with,
allow it for Gene Wilder.
with when he did the movie with Richard Pryor.
Mhm.
Was it Stir
Don't know that
Crazy or
one.
was it the other one?
Is
You
that
know
the one
what
where
I'm
he's
talking-
blind and one of them's blind and one's deaf?
I can't remember which. There's one where
It's
that.
really funny. They make great
Yeah,
movies.
See no evil, hear no evil is what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
There was Stir Crazy where went to prison with him, and he's going, I'm down, I'm bad. You know, remember? You probably won't remember that one, but like, there's very few instances where it's.
I remember
acceptable.
Hear no evil, see no evil, or whatever. Because I can just still see. I think Richard Pryor was the blind one because I can kind of have this image of him staring blindly off in space and like bumping into shit.
And he's in the train on the subway with the girl, and he goes, "I'm black. What? Why did you tell me?" Like some classic material like that.
It's like Steve Martin in The Jerk. You ever seen that one where
God,
he's raised by a black family, and they show him in like I don't know this Georgia antebellum almost black family, and they're all singing. Like I mean, it's a big family, and they're
he's
singing
playing the
and
banjo
clapping.
with them.
And he can't keep rhythm because he's fucking white. He's whiter than white. He's over there, clap, 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 clap. And they're just like everybody else is musically talented. Aretha Franklin might be there. Like,
oh yeah.
It's not a Clayton Bigsby thing. He knows he's white. He's not like a
no. He didn't.
No,
know.
He's just innocent.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He's not even blind. He's just
he's like Babe, like the
That was
pig
just
who thinks
normal
he's a
for
dog.
Yeah. They're
There's a
trying to
scene
kill
where
the
they-
cans.
They're trying to kill the cans. That's
You
so
remember that
classic.
scene? They're
of
trying to
course.
shoot him, and they're
He's so goddamn stupid. He gets this job at a filling station, a gas station, but he's the guy who pumps your gas. It's old timey, and I can't remember exactly why, but he's pissed off a sniper, and that man is trying to kill him with a sniper rifle from range, but he keeps missing and hitting the oil cans that are there because it's a gas station, and he goes, "Oh, someone's trying to kill the cans! Run!" And he's just hiding from.
Some of that old school humor is hilarious, bro.
It's like that old Simpsons bit where they're practicing
he- but-
shooting the cans. Yeah,
But I think he could come back and do blackface again and be okay. I think you could do it.
Because I have a lot of Caucasian friends who don't understand the difference, right? And I was telling them it's because he was purposely playing the guy. Like it was a mockery of himself playing a black guy, and you know what I mean. That was the thing behind it. Where
and he was believable, right? If you
and
gave
he did
those
it good.
if
The
you gave
voice?
those lines, if you like remove that like third wall or whatever it is,
Yeah.
like the thing within the thing,
Yeah.
and you just give those lines to a black actor, you'd have to find a good one
Bro, I'm telling you.
to be Robert Downey Jr. He's so believable.
The
He's got
commercial
shotgun.
where he's talking to the black guy, and the black guy goes, "What do you mean, you people?" And then Robert Downey goes, "What do you mean, you people?" Like it was like it was perfect. You couldn't do that any better.
There's like a lot of this other have you seen the shit where he's in character with his black family? Then they're black people, his black sons.
I can't remember.
Oh yeah, you showed me that.
Yeah,
it's pretty
Was it an
funny.
outtake?
It's like I don't
It's
know.
like
I
a
don't-
behind the scenes, maybe,
Yeah,
or I don't know.
Back then,
It-
DVDs had lots of
Yeah.
extras, and I think this might have even been one of them. And it's him staying in character with his black sons, and he might, and it's wild because he's
I've
being
gotta see
kooky.
that.
He's like crazed, like he's talking all sorts of crazy stuff. He's on drugs. Sometimes he's like got a gun or a knife to he's like gonna kill the kid because he thinks the kid's turned into a demon or something. Like it's
Jesus.
crazy shit. He's like sprinkling holy water on one of them. Maybe he might do an exorcism. It's really silly shit.
I gotta see
Yeah.
that. That's
I love Robert Downey Jr. I wish that
Oh, he's amazing.
as much as I love him in Iron
Is he
Man,
still working?
and I exactly that's what I was gonna say. As much as I liked him doing Iron Man and making the whole Marvel universe work and happen, and all
I
those
need
gays
another
to it,
Sherlock Holmes movie.
I like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, like those type of little movies that he did. That's with Val Kilmer. That's a fun movie. But I liked him back in the day as Chaplin, as Charlie Chaplin. But I don't know that he is still working, or if he is, it's little stuff that I don't catch.
What was the movie that it was a huge pop movie in the 80s, and he was it was Bang Bangs did the theme song for it. He was addicted to drugs. There was a whole bunch of rich kids in the movie.
Was it the Breakfast Club?
No. It was something below zero. I can't remember now, but it was about him. Robert Downey and his group of friends were a whole bunch of rich kids in 90210, and he was addicted to drugs, and it was like a very cool movie. And I'm not thinking it was a great movie back then.
Is Rob Lowe in it too? Maybe.
Yeah.
I just don't remember the name. That's a kind of a genre of movie that I don't like those 80s like pretty boy movies.
But
like,
it wasn't. But that was a hardcore movie back then. Like it wasn't a 90210. It wasn't a teen scene movie. It was a. It was almost like a Requiem of a Dream type of movie back then. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That's one of those movies you only watch once, or I only watch once.
The movie's so depressing.
It is.
I watched my roommates when I was like 19. They're like 24, and I guess my boy was just giving me a film class because we watched just disturbing films. Really, he was like, we watched Irreversible, which is just horrible, and then after that we watched what's the gay movie with Heath Ledger and Gyllenhaal?
Brokeback Mountain.
We watched Brokeback Mountain, and it's like, fuck.
Both of those movies are very good.
For those of y'all who have never seen Brokeback Mountain, it ends with a fucking hate crime. Your boy just gets beaten to death. It's awful. It's terrible.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
It's a super good movie. And it's not that I'm into hate crimes.
No,
I like movies.
He didn't have to say that, Woody. Jesus,
yeah, I gotta be clear.
Maybe you do. Okay.
Movies that make me feel good impress me. Movies that make me feel bad impress me. If a movie really makes you feel, then that movie's hit its mark.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with that. But like, I don't want to feel like that often. And Requiem of the Dream is of a dream or of, I think.
For a dream.
Thank you. Right? I always mess it up because I've never watched it after the time we watched it there in that fucking apartment that time. I was so upset. It's just so sad. I was
in that, right?
Who?
Leo DiCaprio.
I do not think so.
Wasn't he
if
in
he
that?
Was, I have no memory of him being in that. I don't think he was. No. I thought it's Gyllenhaal, right? I think it's Jake Gyllenhaal.
It was Jake. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'll watch that ever again. That was sad. You know, another one that was sad was Trainspotting. With like all those heroin addicts and Ewan McGregor. I remember like getting like 3/4 of the way through that movie and like the baby in the crib dies or whatever. And I'm just like, why am I watching this? Like, this is awful. I know it's not going to pan out.
It did make his career.
Oh, it did. I didn't know that was his first big
I think that was Guy Ritchie who made that. Like, it was a genius film.
Yeah.
Then it came out with a crappy sequel like 10 years later.
Mm-hmm. I like to feel something, but I don't want it to ruin me. And sometimes a film will just wreck you where like the next day you're on the toilet like, fuck, man, why couldn't he just go to rehab? like nobody would give you $20. Shit.
A movie that I want to watch again, but I can't watch certain scenes is Saving Private Ryan.
What? You've only seen that one?
I roll that one back all the time. Every year.
When he's fighting with the German and he's waiting for the ammo and the German's pressing the knife down slowly, like that scene is hard to watch, bro.
You know, a big misconception there is that a lot of people believe that is the same German who was spared previously at the radar station, and it's not.
Oh, it's not? Really?
It's not. That's a big misconception.
Oh.
Yeah. I always believed that until very recently I watched a thing and it was like, many people, it even had the AI fucking voice, those goddamn short fucking AdSense horse. Many people believe that in 2001's Saving Private Ryan, the sewing soldier who was spared previously is the one who stabs Private blah, blah, blah. But actually, and then they break it down and they show the guy's face and they're both didn't have helmets on, but it's completely different characters. And the fact that he does execute the radar station guy later is just him like, coming full circle and realizing that, he needs to take care of that shit. No, not the same guy. Hold on.
But he was brought back when the coward guy surrendered a whole bunch of people, wasn't he?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then and he kills him.
Yeah. Yes, because he remembered him.
Yeah, he remembered him.
Okay.
The guy that he was giving cigarettes to, and they were joking around about fucking Statue of Liberty, Yankee Doodle Dandy, or whatever.
German.
Yeah. And the other guy
it did seem like there were easier ways to get Private Ryan out of there.
he had come full circle on how he felt about the enemy, and if my thought process, the reason I would have killed him would be like, I'm about to take all these guys prisoner. The last thing I need is them thinking that I'm their friend, and this guy's about to be like, oh, this guy's okay, we can trust him.
Example.
He gave me like, motherfucker. All right, come on. The other 8 of them are definitely gonna stand in line right after we pop that guy too. It would be hard to take a bunch of men prisoner. That'd be a scary thing to do. You know,
especially with the
high stakes babysitting.
And I mean, like, you got to get them somewhere. Like, if you've got like 15 men, and you're like hands fucking up, and they do, now what? Fuck.
Like what they were using, and I can say the word clip because that particular firearm had a clip. But how many would they have in that? Like 9-10 rounds? It's not like they had 30 back in the days.
In like the Garand, it's like 7 or 8, I think. I think the clip has maybe 8, and so like one's going into the round, so you've got like 7 plus 1 at that point.
That's what I thought.
Off the top of my head, though, I've only shot a Garand once.
So it's not like he's going to have 30 rounds in the magazine to make sure he can keep all those guys prisoners secure, right? So it's even more stressful then, right? So
yeah,
I googled it. Kyle was exactly right. If anyone cares,
those are big bullets.
I feel like if I was taking prisoners and I was like, all right, this way, and then like 2 of them ran off, I'd be like, God,
do you know the story of Sergeant
There's
York?
5 of you here. I can't chase those 2. Like,
have you heard of it's what's his name? Sergeant York. That guy. Zach. How many Germans did York take himself? How many prisoners did he capture personally? I think it's 40. I think it's 40 that he took on his own, amongst other achievements. When he came back to the U.S., he became a movie star. He starred in movies about himself.
Is this all confirmed, or is this were they goosing the numbers to make a movie star?
It's all confirmed. Thing. He showed up.
Yeah,
with
is this Frank Abagnale? 40 guys?
He lined them up,
Frank
and they counted them.
Actual con was making you think he was a con man.
Stop tearing that man
the ultimate
down.
con.
World War II.
He captured
World War II.
Yeah, World War II. He's talking about, I believe, right?
I'm not 100% on that. I just remember. Yeah, it probably would have been because he came back and was in movies. Yeah.
Or was it like Korea or Nam?
I thought he was fighting the Germans. I remember a story about him getting on a tank and doing some heroic shit. But he was also like a really short guy. That was his thing. I think he was really short. Anyway, he was
132 Germans?
That's too many. They should have said like 25.
That must have been close to the end of the war where they didn't feel like fighting.
Nobody felt much like fighting when Sergeant York showed up.
Yeah, he showed up in May of 46.
Like some fucking senator was up there trying to not let me fight that.
Japanese part of the war is over.
Yeah. They all surrendered in 55.
They're just moms at a shopping mall.
What are you doing?
It's like 4 grade 6 classes. Jesus. That's hilarious.
You know what? But like veterans, I feel bad for are I guess they're mostly dying, but like Korea, they don't get any attention. They're totally. I mean, everyone's overshadowed by World War II, and then Vietnam overshadows it. That's overshadowed from both sides somehow. Like no one ever talks about Korea.
Well, Korea was a boring war. And it was a big failure on our parts, if you ask me. But they got their own TV show, right? They got MASH. That makes up for all.
Is that what MASH is about?
Yeah, but Vietnam got like tons of. No. I wouldn't say credit, but Vietnam got movies upon TV shows.
A cultural event.
Were Vietnam vets treated poorly? That's what I wonder, right? Because it changed American culture. This idea that like soldiers were responsible for the things they did is gone now. Gone now. Absolutely. Hey, fog of war, your leader ordered you to do that, whatever. Every soldier is an absolute fucking hero. Never met a bad one that didn't walk on water and fucking have shiny shoes and walk grandmas across the street.
You better watch
everyone who's ever served in the U.S. Army or Navy or military or fucking Coast Guard, I don't give a fuck, are the best people. They're our finest. They're our greatest, etc. All because Vietnam vets were treated poorly when they came back. How long did that last? Was it like 18 months of, people not liking veterans, some people not liking veterans, and now we just like bend over backwards and thank them for when they're on the plane? Like How long did the
You got to find a middle
soldiers-
ground sometimes, Woody.
How long did the soldier get like
No.
bad mouth? No, Susie, welcome to the show.
Well,
How long did soldiers get
Wow.
bad mouth to
remember
really set the culture?
Tom Cruise, Born on the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Like that was like a kind of anti-war, anti-soldier type of movie too. I mean, I don't know. How long did the whole burning hooches with civilians thing go on in mainstream media back then, right? So
Is there
I'd
another
say
meaning of hooch that I'm not familiar with? But burning hooches, what's a hooch?
it's where the Vietnamese used to live in the little huts.
It's not just female genitals.
No. I mean, you could catch that when you're on.
Dude, I was literally like picturing like a still in like the 30s. I'm like, oh, we're talking about like destroying a hooch at a still in Kentucky now.
I gotta remember him.
No, I'm not. No.
I think your question is like, how long were the Vietnam veterans specifically sort of like maybe not spat on the street still, but like thought of poorly? Like how long was it before they felt
Not long
comfortable how long did they start? How long after the war was it when they put on the hat to get congratulations, not to like make a fucking point?
The genesis
Like, yeah,
of
I did
was
it.
this. The Civil War lasted.
When could you
4
proudly
years.
wear that hat?
4
Yeah.
years the Civil War was. Yet it's this like huge part of American culture, right? There are
Mhm.
people across the South flying their fucking traitor flags and whatnot, going bonkers with this Civil War thing. And I'm like, dude, it was 4 years. Like it is
Yeah,
fucking,
but it was the bloodiest
this-
4 years in the history of the country, though.
Yeah, a lot of deaths.
Yeah, but
sure, but like it was still 4
but
years.
you're forgetting about the decades that it was flown for a different reason, for a different group of people as their flag, right?
Mhm.
Like
It's like
I-
the racist.
I
flag.
don't think of Confederate soldiers as the baddies, you know, like in their minds. Do you think they were like, oh yeah, I got to make sure that rich man down the street still gets to keep his slaves? I don't think they were thinking like that.
It was
Mhm.
Dixiecrat propaganda at its finest, keeping those guys fighting.
But there were different group of people like who were evil, who for a couple 3 or 4 5 or 6 decades flew that flag and lynched people and murdered people. There's been I remember, maybe it was a short I watched, but it was some like deathbed confession of a lady who was like, yeah, I accused a black boy of touching me, and they lynched him and cut his dick off and burned his family's home down.
Where they're trying to go after Emmett Till's accuser, right? Because she's still alive.
I don't know.
Do you know who Emmett Till is?
No.
Yes, I know who
Emmett is this name? It's a guy.
Emmett Till is a 14-year-old kid who was walking down in the South somewhere, and he whistled as a white lady was passing by, and so she said, "Oh, he tried to do stuff to me," and so they, the local townsmen got together and they got this little boy and did horrible things to his body.
We can't show a picture of Emmett Till.
No, you don't want to do that. But it was a horrific death. Until this day, like, she's still alive, and the guys who killed him got away with it.
I like that scene when his mother says she wants an open casket, and they're like, he is in no state for an open casket, and she's like,
And that was the point.
She's like, he's in the perfect state for an open.
Oh, did you
casket.
watch the movie?
Of course,
Oh, I couldn't bring myself to watch it yet.
Kyle's seen every movie.
It's on my list.
I try.
Certain things is too hard to watch. Oh, you saw the picture, right?
Yeah, well, he's in the casket, and it's not a great picture. He's on
There's
his
a picture
back, and you're seeing it
before
with
the
chin
casket
forward.
that's even worse.
I didn't see that, but
Yeah.
he's mutilated.
He was destroyed. He was destroyed in every.
That wasn't an isolated event. That was a regular thing that would
That was
happen.
a regular thing all the time.
Just on hearsay, you would be mutilated, murdered by a mob of people, and they would burn your family's house down. They might kill your family too. Anything that they wanted was going to happen. There was mob justice, and those people were flying that flag then. So I've learned later in life is why some people are not so fond of that flag. Because when I grew up, man, that meant like
The General Lee.
no, that meant blue collar. That meant blue collar. That meant like hard working. That meant like our like country culture. That meant like sausage, biscuits, and gravy, and like fucking hay bales.
Mhm.
It didn't mean like ropes and lynching and like hatred, to me anyway, or the people that I knew. There's always outliers, and there's always those people on the edge who like blend into your group and try and say they're one of you and make a bad name for you. I mean, look at Al Qaeda. What a
Right? A few bad apples.
a couple bad apples jump in there and make them look bad.
Yeah, but you know what?
True.
And to speak from the other side of the spectrum, I guess you could say, like as a kid growing up in the 70s, one of my favorite shows was Dukes of Hazzard. Love that show. Like Will and Duke were my heroes, all right? And I had the toys, I had the Tonka trucks and everything.
Same.
I have a recent picture of me sitting on a General Lee mock-up. Like I love that. And but you know, when I was educated and what I was behind and stuff like that, and it's a whole different thing. And it's like, and I like to compare it to the swastika, because the swastika wasn't a bad German thing for hundreds of years before Adolf adopted it.
It's a Hindu thing, I believe.
It was a Buddhist thing.
Thank you.
It could have been a Hindu.
They're
also,
all the same.
It was a Buddhist, yeah. Asian. So it was, you know, he
Couldn't pick them
changed
apart in a
meaning.
lineup.
Yeah.
I can tell by the hats.
He changed the meaning of what that symbol represented, right? So the same thing happened with the Confederate flag. The meaning was changed because of the history behind it. So it's
That was
like,
our state flag when I grew up.
Yeah. The
there's a lot
swastika.
of state flags. And
It was like the state
It's
flag.
my
Georgia-
family crest.
I think there was like I'm trying to imagine what it used to be, but I think it was like a crest with like, I don't know, some olive branches and pillars or something. And then just the fucking Confederate flag. Like it was, and I think that was our state flag. And it got changed maybe in the 93, 94, 95, like sometime in that era when, I don't know, all of Atlanta was becoming a little bit more blue. And now it's just a fucking purple state. Although I think we go red this
But
election
you know what?
cycle.
It could have been easily solved if you guys stopped bad guys from using the flag. So if people in the South stopped, if you saw like the Klan marching or white supremacists or all that stuff, if you guys told them don't use that flag, it wouldn't have been an issue. But then it became the face of that hate. You know what I mean? Like,
we'll see.
if you protected it,
it's easy to blame. It's easy to blame like the guy who's got a bumper sticker, but I think there was like a big financial effort by a lot of rich racists to get all those monuments thrown up. You know, it's not like all those Civil War monuments were put up, you know, at the same time as the civil rights movement was going on. It was their counter. You know, like it was like, oh, you're gonna like invade our schools. Let me just remind you how things was before, and how things might just be again. You know, they would throw fucking like Nathan Bedford Forrest up there, put him on his horse, and make him look bronze and fancy, right?
Not in my sundown town. It's not gonna happen.
So like, it's a whole systemic thing, but
it is. And
with the swastika one, have you
symbols mean a lot?
But can we all admit it's a pretty cool looking flag?
Yeah,
it's too similar to the British one.
It's cooler than the American flag if we're just going on visuals. Like if we could,
the stars and
it is better.
Although I like that ours has like information encoded in it, right? I like that you can do that.
So does the American flag. It's got the stars and the stripes. No one knows what they mean.
When Kyle says our flag, he means the American flag, you traitor.
Listen, honestly, it's cool. And I don't want to get people upset by saying this, but the American flag is a lot cooler than the Canadian flag.
See, the thing,
I disagree. I've said I think the Canadian
one is greener, I guess.
There's a better balance to the Canadian one. I don't like the lopsidedness of ours. I think that every years we should redo the flag.
I love Canada, and the maple leaf is cool and stuff, but you know, the weird thing is when you have to do the flag going backwards and the American flag on the right arm, right, and the stars have to be in the front and the has to be waving and stuff. That's kind of weird. Where the Canadian flag is ambidextrous, I guess you could say. Yeah. But I mean, just looks wise and the red, white, and blue and the stars, it's kind of cool.
You got a trans flag.
Yeah, I definitely like I don't like that it's just red and white. You know,
sorry,
we have No, I was saying I don't like that it's just red and white, the colors. Like the fact that we have blue is better. That's
Blue
the
is
one thing we
solid.
have over them. The blue is very solid, but I would like a balanced flag.
But
I value a
one of
flag
the
that
few
works from a
countries who just have
distance.
two colors.
If the flag needs to be visible and work from really far away. When I
Yes.
take a like
Does
sometimes
it?
I see flags, they have fucking like
In modern
dragons
times?
on them with
Those are great, man.
like is it a Czech flag? I don't know. There's
The
some ones in
Welsh
Europe.
flag. Yeah.
Is it
I mean,
a Welsh flag? Is that
I'm
a
just
good
not sure we
example?
need flags anymore. I think they're
The
just
Union Jack is pretty
funsies.
cool.
Yeah, it
Union
is.
Jack looks
It
nice.
is.
Yeah, I do like
A
that.
lot of state flags are too busy, and there's some
Mhm.
writing on them, like text. Nah,
Little
man.
animals and stuff.
The Canadian
Yeah.
flag. My eyes are 50 years old, and I can tell what that thing's all about from a mile away. Like that thing works.
I mean,
But
if
it's
we were
not
on
like-
big wooden ships fighting in the Atlantic, that would matter. But what is that, sir? I can't tell. Oh, it's the stars and stripes, my eyes.
Yeah.
You
Yeah. I
know.
mean,
but
I do like it in
nowadays-
certain.
I would argue that just take a state flag and fly it at 150 feet in the air, and it says there's like a bear and it says Republic of California underneath it. I can't read it, bro, and it's moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like half of them have bears on it.
Yeah, but it's like, but you go to Europe and then you'll have like German and Italian and France. There are like three colors, and you have to know which one's which. You know what I mean? They kind of blend in
Yeah.
together after a while.
Let's see
There's
if we
some
can visualize-
ugly flags in Europe.
Zach, do you have perhaps like some photos of the flags without their names on them that you could present?
Oh, we're gonna do a guessing game.
I wouldn't
Yes.
call it guessing. I think I can picture the German flag like
It's
pretty
guessing.
fucking well. I can picture the Polish flag. I can
Yeah.
Zach, try to find some
MMA
tricky
Poland
ones.
is easy. Yeah.
Try to find a
MMA is my
graphic.
favorite sport, so like I get
This'll-
exposed to a lot of
Okay.
like
This will be embarrassing.
oh
Ooh.
shit.
Oh,
These are states.
Those
These
are
are
states.
These are states. We
Are
are
they
European
states?
countries.
Yes,
These are
they
all the
absolutely
states.
no,
are.
except for the top. Isn't the top left England?
No,
The top left.
Top left. It's Welsh.
Little known fact. That's
Just to
Top
the
left
right of top
California's right
center, I
there.
think is
Cal-
California. Top row, third from the right. I think that's California.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
that's-
and then
I'm
to the right
positive-
that's Colorado, and that's Arkansas to the left of that, obviously.
I know
which one's
Montana.
obviously
I really want to
Arkansas?
do European flags. These are fucking stupid.
Yeah, let's do
Nobody-
European flags. European flags. It's
Wait,
fun for
I
people
found
from Europe to
Montana.
laugh at our
There's
dumb
South
Americans.
Carolina,
I
Texas.
figured out Montana and Kansas
Hawaii.
so far. Gommel.
Okay, boom.
All right.
That one.
Top left.
Okay,
Let's start in the top left. Top left.
Poland.
top left. I bet that is. Yeah, I think you're right. Is
I
that
think
Poland?
it's Poland.
It's Poland.
No, wait. No, Poland has
Not?
stripes. Poland is white and red in some order, and so this is Wales.
Oh, wait.
No, that's not Wales.
No,
All right,
Romania.
That's not. Yeah, maybe Romania. Maybe Romania.
We don't know. We don't know. All right, so that's definitely Germany in the top right, though.
It's not
Yeah,
fucking
that's
skipping.
Germany.
Wait. Is Germany not?
Hold on.
Third
Hold on.
row,
What's
right
the
side?
second one under Germany that you said?
Oh shit! There's another one that looks exactly
Yeah,
like Germany, but
that-
they just twisted it the other way.
Yeah,
All right, I
Horizontal
quit.
one-
Oh fuck y'all.
Horizontal
We
one
can
is
do
Germany.
this.
Under Germany is Italy.
Mm.
Left of Italy is Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
Under-
I can't, there's two that are blue, green, and red. but
Ukraine,
just
bottom
in
center.
Reversed.
Blue, green, and red. That's a good question.
Take
there's-
Ukraine, Woody.
There's the UK.
No one else got it.
There's the
You
UK.
didn't take the UK right next to it.
Yeah.
How about that? Okay, I know this
That's
one.
all
What's
right. That's
the-
France. All right, right column, third from the bottom. That's France, right?
Okay.
Or
and
is
you
the
got
one above it
Swiss
France?
beside
That's the
you got
challenge.
Swiss beside Ukraine.
I don't fucking know. I quit.
No, you can't quit until.
I didn't realize it would be this hard.
You
No,
got
okay.
Great
How about
Britain.
this one, Kyle? Do you know the
And
one
there's
with
so
the
more
first
ma-
aid with the first aid mark at the bottom there? What's
Yeah,
that?
that's Swiss.
I knew you would know.
Oh,
I didn't
sorry.
know.
And there's
My
so
bad.
many more countries than I thought there were.
I don't think this is a full list.
Oh,
Yo,
you
I
got the
got
names.
it.
Oh, that's cheating.
I was right about Germany.
You know what I
Belgium
think?
was
I
the
think-
one.
No,
Kyle
I was
saw.
right about Germany.
These
Yeah.
people are bad at being countries. Why haven't you taken over some of your neighbors?
What's the
There's
worst?
too many
flag
of them.
on here.
Is
Who has the
Monaco
worst
good or
flag?
bad? I'm torn.
Bosnia and Herzegovina is terrible. Armenia is a dog shit flag. Look at Lithuania. It's like they just took the colors that were left with the yellow, the green, and the red. That's
Netherlands,
awful, guys.
France and Russia have a lot of overlap, and don't even get started on Slovakia and Slovenia.
Yeah.
They should all have to be one country.
I'm
Use that
sorry
for the
that I
rest
brought
of
up
us.
flag talk. It was an error.
Vexology talk.
Bulgaria is terrible.
Vexiology talk. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Can we go to femboys? Can we just look at femboys? I feel much more comfortable.
That's where I was before the show started.
More my wheelhouse. I feel like I can represent.
This is a tent pole for Kyle.
Zach, throw up that
so
image.
to speak.
Can we describe what femboys are for the Jesus.
Kyle can tell you in excruciating detail.
So the person on the bottom is a friend of the show. His name is Finnster. And he's a straight male. Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
He's a straight male, identifies as a male. He's just really cute.
And
the one on top.
And the beautiful young lady on top of him is Belle Delphine, whose OnlyFans makes over $1 million a month.
Let me just write that down for research purposes.
DELLEDELPHINE.
Okay, gotcha.
You can buy her piss.
Did you see that? She's like, I got a new pet. She wrote, I got a new pet, and he replied, strong words for someone wearing a cat tail. I was like, all right.
But you know what? A lot of chicks like the feminine looking guys. Like a lot of girls.
Well, this is an OnlyFans collaboration. I should mention that this is an OnlyFans collaboration because
so do they go all out?
No.
You got to pay to find out.
I haven't.
No, I'm just curious. I don't need. I'm just like how much. Some OnlyFans are like, they just show this and that.
So, okay, so I've got
all the way out.
Yeah. So Belle Delphine, if you go to hers, you'll see anything and everything of her. But our boy Finnster there, he only started his 12, 15 days ago. So he's in the very early vanilla stages. I think this collaboration with Belle Delphine is probably something that was sprung upon him. Yeah. She probably just reached out. They both.
How do you get that hookup in only 2 weeks?
He's pretty famous too.
Yeah, he's a
big time Twitch streamer.
Is he? Yeah, he's a Twitch guy. Lady.
Yeah, he's a guy. Just straight up guy, like you would want to be called.
Okay, that looks familiar.
Sounds like this. Yeah,
yeah. He has a guy's voice. He doesn't do a voice.
Really?
Someone sent me a picture, and I guess he did a poll. He was like, "Would you like to see more like masculine stuff?" And like posted a picture of him like flexing, and when he's like representing like as a dude, he looks like a dude, and they're like, "Nope."
And everyone's like
left and right.
See, I could not pull off that look. I would look like Wesley Snipes in Tu Wong Fu.
Dude, yeah. Oh, that's a good reference.
I don't think any of the four of us could.
No, is that reference too deep?
No, I love that. I love that. I just watched a clip with that.
Girl.
I'm sorry, Woody. Something's got to be real.
I try.
Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, Tu Wong Fu was a good movie, bro.
I told Woody the other day, because I'm a Star Trek nerd. I found out the other day that instead of LeVar Burton, they were going to go with Wesley Snipes as LaForge on Star Trek. He's the engineer with that chrome shit on his face. Can you imagine buff ass Wesley Snipes? Motherfucker, get these engines going. We got to come on, everybody, work together. Like he'd been so big and scary next to Worf, because Michael Dorn plays Worf, and he's just a normal sized fella. Like he's not like physically.
Is Wesley Snipes big and strong?
He's my height. He's 5'10".
You never seen Blade?
I've seen White Men Can't Jump, and I know he's athletic.
You got to see Blade.
Sometimes in Hollywood, like everybody's 5'8", you don't realize it.
He's not only athletic, and he's an
actual martial artist.
He's a martial artist. I can't remember which one. It might be Taekwondo. Remember, Joe Rogan and him were going to fight. Remember
he's
that story?
He's 5'9".
I'm 5'10", but yeah, he's my height. Yeah, no, I've seen him do.
The shorter you are, the better you look on camera, though.
Tom Cruise is what, 5'3"?
It's easier to match you next to a woman and get you in a frame tighter. It's easier for you to get like bulked up enough to look very physically good. The fact that Chris Hemsworth is, I think, like 6'3" or something, and he looks like huge. That as Thor is crazy. If he were if Tom Cruise had done all the drugs and working out that Chris Hemsworth did, he'd look like Hulk fucking Hogan.
Yeah,
you'd be like, you're a freak. Like it's because he's so big that he holds all that so well and doesn't look like a freak.
Tom Cruise has to do something, some sort of anti-aging regimen.
It's called
it's magic. Yeah.
It's also
called
CGI.
Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
It's CGI, but I see him on plenty of interviews and stuff.
No, he's in great shape.
He has
can't
makeup,
hit on Tom Cruise, bro. He's in amazing shape. He's 61, 62?
He's definitely
50. I think he's
seems
51,
like a lot.
52.
No, he's
51,
older than
52.
me. He's older than me.
But also, people who are like 5'7",
He's 60.
better than people
I
who are
told,
like
yeah, he's
6'5".
older than me. Bro.
Tom Cruise is 60?
I told
July
yeah, man.
3rd, 1962.
That's what I'm saying. He's good for his age.
All right,
great.
so now that we just established that Tom Cruise is fucking 60 years old, Zach, show me the poster for
Would
the
you or
new
wouldn't
Tom
you?
Cruise movie where he has clearly jumped a motorcycle off a mountain, jumped clear of it, and is doing a back and is like gliding through the air like Superman wearing either a parachute or a wingsuit. And you know it's him. That's that same little fucker that was in his tighty whities dancing 5 decades ago. Now he's jumping motorcycles off of mountains because he wants to.
And he did that shot like
he did
5
that
or
jump
6
shot,
times that day.
Parachute shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I like that he won't let anybody bully him out of the religion he's into.
Oh,
he likes it.
I heard he's out.
You know what? Let him enjoy
there's
this thing.
There's a picture. There's a
I
picture
didn't
where
know.
like the motorcycle is tumbling through the air and he is literally like flying like right to left. But yeah, I hate Tom Cruise as a human being because I'm pretty sure he's into some skeezy
Why?
shit.
What do you do?
And well, he's a capo.
It's funny. That's why I like him.
An international cult. So that I kind of hold against him a little bit. However,
that's cool. That's like being a cardinal.
That just shows how he has charisma.
He's dedicated to his art.
Don't hate cult leaders.
All of
hate
his
the game.
movies are good.
Yeah, they're good movies, and I would follow him.
I'll see all of his movies.
I mean, I will follow this, but I'm not gonna fucking hang on to those paddles and get my body thetans whacked. I need.
If Tom tells me it would help me, he would know.
Tom Cruise has
Justin Tom.
like
Justin Tom.
I don't know what to call it, like an extremer's resume that is
You see his
impossible
posture
to
there?
compete with.
Perfect.
He's okay. Posture talk.
I think it's important. Like you see the stunt there? He's like perfect. Like
he's not
flying
flailing.
there. He didn't just like, all right, launch me. Like I don't know. I love that guy's movies and the attention to detail. All the Mission Impossible movies. He's on like
all
the
of them
8th or 9th one, and they're so good. I don't know.
Except for the second one was average, but the rest of them were amazing.
Yeah. I like that. Who's the women he's bagged? Katie Holmes. Who's the hot redhead he married for?
Whoa. Can I just interject real quickly on Katie Holmes? He's never bagged a woman in his life. What do you mean bagged? They were bagged for him by the science. This is all like
I'm listening.
Fact. This is known. Yeah. They went out and got her and arranged for him to be with her alone. All of his relationships are calculated things that the Scientologists have put together.
I'm not sure if that's more or less.
Hold on. To be fair, though, all those A-list guys, that's how they get women now. I'm not talking about the scientific part, but they have assistants.
He utilizes a cult.
So.
Yeah.
His cult has handlers who like arrange his relationships based on.
Is that cooler or less cool, Kyle?
That's terrifying.
That's power.
Power is getting up. Tiger Woods was doing it the right way. The fact that they get I
whipping out his long schlong and saying you need a ride.
The most racist like I was team white.
Hey baby, I'm gonna drive this into your pussy. just like horrible.
You don't know what Tiger Woods. You don't remember what Tiger Woods did? Tiger Woods was a prolific user.
I'm in the rough.
Oh, was he? That makes sense actually.
I can't believe you don't remember this.
He's a nerd though. He had
the
to
bus.
Be.
So they threw him under the bus like they have never done anybody. They made it out like he killed somebody. He was making public apologies. Remember his wife like divorced him, took half his money, assaulted him and shit. And everybody was on her fucking side. And all he did, look, he cheated prolifically with dozens of prostitutes. But Michael Vick was murdering dogs. and it's like they were treated about the same by the media. They gave him the exact same treatment Vic got.
He's black, man. That's why.
It's because the media hates dogs.
As opposed to Michael Vick, who's not.
All right. Well, Michael Vick fucked up. Everybody loves dogs. You can't be. You can't be drowning dogs in your backyard.
But no,
not the boss.
Tiger's getting sued by his girlfriend that he did dirty. You see what happened?
He's got.
No,
what did he do?
He had a girlfriend living with him, for a few years and stuff now, and he got tired of her. And then he goes, "Hey, we're gonna go on vacation, and we're gonna take a private jet and go." I say, let's get packed and go. And then he goes, "I'm gonna meet you at the plane." And so she goes, she gets her stuff, goes to the private jet, and he changes all the locks on the house. And he said, "Oh yeah, we're over, we're done."
Yeah.
And she couldn't get back in the house.
Oh, my ex, I
So
sent
now
that bitch
she's
to
suing
Cambodia.
She's suing him for
Tiger
30 million.
Tiger
Really?
Woods
For
is a
breaking up with her?
gangster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's silly.
insane.
I like Tiger
Literally
Woods.
some
I've
money.
always liked how he did business. I liked his relationship with his father. I liked his work ethic and like that drive and intensity. I like that like he clearly enjoys some substances. I like that he like went to some sort of voodoo magic man and put his leg back on 2 years ago, and now he's golfing again. Like if y'all don't remember, he had a wild ass wreck where they didn't know if they were going to keep his leg on his body.
Mhm.
It was like shattered in multiple pieces.
I didn't remember that.
He's
Yeah, he got in a car
golfing.
wreck.
I saw him like last week in
He's
some
teaching his
like
son is everything.
he's shooting under par, but he's not going to win the fucking tourney. But like,
It must be Jay Leno's doctor because those guys get like miracle cures happening.
I want to
Jay
know
Leno
what
had
did,
a bad accident.
I didn't know that about
Two
Jay
of 'em.
Leno.
Leno got all
Two of
burnt up and then he fell off a bike or something. What did he do the second time?
Yeah, I want to say like he just got to the point where he could wear a helmet again and then crashed.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah.
It's close.
It
And they're
sounded to
both
me like
serious accidents.
Damn.
yeah. If anybody does, I assumed it was a carburetor fire. I assumed he was under the hood, like feeding fuel into the carburetor and
And then boom.
turning it over, and it popped in his face. When I was in the burn unit that time, like getting my fucking hand scrubbed off, the guy that was sharing the room with me, he was a grown man, and he was moaning. He was already on morphine, but he was moaning, and I was like, my dad asked the nurse, like, "What happened to this gentleman that was in here earlier?" She's like, he was working on a car and the carburetor backfired. That's what it was, because that thing spits vapor and gasoline burning on you, and it burns you the fuck up before you can do anything. It's a real common thing, just as common as children. Did y'all have any kids that went to school with you who had grease poured on them?
Grease poured on like as a
Like
punishment.
it accidentally had like it comes
oven.
off the counter, kid gets scalded with grease, and now they have like a grease like
My
scar on them.
coworker's
Permanent
son
scar,
had
like right here or
something
something.
similar.
Yeah.
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 They, you know what? And it scared me as a parent. So all they had was a really hot cup of coffee, and this kid was 2, and it could walk, but it was a stupid 2-year-old, and it pulled the coffee off the kitchen counter onto himself, and he had bad burns on the side of his face and like his shoulder and into his chest.
Yeah.
So when I met the kid,
Poor kid.
he was like 4, and he had what I'll describe as like a wetsuit top on that he wore all the time as part of his skin healing process. He came
Like a
from a
little
wealthy
scuba diver.
family, so he was getting some good medical care.
Little scuba Steve over
His
there. all
father
burnt
owned
up.
an oil company.
His father owned an oil company.
You going
Really?
diving today, Steve? Shut up! You know I'm all burnt up from the coffee.
I'm all burnt up from
Fuck
the
you,
coffee.
Steve. Your dad owns 8 gas stations. Yeah. Hope you turn into a Batman villain.
Jesus Christ.
What would his name be?
Ooh.
Like Grease Lightning or something.
Oh.
Jesus.
I was gonna go to
That's pretty
Slippery
good.
Pete, but that's grease lightning. No, there was a kid at my school, and he had been all burnt up by grease. And I remembered, like in elementary school, and I made note of that. There's a few like memories I have in my life where it feels like I mentally put up a signpost that I could look back and see brightly from any point in the future. And there was a moment where I went, grease is incredibly dangerous and must be respected, just like firearms and like threshers. And later on, I'll tell you, when I was in high school, I put up a road sign about metal lathes because I worked in a machine shop, and we had one in high school, and he showed us a video of what it could do to a man, getting sucked in by your hair and torn apart. And then you looked at this piece of machinery and you found that it had more power than you could comprehend. Like it turned anything, it could tear anything apart that you could put in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, signpost, respect to this.
Yeah.
If you don't do that throughout your life, you'll eventually fall into a thresher or something.
Most of the machines in my life, like if I grab them, they stop. If I get sucked into my vacuum cleaner, it gets stopped.
Yeah,
if
you
I get
deserve
hit
it.
by my ceiling fan, I don't like it, but the ceiling fan stops.
Yeah.
My tractor, for example, a human offers no resistance that the tractor takes notice of.
Mhm.
And like Kyle said, respect that thing.
Yeah, so I put that grease respect there, and like, because I saw that kid all burnt up and scarred, and like it or not, like maybe not in everybody else's mind, but I was like, all right, well, like I don't want to be around you because you're like an other now. Like I don't. You're like a freak. I don't want to be around you. I won't say exactly how I knew this other person, but my mom used to make me go play with this kid who had all these like physical deformities. He was like missing some fingers, like multiple fingers. One hand was like 2 or 3 fingers, and his face was really ugly. Like, I don't mean he was like a 5 out of 10, 4 out of 10, 3 out of 10. I mean, his face was scary. It frightened me a little.
So was this an accident thing or born with it thing?
Born that way. And I remember telling her like I don't want to go. He's fucking scary to look at. I can't look at him in the face. And when I shook his hand, his fucking weird fingers felt weird. I don't want to go. And she's like, shit. Okay, you don't have to go. I was like, because I wasn't gonna go anymore. Like I met this kid before, and they're like, yeah, play with Billy No Fingers. And it's just like, fuck, no, I don't ever want to come back here again. I don't care how many toys this fucker has. I don't give a shit, man. That kid, no, it scared me as a kid. Go find somebody else who isn't frightened of him.
I had a friend when I was a kid. My mom's friend's son.
I'm still scared.
What is
he's
CP?
out there?
What is the mental disorder? Like CP? What is this?
CP?
No, it's not cystic fibrosis. It's cerebral palsy. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And anyway, so he had cerebral palsy, and I guess his parents were wealthy because his toy collection was outrageous. And the nature of his cerebral palsy, he was in a wheelchair, and his wrists were always bent, like sharply.
You're gonna say greasy.
He had Legos that like every shelf, everything, and not just any Legos, but like the baller Legos, like Death Stars or something like that. Like and I'm like, they say you did all this, yet they feed you. Like, how did you put all these Legos together? I'm 7 and I see through this ruse.
Yeah.
They were trying to Helen Keller you, and at that age, you could still see through the bullshit. You're like, no, I couldn't put together the Millennium Falcon. There's no way this dummy did it. Like,
oh, that was another thing. He got like really good grades in school. He got hundreds on everything, and they're like, he's such a genius. And I'm like, does no one else see his handler taking his tests for him? I can see it from my seat. Like everyone just pretending that the woman who, like, he's a personal tutor, so he's getting some extra help, but also they're like co-taking tests together.
Taylor,
co-taking tests.
You know that young man's name? Joe Biden.
What? Joe Biden. That's Joe Biden.
That's what he was.
They feed him.
They're in school.
No one seems to notice his diminished capacity.
They just pop a pen in his
show
mouth.
You things that he's, look what Joe did. I don't know if Joe did that or not. I don't know. No, he did it. Joe's over there walking like Mr. Burns. Like, no.
That's funny. When there's ever like a post on social media or anything, and it's like from Joe Biden, it's like,
nah.
I'm sure. Like, I'm sure he's sitting there saying anything. That dude is eating ice cream with having the corner of his mouth dabbed off right now.
Say what you will. Trump writes most his own.
Oh God, I took a political test today.
Did you win? Did you
pass? Yeah,
I pass.
Everybody loses.
Yeah.
It said that the candidate for me was it was a black guy who's a Republican.
Don't let it be Herschel.
It's not Herschel. No. I'm talking for president. Maybe Tim or something. I closed the window, unfortunately, like earlier. But like there can't be that many black men who are in the running for the Republican nomination for president. But it said Tim Scott, maybe. That name's like jumbling around. Anyway, it was like 80% Republican. But then like the other side was a lot of radical shit, because I think that we should all have free health care, but I think we should all have free guns too. So it's like those things bashed together, and I believe
together. Actually,
that's a good thing. I like that.
I think I scored highly on things like meritocracy. Like I believe in that, I suppose. And
so define for the good people what a meritocracy is.
I believe that the only thing that should be taken into consideration is who is best for a position, and that those people should rise to the top regardless of anything else. And I think the NBA is a very good example of a meritocracy, because those black guys are the best ballers in the planet. And the fact that you've got like that white boy in Dallas or whatever, Luka, right?
Luka's in Dallas, and
he's
Joker.
a fucking aberration. He's the great white fucking hope.
He's not even the good one.
I think that sports in general are good examples of meritocracy, but I believe meritocracies.
Yeah, the MVP for the last 2 years in a row is a guy named Jokic, something very close to that, and he plays for Denver. He's a white guy.
Meritocracy only works if everybody's treated equal in that society, though.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like if everything was equal, then it would work, but that's not how it works, because look how many NBA owners are black.
You gotta like differentiate between systemic things, like part of the process, like when we're filling out paperwork, and I don't see anything that's holding anybody back there. Everybody goes through the same steps, and they're considered the same way. If anything, there's a lot of advantages to not being white most of the way through, if you're going for any sort of government assistance or filing for certain loans. But if we're talking about how like a boss might interview a potential candidate, then we're never going to get that fair, because he might like big-breasted women more than he likes hardworking men. And I'm not going to fucking complain about that. I'm just going to laugh when his business fails, because he's got 5 big-breasted women in his boardroom who didn't go to college, and they're supposed to be an investment firm.
Free use,
right?
Incorporated.
Isn't like all the investors,
for some reason.
Aren't all the investors for Silicon Valley Bank big-breasted women? The picture with like 5 women and 3 of them were blondes. It's like, geez.
Is that
what
what
I'm saying? I don't care what color someone is. I just want the best doctor I can get. I want the best people to become doctors. I don't want an Asian guy getting left behind because he doesn't get the same consideration as an American Indian might get, because they really need some American Indians this week. Like,
totally agree.
Hey, look, we'll get a medicine man up in here. Don't worry. But for now, Chang over there is just, I mean, he'd have been in if he was white. He'd have been in if he was black. You're just not going to let him in because you've got that fucking like Seminole Indian over there who's scoring okay.
And this causes problems like that train derailing. You don't think there are millions of autistic men that would love to be in charge of trains and would be obsessed with it all the time? I'm telling you, if there's one bit of infrastructure that there's never an excuse to have a problem, it's trains. Because you can go on Instagram and find people that don't think about anything but trains and put them in charge of it. They would be openly weeping at the thought of a derailment of their beautiful machine. Like that's the kind of people you want in charge of trains, and that's what I'm running on.
I want whoever's best for the job to be doing it, and I don't want any little hurdles to allow the I don't know, diversity for the sake of diversity is silly. I think when diversity happens, we should say, look at this, we're all here. We're all into this. Isn't that wild? That's how it should
happened
be.
If this guy was there.
Like if we all showed up at paintball together, that's how it is there. It's like, oh shit, y'all like this too? It's like that Michael Scott moment where he's like, everybody likes pizza. Black people like pizza. Wait, black people like pizza, right? He doesn't know. Like when you show up at a paintball place and there's like people that you normally don't rub shoulders with and your other things, that's how you should look at like if a certain race is overly represented in a job place. It's like, I see people complaining about the brown people at the gas stations. It's like, do you want to work in the fucking gas station? They're so goddamn good at it. I love my gas station guy. Fucking Hamid over there is a bad motherfucker. He cuts me discounts on shit. He tells me, he's like, use the little machine. It doesn't do something about the little machine cuts me a deal. He's like, put in this code and that code. I'm fucking dialing numbers in this little pad over there.
What is this machine? A gas pump?
No, like this thing you stick your card in.
Card reader.
Yeah. Like he's
there
like
cheat codes for payments.
Yes. Yeah.
Especially
up, down, left, right, 1, 2, 3, and you get free groceries.
He's like giving me like deals that aren't like there. It's like, oh, you want 2 for 1? Yeah, I want 2 for 1. All right, put in CCV, blah blah blah. And it's just like the fucking gives me half. I don't know. I like that guy a lot.
Of course.
I mean
but I like a good black doctor.
You don't like him because he's Hindu. You like him because he's quick on the draw.
You know what kind of race I will never have as a doctor?
I don't know if I want
Let's
to
go.
know. Man.
Let's go.
I think
trying
it's
to guess.
when I was a kid.
Is there a race of like blind people?
Let's
Is
write
there
it
a race
down.
of-
Yeah.
When I was a kid.
Mongoloids.
Blind Aborigines.
Our pediatrician was in Athens. His name was Dr. Kwan. Kwan with a Q. I think that's Korean, but I was 6, so like he had one of those big faces, so I think he was one of those. And
I'm glad
Dr.
it was a
Kwan,
white or an Asian guy. We're good.
Dr. Kwan was a no bullshit kind of pediatrician. My mom would be like, "Yeah, his nose is a little stuffy. He's already got that bulb with the saline solution up my nose, and it's just like worm, like douching my brain, fucking filling my whole head up with that shit. And of course, it clears me right up. But it was like everything he did was rough. Every time he gave me a shot, every time he'd flip me around like he was like, "Yeah, look at the back of it over here. You see right here on his back? Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about that." He was like, I hated it. I was scared of Dr. Kwan. I hated Dr.
But you know what? It's funny because my doctor since I was a kid was Dr. Louis, and he was Chinese.
So no Koreans.
And he was Chinese, and he was amazing. Like he would look out for me. He would check up on me when I'm not coming in for my regular checkup. He would know the different, like, okay, this blood test is would worry me, but you're black and black people have certain situations where would be changed here, so you're okay. Over, like, he knew things that, and now I have he retired, and I have a new doctor, and I just don't have that. It doesn't feel like they like me. Not that they like me, but they don't have that, connection anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's nice to have a guy. Like, I don't have that right now. Growing up, I went to the same guy from the time I was like 13, maybe, till like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago. The guy was like my age, roughly, maybe a couple years. No. Well, like, he's just like a family doctor. You go to like and like but he'll do anything. You know, I'd go in for anything. And he was like, I don't know, roughly my age, and like clearly on like TRT or something, because every time I'd see him, he'd get buffer. And but I don't have a guy right now. I guess I've got, with Derek's clinic, I've got that doctor that I get to talk to. Right now, I'm like putting it off. I got to go in for blood work. Like, I'm supposed to have done it already. Yeah. It's time for my blood work. It's like I got to do it every 6 months or so. I have to do one, and like they already told me, like, hey, we need that blood work. Yeah. And then there's like the reminder, like the friendly reminder, and then like weeks have gone by, and I'm like, weeks, dude, I don't want to do my blood work. What happens if you don't do your blood work? Well, then they can't send me any more medicine.
Stuff. They're going to cut you off. Well, they're going to take away your superpowers.
They would. I mean, and rightfully so. I at some point they got to be like, hey, we can't keep. They're not going to send me anymore. I don't need any more right now. Like, I've got plenty. But like next time I'm getting low, I'm going to have to go get the blood work because, I'll need more juice. But I hate the blood work. That's what this is all about. It's like every time I go, I'm going to get woozy and nauseous, and I'm going to need a cold fucking paper towel on my forehead.
How much are they taking from you? Jesus.
Like 8 vials, something like that. And it's not that I'm like losing so much that it's like the blood loss is making me woozy. I just don't like that. I don't deal with the blood being taken out of that.
You don't like, I don't watch.
Intravenous stuff bothers. Yeah. I don't look, but I can, it hurts, and I can hear the blood spraying into the vial. It's spraying so like, I don't know, with such pressure. It's just, and my blood is like almost black. It's so dark. I've got so many goddamn red blood cells.
That's a good thing, though, bro.
It's like dark purple. Like every time they go, ooh.
It's a good thing until it clogs. So you're like,
if it's just dripping, like, I'd be a little worried, right? So.
Yeah, if it was coming out in chunks and spurts.
Yeah, I just
like fucking ragu.
Cyclists and stuff. Sometimes they take that to such an extreme. Their blood is like gravy or something. It's too thick.
Yeah,
syrup.
I'm prepared to be quite the endurance athlete if I decide to turn that on soon.
See, now though, I have a hot doctor, a hot female doctor.
Oh,
nice.
And no, it's not nice.
Oh,
it's
no,
not what you think,
terrible.
because like I'm in decent shape and stuff and everything, but I'm like, if I'm worried about certain lumps anywhere, and like I gotta ask her to check them out, and it's like, you know what I mean? And
you should tell her.
Weird.
Dude, that's how you hit on her too. This is the perfect way to hit on her professionally.
No.
Mhm.
Here's what you say. All right, here, you're the doctor. I'm you. I would say,
We're gonna role play.
I think it's
Yeah.
huge.
No.
No, wait 1 minute. It gets bigger.
It's cold outside. It's cold outside.
I would say, Dr. Pretty Lady, I need a referral for another whatever she does, whatever her title is. And she's gonna be, oh, wait, why? For someone else? No, for me. No, for me. You moving or no? I just feel more comfortable with someone that I wasn't so attracted to. I find it hard. I find it hard to keep, professional environment relationship between us. Why not hit on her on your way out the door? Because you need somebody checking lumps.
Yeah. Yeah. Good idea. Try that, everyone.
3 women I don't hit on is my doctor, my banker, and my.
She's not your doctor anymore. You're leaving.
What's the third one?
But
You're
it's
leaving.
accountant.
Yeah, your list is 3 people too long.
Like she's not your doctor anymore. Like you just made the case.
No, I
your
need
own
to
health,
keep her though. I can't mess that
Oh,
up.
you'll keep her. You'll never lose.
Is this about supporting the community? Is it one of those types? Do you want to make sure she gets the business?
You give her the
keeping
business.
her all to myself. No,
That's what
it's hard to find a family doctor to stick with these days. Like a lot of them are out of office a lot, and they use nurse practitioners to check you out half the time. Where mine will like come in and I get to see my actual doctor. So it's like I hear a lot of stuff, even like Canada and USA, where they don't get to see their physical doctors much. Right?
I yelled at a dentist the other day. It's been months
Did
now,
you?
but
It was in
because they
public.
don't. It was in public. I guess they're the front of their office is public-ish. That was when I went in for that fucking emergency root canal, and they didn't have a dentist there who could perform a root canal.
Oh,
and I was like, well, what the fuck am I doing here for?
How does a dentist not be able to do a root canal?
Like
didn't
it's
have
even
one.
work. Like I went on their website and like filled out the form, and they're like, "What do you need?" And I'm like, "Emergency root canal." And so like I go in for my appointment, and she's like, "Hey, can I help you?" I'm like, "I'm here for the emergency root canal." She's like, "Oh, okay." And I like go past her through, and it's like a horse trough system of like bays, and like she goes in and like looks at my fucking tooth. She's like, "Oh yeah, oh wow." She's like, "We're gonna take an X-ray," and she like X-rays it, and she like shows me, and then she takes a camera and takes some pictures of it, and then like a dentist comes in, and she like shows me the X-rays and the pictures, and she's like, "Yeah, you need a root canal." And I'm like, "Yeah, fucking hop too."
Let's go. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why we bothered with what's got to be.
I brought my credit card and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why we bothered with what's got to be $200 or $300 worth of like. Are you going to sign those? Did I put those? Like, I don't know.
Because that's pure
but let's get
profit.
this out of here. And they're like, no, no one here's like certified to do root canals or anything. So we would need to refer you to our like Atlanta office in Dunwoody or something. They're gonna send me to a different kind of dentist in like fucking Dunwoody or some shit. And it's like, what the fuck am I doing here? What am I paying y'all for? I'm like, I'm not paying y'all anything for any of this. Like, you have wasted my time.
You have wasted my time and my entire day.
I'm gonna shoot everybody.
Day to you.
like I paid for parking. Like, this is in a really fancy area.
Can you validate this?
No, they didn't validate my parking. It was
the nerve of them.
That's
think
weird though,
you should
bro.
have
Like,
stolen
who goes to
something away.
dentistry school and not know how to do root canal? I thought that was like basics.
I think what it was
Yeah,
is
it's gonna
they
be
don't
day
want to.
one.
I think that's like some sort of business model where they're paying like a fucking junior dentist. Well, that's what I told her. I told the lady out front, and the lady out front got way too defensive because I wasn't attacking her. I was clearly attacking the people in the back. She got a whole attitude. I was like, y'all don't have any dentists here. She's like, did you see the dentist? I'm like, there's not a dentist back there. She's like, what are you talking about? There's 3 or 4. I'm like, no, y'all got a bunch of tooth cleaners back there.
Yeah.
I was like, y'all
Dental
clean teeth. That's not dentistry. Like I can fucking brush them up real good. Give me that little swirly thing and Mr. Thirsty. I'll put a tent up outside, hang my fucking shingle too.
Is
Fuck you,
Mr.
you're a
Thirsty the
dentist.
vacuum that sucks your saliva out?
I bet there's not a syringe in the room. Oh, that's what they offered me. She was like, we could numb it up for you.
Really?
I was like, are you going to
Fuck
numb me
you.
up and send me across the street to the real dentist? They're like, no, the appointment would be like weeks from now. And I'm like, fuck you. Fuck
That's
you.
messed up, bro.
Fuck
That's
you.
crazy.
I broke that bitch off and just kept going.
Yeah, I don't know.
That sounds suspect. I don't know.
You should have got your money's worth. Like, does this dick look big to you?
I didn't.
You know what? Scan me again while I'm here. Like, just keep getting X-rays.
No, I didn't pay for any of that. And they tried to contact me because I made a stink about it on here and like maybe mentioned their name or something like that. But I just refused to take their calls.
Yeah. It's called Dog Shit Dentistry of Atlanta.
That was so funny when dude, the best was when like I talked shit about that motorcycle dealership for giving me a hard time. And the viewers of the show wrecked their Google reviews so goddamn bad that the owner of and it's like a chain of like 15 dealerships. Like the owner's he's like, I just got off the plane. They're telling me there's been a real snafu here, Mr. Myers. And I just want to know what can we do to make you happy and get you onto one of our bikes, like whatever it takes. We'll give you a heck of a deal. And I'm like, I'm on my new bike right now. I bought a more expensive bike. I paid more for it. Like it was like $2,000 or $3,000 more. I was like, and told him the whole fucking story. I don't want to. Anyway, I think he was like, he's like, we would like you to go to the dealership and like maybe help us and help. They wanted me to go to the dealership and talk to the manager there about how she could train her employee to handle those situations better.
It's not even working for free.
Send them an invoice.
And I'm just like, I'm not going to go back there. I was like, I'm not
bro?
going back there. I'm on my new motorcycle right now, having a great day. It's like, I hope those Google reviews clear up though.
Do you hope?
Yeah, y'all were ferocious on that. Y'all fucked
Dude,
them
my
up.
favorite was at one point in the story, they're like, we don't sell motorcycles, we sell fun. And the reviews were like, they sell type 3 fun.
Yeah. Like everybody was basically making their review. My friend Kyle went there and then like a paragraph that said like how they treated me and like over and over and over again.
Beautiful.
So that they didn't appreciate that. I think they fired that guy. That guy was an asshole. I was there to, yes.
I'm just asking, like, was he an asshole
like
or was he just doing what that store wanted him to do?
Oh, he was an asshole. Yeah,
Okay.
they don't like have a. I would be very surprised if in this little motorcycle store they have like a training where they're like, here are the ABCs of selling. This is what you need to do. I think they're just kind of turning them loose as salesmen in general. But no, he was a dickhead. And like I just had spent like, I don't know, however much all of my gear cost, like in that store. I told the guy on the phone, I was like, I just had spent like $1,500 at your store last week. I was there to spend 10 more thousand, and I planned on spending at least another $1,000 or $2,000, like Bluetoothing my shit out and getting bags and stuff there. Like, I'm your guy.
Yeah.
like,
I'm a great consumer.
and you couldn't have upset me more and treated me more poorly. So no, I don't want to deal with your thing. But I'll tell my viewers that you were nice and they should leave you alone because you've dealt with the salesman or whatever.
Damn. I could have used you guys many times on. Oh my gosh, trust me.
I mean, all you gotta do is go on Twitter, be like, look what just happened. Look at this motherfucker right here, guys. This is the guy. His name. You just throw people out there, throw their shit on the internet these days. I see that on YouTube all the time.
Oh gee, well people
are wild.
See, I have a thing where, I mean, the black thing, because I'll go into certain stores a lot. And you're pulling the race card, but there's a difference between, getting treated differently and being followed on the stores. And then I went to I like suits, I like fashion, men's clothing and stuff, right? And I go to a certain clothing store. It was just a while ago, so I'm not going to get into it, but I'm looking at some Boss and Tom Ford suits and stuff. And I was in track pants and stuff. I no gold chains outside, nothing like that, right? No hood stuff. But I go in there and it's an upscale store, and the guy looks at me and he goes, our clearance rack is downstairs if you want to take a look.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, straight off the bat. And I go, no thanks, I'm good. And I'm looking at the suits, and the manager knows me. Like he wasn't there that day because I buy some very nice stuff from him. And I'm just looking, and this guy keeps going, that's a little expensive, and I don't know if you'd want that one. And I go to the tie section, I go, that's Dior. I don't think you could do that one.
Horrible salesman.
Motherfucker, I've had a meltdown on thing too. What are you talking
Bro,
about?
Pretty womaned him.
I did.
Pretty woman.
I mean, I was a woman, but
Yeah.
So I didn't say anything to him because at that point I was just like, if I was going to say something, it was going to be bad. So I started walking out the store, and I'm getting in my car, and I turn on that. I had my other Range Rover then, and I just see the manager run out the store, and he goes, Mr. Critchlow, how are you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't see you. And I go, and I told him what happened. I go, oh, that's so and so. That's Tom. He's new. We haven't really trained him yet or anything. And I go, it doesn't fucking matter how much you train somebody. Like, that's insane, bro. Like, I spent, thousands of dollars here for years, and I'm not coming back.
Yeah, why would he just ignore you?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he just ignore you? Like, that's what I would do.
No, he was on me. Like, he thought I was gonna take a suit and run or something.
I got you. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Even worse. That's even worse.
Yeah, well, they didn't train him not to be racist, so it's
That was Dave.
It takes a while to learn that.
Yeah. Then I get in my
do people
car.
do that? I wonder. I would want to know. Like, first of all, that's deplorable. But I'd be curious. Like, are you just like that, bro? Or did people still? Now they would really justify it. But do people still?
You know what would be like?
This was
come in here and snatching and grabbing.
This was the Diamond District in Toronto, and it was like
a lot of crime there. Yeah. Like
no, there's no.
It's the Mogadishu of North America.
A Black Hawk Down scenario, but yeah, I was upset. But it happens to me almost daily, though, and like a lot of people don't believe me when I tell them that. Like,
have you considered that Michael Jackson skin bleaching?
I have. I didn't want to go that route.
Well, it was the baseball player.
I'll support your right to transition into a white person.
No, I like
transition.
Good. But
like it would be
like
that. This could be a hilarious sketch. Is if like that guy was being an absolute like piece of shit to you, and then like as you're leaving, like to talk to the other guy, like an elderly like Jewish woman goes in, and he starts being like, yeah, that's a little too rich for you, don't you think? And he's just like, and it just turns out he's just
see me going
cunt to everyone who comes in the store. Man, I'm not going to afford that. Yeah,
no, I would like that if he was just awful to everyone.
Bro, like 3 days ago, I was outside, and I was outside the grocery store, and I was looking in my car because I forgot my debit card, and I was looking in my back window because I think I left it on the back seat. And some guy comes to me, he goes, hey, you shouldn't be messing with that person's car, that's an expensive car.
No.
Yeah, just like that. And I just
no.
It's
and so I put down my crowbar.
But there's some things that you can respond to, and you don't want to be the stereotypical response. Because you're playing into what they think, right?
Canadians are more racist than Americans. Because
no, they're not. No, don't go crazy now.
What is it that you're doing, Wolf? This never happens to me.
But no, I'm in the States every other weekend, right? Because I have business on there. Canadians are just better at hiding it. So if I go down to the States, it's more blatant. Where you come up north and it's more side eye stuff. You know what I mean? And they're equally shitty.
Oh, okay.
What's better is you were better. They're both bad. I mean, in the States it's more dangerous, right? Because I was at a paintball game in upstate New York, and I'm going after the game. We had a dinner, right, for the paintballers. So I was in my suit. I fancied up for the paintball dinner, stuff like that. Went out of my hotel room, and I'm sitting in my car. I was driving a Land Rover back then. And I'm just putting in the directions for the restaurant in my GPS. 4 cruisers pull up to me, lights on, guns out, ready to go. I'm just sitting in my car in a suit, not tie, but jacket and everything, minding my own business, just this little Canuck relaxing. They thought I was some major drug dealer or something like that. And they just like guns out, ready to go. And it's like,
why were they there?
Like, because someone called them that drug dealer was sitting outside or something.
Were you being black at the time? Because that's suspicious.
I was. It happened.
I know.
That's not even the worst part, though.
Did
right?
they say you had a gun?
No. Nothing like that. They just said, you match the description of someone we're looking for. And then,
Well, I mean,
and then
all right, well, that was true. That was true.
and so I
don't
you know,
know. That's the thing they say.
I told them I said some legal things. I asked for badge numbers. I asked for a supervisor be on if they wanted to search a car. I did all the because you know I studied pre-law and stuff, right? So I wanted the staff sergeant's number. I wanted everything that filed complaints and stuff. And I guess they heard me speak proper English, so they backed off or something. Who knows? Now I went to dinner. I was pissed. Whatever. I got to hang out with some paintball friends and everything. On the way back to the hotel after dinner, I got pulled over again on the way back. And it's weird because I'm driving and I see the police car, you know, opposite coming towards me. And I go, and they looked at me a little too much, you know, and I did a side eye just to double check. I played normal. I wasn't sweating or nothing. And I'm driving. I just see the
What kind of gang signs were you flashing?
Sorry?
What kind of gang signs were you throwing up? You represent
Canadian all day, baby.
all right. That maple leaf.
Yeah.
All right.
And I got pulled over again. And it's like, at that point, I'm like, oh, for bloody sake. And I can't say anything. I'm not going to, you know, it's not like the movies where you can start, F you, man, you're pulling me over because I'm black and then getting fight and getting put in jail for the night. And I just play the game. I said, yeah, I'm here. And it's like, it's depressing. I mean, and it's like, and then I just go back and I play my game the next day, have fun, yada yada yada. But it's a regular thing, right? And it happens. I mean, but it happens a lot less up north. I'll give you that much.
Those sound like situations that were brought on because of your color. But I mean, I've had the same situations, but because of I've been pulled over and like we all have to get out and sit on the curb while they go through all my shit. Yeah. And I was driving one time and I had a pistol in the seat, like just sitting in the passenger seat of my car. And a truck driver must have been able to see down into the car and see the pistol. Yeah. And he calls the cops and says, I'm brandishing it. I'm waving it around. So when they pull me over, they got a whole different attitude than you'd normally expect.
Yeah.
They're like ready to fight. And it's like, shit. Like I gotta like bring this whole situation down. So it's like I let him search the car. I was like, yeah, search the car. Like there's nothing in there but machine guns and money.
That'll show
Jesus Murphy.
He's like looking through and you're like, yeah, cool, right?
Yeah.
Like,
but it's like I was like, I'm gonna explain to this guy why there's machine guns and money, and y'all go look at the machine guns and money.
Now put me in your place. Now think of how that might have worked out.
Well, I had to explain why I had machine guns and money.
Yeah, but you got the chance to explain. Would I have had that chance?
I mean, they had their hands on their pistols. I had my hands up. I sat down on the curb. Like it was a tense situation. I've had I can't remember if I've had guns pointed at me. I don't think I have. I've had the guns drawn. You know, when they arrested me, I think they had their guns out, or maybe they were like hands on and point. I had a panic attack like right after that, so that's a little fuzzy. I don't remember those moments exactly. But I've definitely never had them like pointed at me. But I've had like, you know, they showed up to like serve that warrant to get explosives that time. And they were like a phalanx of them with machine guns and snipers and helicopters and shit. So, but no, I guess when I get pulled over for like speeding or whatever, it doesn't seem like a do or die type situation ever. It's usually I don't know. I really don't even mind. It's like, let's see if we can like get this guy to be nice to us. Kind of a fun game.
No speeding tickets. I have no background. I have no record, and I get pulled over all the time. But it's decreased.
Do you have any of those? Do you have any of those like blue line placards and shit on your car? Because that's the move. You need to like.
I've got one on my visor.
So there's one of those. There's like policemen like groups that you can give money to. Yeah. And if you give them like substantial amounts of money, like $5,000-$10,000, you can stick this placard on your car, and they'll know when they show up that you're one of the good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the good ones.
Anthony Cumia,
Now, one funny story though, I got pulled over because I had a lady friend doing stuff to me as I was driving, and the sunroof was open.
Reckless driving.
Yeah, and it could be seen, even though my side windows were tinted.
Nothing wrong with that. There's no crime against that. There's no crime
yeah, but I still
you're in your vehicle.
Yeah, but I'm just driving and stuff. was happening.
Yeah,
so.
that's the problem. It's a reckless driving.
But you know what? That officer was actually cool about it. So
Yeah, you don't have to wear clothes in your
Give you
car.
like a fist bump and leave.
You don't have to wear clothes.
pretty much, yeah.
Damn, I heard that you were going pretty rad down the highway, eh?
You're acting like a car is a house almost.
You don't have to wear clothes in your car. Is that what you just said?
Yeah,
technically a ship.
You're a sovereign citizen.
It's a vessel. It's like, no.
It's not like it's international waters or anything. Like, you know,
Oh, you'd be surprised.
like Chekhov would say, a vessel. Yeah. Like, I'm like 99.999% sure you do not have to wear your clothes in your car.
yeah, but
I
don't
prefer
like
people
my
do.
feeling on hot leather
hard
in that
disagree.
situation.
I got air conditioned seats.
I do.
It's
yeah.
the whole
me
like
too, but
naked
you don't
people
want to have that
are-
going with your bare back.
Air conditioned seats are great, but I only need them because they're leather. If
See,
cloth seats were considered the good ones, I wouldn't have these problems.
Cloth seats. Some of the material feels
in a
good,
very long time.
but I just can't do the cloth seats. Like
They're better.
I really like
I don't
leather.
know.
And people,
They can stay.
every time people say
Regardless
that
of cloth
like
seats, it's
hot
like-
in the summer, cold in the winter thing, it's like you just keep your car like in the hot sun and get in and out of it over and over. Like, what are you bare assed? Like what's the fucking problem? Like who can't
Wolf is.
it's
We just
it's
covered
so
this, Kyle.
like it takes 30 seconds to like I remote start my car and it
Yeah,
like
so do I.
sees or heats the seat before I
Yeah.
fucking get in. The seat's
Winter
always
and summer.
perfect. Yeah. And
Yeah,
it's
but we're
like
spoiled though. Not all cars have that, right? So it's like,
my car's over a decade old. Like it's every car.
It
has
was
that,
real
right?
nice a decade ago. No. Every car does not have that.
all the cars don't have that, bro.
All right. Well, I thought they did.
Kyle's out of touch with the common man.
I'm talking about a decade old Camaro that just happens to have the. I mean, it's the good one.
A baller decade-old car that makes my neighbor want to fuck you. But yeah,
That's fair. Well, I think your neighbor's just a whore, dude. I think she was sending you some signals, probably.
she was recently divorced. I think.
Nice.
What am I looking for? Not the meme, the stereotype that
You
like
should have
post-divorce
pointed me
women
her
hit a
way.
slutty phase.
That-
No,
I
she
was-
was below you.
I was literally making my way up the eastern seaboard, fucking women. that was what that trip was.
Like you're
shot, I don't
Genghis
know.
Khan. Like,
No, it
your
was like-
seed up the
Every
eastern
area
seaboard.
code.
It was like I made like
Every
a
zip code.
a girl wanted to see me in South Carolina, but I also knew a girl in North Carolina. So I was like, hey, I come see you. Like, after I didn't tell her like after, but I was like, this day I'll see you. And then
Yeah.
then I knew another girl that was, I won't get too specific, but a couple states higher. So like I went on a whole like East Coast like little vacation there, and I popped in, saw Woody, hung out with him. It was just a great time. That's the first time I ever
You got
watched a UFC
919
pay-
covered.
Yep. Down.
That's the first time you ever saw what?
UFC. That was the first UFC pay-per-view I ever watched. It was Jon Jones versus Chael Sonnen. I saw an interview recently with Chael Sonnen, and he said that was one of the times when he was scared. He was like, I knew I wasn't going to go out there and win. I knew that I was the lamb being led to slaughter. I mean, you look at him, right? What was I going to do? Yeah, of course. And then I had the clip on my phone. I think I can like send it later because I wanted to like have it forever. It's the moment Joe Rogan pointed out to Jon Jones after that fight, like in the interview, that his big toe, like imagine this is your toe and like these are your other smaller toes. This is your big toe. It's broken and gone this direction. And so it has torn off right here. Essentially, his toe has been torn away from his foot laterally, not back.
Jesus.
And it has ripped open, and you can see white meat, blood, and the bone is clearly just broken in half. And he was doing it as he defeated Chael Sonnen at the end of the first round. If Chael Sonnen had survived that first round, he would have been the UFC light heavyweight champion, ending Jon Jones' unbeaten streak, because Jon Jones could not have gone out with that injury. It's one of those injuries where a doctor stops it, and they put him on a fucking stool. He is in shock right here. Like the reason I want Woody to see it is it's the first time I've seen Jon out of character. Jon is like hyped up champion Jon. He sees his toe and he has a panic attack. I know what he's feeling right there. He's borderline gonna vomit. See, look how he's holding his midsection. He's protecting himself right now because he's scared. Yeah, he's having to sit because he can't fucking stand. he's terrified.
That's
He's
scary,
barely
bro.
he's dizzy right now.
Get him to the doctor.
Really?
But you know what he's doing? He's ripping a fucking promo for his next fight. He's letting him know that he's Jon Bones Jones.
Yeah,
He
Nine
just
Toes
finished
Jones.
He just finished the mouth, and now he wants this other
John
guy.
Broken
and, like,
Bones Jones.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
How did he beat
my
Chael?
favorite. He ground and pounded him, TKO. He repeatedly picked double-legged Chael, put him on the fence, and fucking got on him. And it was him.
Is that what
pushing into?
specifically?
Yeah.
That's how the fight ended.
That's how I picture the fight ending. Is him on top of Chael pounding and Chael just covering up. He's been double-legged multiple times. He's been just ruined in the wrestling game because that was Chael's thing. He out wrestles the wrestler. He outstrikes the striker. It's why I love that guy. He's so good. He's the baddest motherfucker in the world.
Jon Jones.
Yeah.
He's talking about. I think he switched to Khabib.
Oh, Khabib. Yes.
You know that's not true, so I won't even jump into like MMA and upset everyone with like 30 minutes of me disproving that silliness. But all that being said, I wanted to ask Wolf if he's seen the nonsense that is that slap league that Dana White puts on.
Yeah. Did you see the guy whose face was deformed?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all swollen.
And they have a
Who'da
female
thought?
version too. Do you want to hear a quick, cool UFC story?
Yeah.
So I'm not a UFC watcher. I've never gotten into it. I'm like old school martial arts guy who didn't like it at first and stuff like that. But the first time I got into UFC was I was playing paintball. They flew me down to Las Vegas to play paintball to host a Randy Couture game that he did for his. He had like a Wounded Warrior thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I got to meet Randy Couture, and very cool. He signed this for me.
Ooh.
My goggle. Oh no! Can you see? No, yeah.
I saw it. You twisted
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
You got it.
He signed that to me, and he invited me to a match, which was very cool. It was on a strip somewhere, and I got to sit beside this guy named Dana White.
I heard. of
And he runs the whole thing, obviously, right? So it was like, and it was cool because I was in great shape back then, and everybody like was asking me to take pictures and stuff because they thought like I was some upcoming fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I'm shaking hands with Dana and
You
everything.
got
You
your
know what
head
I mean?
shaved too.
Yeah. And they're all taking pictures of me and they're asking who I was and stuff. Oh, I'm just a paintball player and stuff. But
Oh, you should have played it up, man.
I thought about it, but
Yeah,
Randy
I've
was
mostly
there
been
too,
fi-
and I
I've been
didn't want to be
fighting
that guy.
Oh yeah.
I spent 3 years in Thailand, a couple years in Japan, you know.
There you
doing
go.
stuff, but it's just not real there, you know. I kept running into that horse shit, those fucking luchadors and shit. I'm here for the real deal, you know. I want to mix it up.
Yeah, there you go. I love
My
it.
nickname
I'm
is
looking to
the
make a
next
name.
one, which is funny because you're my next one, baby.
There you go. All right, that's marketing right
No,
there.
that
But
slap
yeah.
league thing is just a step too far to me. Like
Too far.
What's
Too
the step?
far.
Oh, the slap league.
it's just violence for the sake of violence. It's like it's Americanism. It's like that saccharine sweet. Oh, you MMA fixed boxing, and this feels like, oh, so the part you like about MMA is people just getting smashed in the face. Do you like that? You like people getting smashed in the face? Well, come watch this where people just get smashed in the face. And I don't like that. I don't want to see him
It's
get
stupid.
smashed in the face.
And have your eardrums pop.
And they're not
all that
athletes
stuff.
either. Like,
Dude, he
one
got,
of
he
the
got
things I-
slapped so hard he became Eastern European.
like,
That's what that guy's face shape looked. Just a potato.
I would like
I just
it.
assumed he was. It didn't occur to me he wasn't prior to the event.
They slapped the
also-
check into him.
Like, I don't like that they're like recruiting from fighters and big strong guys too. Like if it was like regular people on the street slapping each other, that you could almost watch, like a regular dude slapping another dude.
Oh.
But the fact that they've got these giant muscle men destroying each other, I can't stand.
If you're gonna watch it, that's what you want, right?
I need to see it.
I went down this rabbit hole the other day. I'm not sure. Was these amateur fighters? Is it Barstool Sports?
Could be.
Oh, rough and rowdy. I've seen.
Yeah,
some clips
that's
of that.
it. And they get like rednecks fighting each other, and they get like it's the most trailer park insanity that you ever see. And these guys like fight it out, and I don't know if was it just boxing or is it also kicking and everything
I think
else?
it's just boxing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like, something you'd see it like in a crappy little waterhole bar somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And you just get these guys in the ring and they pummel each other. And I was so entertained by it.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
like
because-
the clips I've seen of it, like they don't know how. like they telegraph all their punches.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a lot of them are just big bruiser
It's
guys.
regular guys.
It's exhibition matches
Yeah.
with people who are like, I could do this, and so it'll be like 2 midgets, and they'll fight. Like they'll have like the midget fight of the night, and then Dave Portnoy and Big Cat sit there and be like, oh. Not a very heavy punch, but look at his form. Yeah, that's not good either. Like, they do stuff like that and just rip on it, and then they'll do other things where like there's not even the premise of fairness in some of it. Like Dave will like I saw a clip where Dave Portnoy obviously was talking about it. He's like, oh, honestly, whoever made this match was probably betting on it. This is not fair. Sorry, folks, this is not fair. Like big country's getting his shit pushed in it. That's almost like more enticing than like the pros in a way. Is like
it really
watching these heavy hands throw them at each other.
And they'll get like either like 2 like ridiculously overweight guys pummel each other, or 2 amateur meth heads like trying to knock each other out. And
that's okay if it's just like on, but if it's a pay-per-view, those have all been some of my bigger disappointments. I remember this is another little memory I have. This is when I was driving to your house for that trip I referenced a few minutes ago. I think Howard Stern had like, maybe it was a rerun. It was back when William the Fridge Perry, maybe a big football player, he was gonna fight like some super tall guy. It was like a freak fight that was being put on. And I think Stern was like, being himself and like promoting the fight. And like I can't remember what happened though, but I'm sure it was just an awful shit show where like nobody was in shape and they all looked pathetic. I don't want to see. I'm
kind of on the other
hated
side
Tito
of that.
versus
Here's the thing. I enjoy all fights. Every fight where the 2 people really want to fight, I am there for it. It doesn't matter to me if it's the elite of the elite, Jon Jones against Cyril Gagne. That's a great fight. I want to see it. 2 fucking 14-year-olds angry as fuck in a playground. Someone get their camera out. I enjoy that fight. I enjoy high school fights. I enjoy bar fights. I enjoy octagon fights. Every fight is interesting to me. Oh, I enjoy if women fight and you get a little X-rated shot in there.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about more of in like a domestic scenario when they just,
No, I want fights where two people want to fight. That's big. The thing that
she thought she did.
The thing I'm really attracted to is when both people think they win and can't imagine that they're not going to win. How dare you think you're better than me? I am clearly better than you. And when they both have that same disagreement heading into the fight, that doesn't always happen. Like when Chael Sonnen went against Jon Jones, he kind of knew he was going to lose. A lot of people are like, well, I'm the underdog, but I'm hoping I get the shot in. You know what? That guy can beat me 10 ways, but I can beat him 1, and I'm here for it. I like that fight, but I love it when they're like, how dare you? How dare you think you're better than me? I am obviously better than you, and it's not close. Let me prove it. And when they both have that same mindset, I love that fight. It's not really about how skilled the fighter is. It could be middle school. I want to see it.
But you know what amazes me is how many people don't know how to throw a punch. Like how many people have never learned how to fight.
I mean, we just don't need to, if we're being honest, right? Like, when's the last time you threw a punch in anger?
Yeah, but
what day is it?
All right. And it turns out none of us need to know how.
I'm gonna look at Tyler's walls in his house.
She said I was looking fat.
Plus, all of y'all have guns and shit anyway. Like y'all could be in a fucking wheelchair and you're still the baddest motherfuckers on your block.
The
first thing I learned was to fight with my hands, though. Like that's to be able to defend yourself was huge. And I'm not.
I hear you.
I'm not even like I'm from the suburbs. I'm not from the hood or anything. Like I as the first thing I learned back in the day, and we're watching kung fu flicks every day, and you know what I mean. Like I took my son to learn boxing and my daughter to do taekwondo. Even it's not the greatest sport in the world, but like there's a lot of people who don't know how to throw a proper punch, and it's surprising.
A lot of people can't throw a ball.
Did you guys do karate?
That's true too.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who can't throw a ball.
That's why.
That's true too.
Did you guys do
Here's the
karate?
thing.
A lot of people can't swim. Right back at you.
I cannot swim very well. Not at all.
Really?
I can swim so well. I'm
like a fish. I love it. I got my scuba license and everything.
Well, I don't have that. Okay, you're the better swimmer.
But no, but hold on. You said throw a ball. Okay, that's kind of weird. But yeah.
It comes up. All right, so let me tell you.
Depends on the kind of ball. I wouldn't be confident that I can throw a tight spiral.
Can everybody ride a bike?
Of course.
A little
Well,
bit.
don't say of course. There's people who can't do it.
Well, like we ride motorcycles. Woody rides at a very high level.
Okay, yeah,
And like if you're an American like straight man, you know how to ride. Bicycle.
Everyone knows that.
But rewind me like 5 seconds.
Riding a
before that.
bike, throwing a punch. I think you were going to.
Oh, it's not just about throwing
balls.
a ball. It's like if you're hanging out with guys, sometimes you like throw me this, that, or the other. If you're working on a car, throw me this. If you're like working on a paintball, throw me that. If you can't throw a thing in a way that it is masculine, then like you might as well have had grease spilt on you as a child. 'Cause I don't want nothing to do with you. There's something wrong.
Disgusting.
Could you guys? Could you throw a first pitch at a baseball game?
Yeah.
No, I
Could
don't
you
think
make
so.
it to the batter?
all night? Well, I think I could make it
Oh,
there.
yeah,
But
I
I
could
just
do
don't
that.
know how. It wouldn't be in the strike zone or anything. I might
Or are
need
you
a
gonna
catch.
pull a Baba Booey?
I need a mobile catcher.
So you just
Mobile-
need a,
Guy
Yeah,
who
a really
can catch
athletic
that
one.
are we
outside.
talking about no training, like no practice? Like we got to
Yeah,
step over there right now?
No,
and do
no.
it?
I mean, okay, if you knew you had to throw out the first pitch, if you
Oh.
How much
practice
time
for
do I
a
have?
week or so, or like a week.
Oh
2 weeks.
man, yeah. So
I can
here's
do
what you
that.
do. You immediately like get yourself a pitching coach. Be very easy to get, like right away. Like you'd be able to reach out on your local social media, get somebody at a community college, a high school guy. They would love to be part of your fucking thing you're doing.
But look at how many guys can't do it though. Like, do you remember Baba Booey from
It's
the Howard
hard.
Stern show
He
when
was
he
terrible.
threw his, and it was like really bad. Like they made fun of him for years after that.
Yeah, it's
but he
wild
had a
how
pitching
by
coach.
it's almost
Really?
like it's
Yeah.
almost like he made a conscious decision to make millions of dollars by throwing a ball poorly and being the worst pitch ever thrown. It's almost like he knew he was going to write a book about it, and that came out like a year later called "My Name Is Baba Booey" or whatever. And it's almost like he got to go on Jimmy Kimmel and get huge ratings there and promote his book
think it
and
was
throw another
planned?
bad pitch on
You
purpose.
think? Yeah.
I think that he works for Howard fucking Stern. He has no morals. He has no goddamn soul. I've seen him sell out his family, his wife, and everyone that
that's true.
loves him
That's true.
for Howard Stern and Howard Stern's ratings. While he gets like shit on, I don't know. I'm not talking about behind the scenes Howard Stern.
No, I hear what
stuff,
you're
but-
saying.
No, I think it's fake. Yeah, I think the whole thing was fake for ratings, for
I
book
think-
sales.
The way he threw it would take even a ridiculous amount of skill to throw it.
Almost like he
that
had a pitching
badly.
coach. Almost like he had a pitching coach he was working with. Yeah. Look, I
Bro.
throw it over there.
Do you have video of that? Because it was.
We can't
Wait a
show
minute.
MLB footage.
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
no?
That-
Okay,
is that Baba Booey throwing it?
No, it's not.
No,
Oh, okay.
No, it's not.
that's some old man at like an old timers game, I guess.
Yeah.
It's rather embarrassing. I think that
There's one girl who hit a cameraman once, but like that Baba Booey throw was like. But I like I'm saying, there's a lot of guys who could not do that.
so like the pitch off the mound is a challenge.
It is.
You would want practice, and you're gonna need to strengthen your arm. You need to loosen up. You get good at it, but you could throw catch with a guy and get it up there to the point where it would be embarrassing. As long as your nerves aren't getting to you, that would be the deciding factor. It's not gonna be your skill if you have a week to practice. All that being said, I'm really talking about not like throwing a baseball from pitcher's man. I'm talking about like you just need to be able to toss things to another dude like appropriately the right way. Like it's I could tell if you throw me some shit if you're a fucking like I don't know like
I have a different thing.
a fucking loser. If you throw me
I
some
know
shit
what
like a
you-
loser, I'm gonna see it.
I judge you not by how masculine your throw is, but how catchable your throw is. Like if we're both in the kitchen and you're throwing me your keys, dude, don't go overhand. I'm not looking to be. Don't give me your fucking fastball.
I always throw overhand.
No,
You know what it is.
that's
No,
I
not to
throw.
make it easy to catch. That's what I am.
Bro.
That's where I want to see.
Of course, I want it right here in the pocket. And of course, overhand's fine. I've made but I don't know. I've worked on enough like construction like jobs and stuff like that. And it's like you're throwing shit around a lot. You're sharing tools and stuff, and like I'll never forget like the first time I saw one of those kids who was like an other than like the melted face kids and shit.
Yeah.
My one of my friends had a friend come down from Maryland, his cousin from Maryland. And it was almost like that episode of South Park where the other Kyle comes to visit, the like super Jewish Kyle, who's just like he's like oil and water. He's like super neurotic. He just doesn't fit in at all. And my friend's cousin was like that. He didn't call drinks what we call drinks. Like we'd be like, oh, I'm thirsty, I need a Coke. He'd be like, he'd ask for a pop. And we all just like looked at him like he just admitted to being a communist or something like that. Everybody's heads turned.
It's that
real
Minnesota
slow.
talk.
Like he
It's
used the
fucking
wrong 3 fingers to say 3 or something.
Yeah, like
yeah, you know the
like-
scene.
Trice. He
See-
was clearly fucking like an other, and like we all took note of it. And like somebody was like, "Yeah, he's a Yankee," and it's like I don't care where he's from. He just talks funny. Like he's kind of weird. He's all pale. He didn't know how to swim. We're at the lake, you know.
Didn't know
like,
how to swim. They don't have water up north.
like you don't have to like enough that when I
Just
say
a paddle,
swim, I mean
dog paddle.
like not afraid to go out there. Like
Yeah.
I can swim well.
That
enough to
is
go
a
out
low
there.
bar. Yeah,
He was scared
to not be
He
afraid
wouldn't
of
get in the
ponds.
water with us. Like we're all in the water and he's standing up there with his arm. Anyway,
Well,
Okay, that's not a
you'd be
Yankee
surprised
trait,
because when I'm in the bush, we
yeah,
gotta throw-
everybody from the north can't swim.
when you
Y'all
gotta throw
don't have
these,
pools or the
What
ocean.
is that?
that's a smoke grenade.
Okay.
Ooh.
So sometimes I'll hand stuff to a kid. I'll say, I'll pull the pin. All right. And I go, hey, you want to throw a smoke grenade? It's really cool, you know? And I go, yeah. And or it'll be a man, right? And they can't throw. Like they'll throw it and it'll flip off their back finger and go like 2 feet and hit their teammate in the head or something like that.
Yeah.
And it
Oh,
goes
that's no good.
nowhere. Like no arm at all.
Have they not
my
seen
favorite.
like movies? Everyone knows you throw the grenade in like that, like you're in a trench, like over your head. Like
That's
No, never throw it like
Taylor,
that.
that's how you do it in a film.
That's
Yeah.
how you're trained to do it in the military, and that's
Yes.
that's to make sure that even the retards get the
Yeah.
grenade over there.
Yeah.
When you throw a grenade, you fucking hurl it like
Hurl
a
it,
man.
yes.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't care what they fucking.
Am I going to look
trained you.
foolish if I don't do
That-
it in the affirmed
Can I
military?
pause you
way?
there? This is actually new to me. So if you're in the army, right? They train you to do the thing Taylor says. I presume that's what they do in TV.
Yeah.
But if you're like active, people use their actual throwing motion
They can.
Oh, yeah.
outside of
telling
training.
You, I'm telling you, if I'm throwing that fucking M67 like baseball grenade,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
am
well,
not
that,
doing
yeah.
one of these.
Yeah.
So I feel like you Kyle,
because I
probably-
can only throw it like 15 yards or something like that. Like, it's
Gotta
gonna
be
roll to
close
that,
to
but I
so.
can hurl it like
but if you
300.
gave me something really heavy, that might impact my ability to throw it. Is it
Ain't that
heavy
heavy.
and dense? It's not that crazy.
I don't know.
I'll show
They're
you.
not
Like,
that
let me
heavy.
show you something. This is
Okay.
an average size smoke grenade, right?
Okay.
I'll take this. I'll take it in my kit. I'll throw it. I can throw it a good distance.
Desk
right?
pops,
It's
Wolf.
got some
Desk
weight,
pop.
right? Then you have some. Then you have something like this that's called a cloud burster.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
Yeah, like this is like a football throwing.
Why do you have that
thing, right?
indoors?
Which one would be
In case
cooler
of
if you set it
invaders.
Should be
off right
storing
now?
that in a shed somewhere with a
Dude, it would be a
warning.
You're
label.
trapped
legendary
in here with
PKA
me,
moment
and you pull
if you
that.
popped it. I'm
That's-
just saying.
Put that money in the Patreon, and I'll open it indoors in a plastic bucket or something. But
What are we talking about? Like $50?
I don't know. We got to get the
Your
money.
house.
I got to pay rent. But it's amazing how many people just don't know how to lob it. And it's like there's a scene in the movie Black Hawk Down, and I know it's just a movie, whatever. But there's a scene where this guy they're being held down by oncoming
Covering
fire,
fire,
right?
yeah.
Mhm.
And one of the special forces guys has said, "Sir, we got to move. We're ducked down. You got to keep up." And then he's going, and he goes, "Okay, my guys, I'm gonna do this. You do this." He takes a grenade and he throws it into an apartment window like 6 floors up, and blows up the guy
Damn.
inside. Perfect shot, right? And it's like you got to have an arm to do that. You know what I mean? And even though it's just a movie, I know a lot of ex-military guys in they can throw, you know what I mean? So it's not, especially like I've thrown flashbangs and smoke grenades. I've never thrown a grenade because I wouldn't have a reason.
Throwing
to,
grenades
but-
is so 20th century. Don't you know we drop from drones now?
Oh, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
Or you got what's the name of the rocket launcher? Shoot, I can't remember now.
Javelin?
No,
That-
it's those
that-
fucking.
The compact rocket launchers. Those things are beautiful. Like they had
So-
in 13 hours. That thing is
Have-
beautiful.
I'm talking about the war in Ukraine with those drone drop.
Oh, yeah, those are
fog
cool.
grenades.
You see
Oh,
the live cameras that when they drop those things?
We've
That
seen
was all
so
about
much.
that.
We've seen so many people. I've seen all that there is to see.
Yeah.
He sends like 2
I-
videos of people dying every day in the chat. And
Yeah.
I'm like, this is bad for my soul, man. I don't
Taylor,
want to keep
Taylor,
watching
Taylor,
videos of
just
people
rushed-
dying.
Those are my creme de la creme.
I know. Every once in a while, Kyle will be like, check this one out, and no other thing. And then you start watching it, and it's just abhorrent. Like,
Every once in a while, Taylor, someone survives, so Kyle doesn't waste your time with those.
He was only wounded.
like, no, his jaw is like over there now.
Look at him. It's just a light maiming.
Yeah. I watched one today. The guy was sleeping, and the grenade landed on his jaw. And in his, like, oh, by the way, he's in a trench.
Yeah.
So if he was clear-headed, he could have just taken it, thrown it outside the trench, and he would have been fine. But he wasn't clear-headed. He'd only been up for less than a second. Yeah. So he took the grenade and threw it behind his head by like a foot. He didn't make it.
Jeez. Yeah.
No. You don't want to make it usually. No, it's wild stuff. I've seen the suicide drones, the ones that just plow straight into someone, and you're like on the nose of that thing as some guy. I saw some guy like sitting on a tank.
They go for people or equipment?
This one went for a person on a tank. So yes, it like you see the side of his face as it's like, and then it goes and like goes like fuzzy, and it's like, oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I hate that you don't get footage after the crash. I know it's an impossibility. Like I get why, but I really want to see what happened right afterwards.
I need that AC 130 footage.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that I think that in Pennsylvania is where they're making a lot of the artillery shells. They said those factories are working 24 hours a day.
They can't keep
making artillery shells for Ukrainians. It's wild. Well,
that's the newest thing now, is that they're saying the war is not about soldiers on foot, and it's not about planes and stuff. It's about artillery. It's all about it's about artillery and whatever they're shooting it from, RPGs all the way to whatever you have. Like it's they got to keeping up with missile ammunition. That type of stuff is like the hard part right now, and they can't keep up with the
it's been really fun to watch. This week the fresh thing is that MiG sort of collided with our drone. And if you saw what it did, it's really curious. I didn't understand what I was looking at first. It's coming in really hard, and then it's banking, I guess, but it's doing it while ejecting fuel. Yeah, that's its fuel that it's spraying, and I wonder, and it's clearly using that to try to disable the thing. Yeah, they keep saying it made impact with the propeller, and I can see the propeller's bent, and like it clearly stops working or whatever. But I wonder if the fuel did that, because I'm just thinking like maybe if it hit that liquid, it's not made to hit liquid.
But would it be dense enough? Fast?
Would it just be atomized liquid at that point? Like it's like
there was a lot of it coming out.
Yeah,
a lot of that liquid coming out.
It did seem like it, but it is going so fast. I don't know. I guess
those
it was
speeds, that liquid
was it using that fuel to try to disable the drone? That was the plan, I guess.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mess up the propellers, but I think it actually made contact.
Yeah, it went down. I guess the Pentagon said they deleted whatever telemetry data it might have that Russians could glean from recovering it, and the Russians are there recovering small fragments. They say
the
like
Black Sea fell in.
Yeah, it went like 80 nautical miles from the point that they impacted it. I think I read. And but
whose airspace was it?
Nobody's.
International.
It was international. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah. I don't know where to come from that. DeSantis. So here's the thing. Tucker Carlson sent a questionnaire to all the presidential candidates. I think that includes the president. And he asked them for basically their stance on Ukraine. It was a bunch of questions, but that was what it was about. And DeSantis came back and basically was like not in for the Ukrainian war. He doesn't want it. And they're comparing him to like the Hitler appeasers who are like, you know what? Just get Poland and stop there or wherever. I don't know what the truth is. I feel like you can only really know in hindsight.
It's good for the economy, Woody. I'm down for this thing for the long haul. I love it. We're gonna have like what we're gonna have is we're gonna have one of the most powerful armies in Europe owing us everything right on the front door of our old enemy who's fallen down and gotten old and rickety, and we're gonna get to humiliate them for the next decade and a half over this shit. This is their Vietnam smeared all in their fucking wounds, like doo-doo in your eye kind of shit. This is wonderful what's happening, and I hope it keeps going and drags on forever. Not a single American has died. They didn't volunteer because they watched too much Fox News. Don't go over there, y'all. What are you doing? Y'all you have Reddit?
I have a friend who went over there. I have a friend who's over there now. Yeah.
I mean,
it's a bad move.
He invited me to go. I'm sorry. Fucking crazy.
Well, it depends what he's doing. Yeah. Is he fighting or is he like
he's training?
So like I've talked to people there, and I know that like you can go to Kiev right now. It's very, very safe. You can go to like really expensive hotels for fairly affordable rates. Like there's a hotel they told me that like
what is there to do there?
I mean, it's a
murder Russians.
Everything
you'd have to sell me.
There's no battle in Kiev. Like Kiev is
nearby.
like
no, I meant. But if you told me that they had awesome cheap hotels in Memphis, I'm not going.
I think it's
like the same way like Kiev.
You're comparing Memphis to Kiev?
Is there a Kiev roller coaster park? Yeah,
I doubt that's running. I think it's a beautiful historical city, and the main reason to go would be like I just feel like over in Poland, there's got to be so many Ukrainian single ladies just piling up over there.
Oh, by the way, I'm flying to Poland to host a game on May 4th.
Oh, that's awesome.
Let us know if I'm right about the Ukrainian ladies
totally on that for you.
How did that get set up? A game in Poland?
There's a huge, massive game that happens put on by Germans, right? It's called Scenario Big Game. It's called if you want to go on their Instagram, they're called Battleground Paintball. And it's amazing because they use actual tanks in their games. Mm-hmm. Actual tanks, actual personnel carriers. They set when you destroy an enemy base, actually set the whole building on fire.
What the fuck?
That's sick.
They have strippers off the field, so when you come off, they'll clean your gear topless.
Is there alcohol? What's the alcohol situation? It's Europe.
Live band. That's crazy. It's crazy.
You drink and play?
It's huh?
You drink and play?
No, I don't know.
Is that permitted?
I honestly don't.
I asked because some of those European countries, they treat like a 5% beer like it's a fucking apple juice. They're like, of course you can have a beer and drive. What are you,
in England? They love drinking.
Americans are very,
I thought you had
when it comes to
had a whiskey.
Yeah, like when I play in the States and stuff, they're all worried about insurance and stuff. When you go to play, like I was supposed to play in Russia in 2020. No, 2021. I'm sorry.
I hope somebody tells the driver about this tard laying here proned out in the smoke in front of the tank.
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
All right, everybody out of the
way. What was that? Oh, that's a speed bump. It's all good. But yeah, it's an amazing game, and it's going to be huge. I think it's like 2,000 to 3,000 players. Both sides have real tanks. They have a real chopper flying around. They have tons of gear. The only thing that sucks is I can't take my personal marker over there because it has to be stamped if it's mag fed looking. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they use all that stuff, and I'm really excited to do it. But they have it's unlike anything else you've ever seen. Every see the video, it's got to be blurred out because the girls are dancing topless and they're playing on stage, and they wipe off your gear, your mask when you come in, and it's freedom, baby.
I don't know anybody fucking with my shit. As cool as that sounds for like, I don't know, a teenager or something, I'd be like, do not fucking scratch my goggles up. I'm so meticulous when I clean my shit.
Scratch my goggles up, you bitch.
If I get like one visible scratch, I'm throwing that shit away. I'm giving it to somebody, or whatever. It's like, I can't deal with it. If I scratch a watch, if I scratch any like electronic, like I can't deal with that. My car's got 3 scratches on them. I know where they are. I know where they are.
I have a special for my Apple Watch. I made by these guys named Rhino, and I play with this on, and so far survived several paintball hits because I like to have my fitness thing going when I play.
Yeah, we've talked about those crystal coatings, sapphire coatings on watches. They're just invincible as far as
a coating, or is it the glass?
It's the glass. It's almost like Gorilla Glass at that point.
It's better then. I think Gorilla Glass is weaker, but
I love like keeping track of my, how much I'm doing and how much I'm doing, weight I'm losing during a game and calories and all that crap. And it's
that'd be neat. I've never monitored while doing like a thing like that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I have.
I'm playing for 6 hours, bro. The circles just go around like 5 times. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're probably like 8 pounds lighter with water loss.
Especially when I wear my gear. Oh, it's insane. But
I remember you wearing a getup way back in the day that looked hot. Like,
Hot and heavy, baby. Oh,
like,
I
I
think
kept going back into that little room, and I'm like, I'll just do a long sleeve shirt. And by the end, I was just wearing a t-shirt and like shorts. It was so fucking hot.
I got a plate in
Brutal.
that thing. That thing's heavy. I can't even lift it right now.
I haven't paintballed in, I don't think since that. What was that, 12 years ago, 11 years ago, something like
Could
that?
be. It's been a while,
That would be a
brother.
bunch of fun.
Woody and I went with on the trip to that other place in Chicago. It was me, Woody.
Paintball
Was Joe there?
explosion was
I don't remember if Joe was on that one. I know.
Was, White
Filthy Robot was there.
Robot.
Yeah.
Was White what's his name? White Street.
White Boy 7th Street.
White Boy
Boy,
7th
was
Street.
he
Was he
there?
there? I can't remember exactly. I thought he
Chiz
might
was
have been.
there. Chiz was
Chiz.
there.
Oh yeah.
Remember
Okay,
Chiz was
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Because I
That's
remember
me.
me, you, and Chiz at the Walmart across the street from Paintball Explosion getting some like, I don't know, water or like Band-Aids or whatever we needed to like start our second day. I have a vivid memory of that morning.
Yeah.
That was a cool park. They're the ones that have the Nuketown paintball field. It's like exactly like Nuketown from Call
Yeah.
of Duty.
1-to-1
And it's kind of
ratio.
weird like going there in person and walking around there and like experiencing something that you've played virtually so many times, and it's very accurate. That was the coolest part to me there. There was a lot of woods ball we played, and I was in decent shape especially for running. Like I'd been doing a lot of running leading up to that, and so I had a great fucking time and like didn't overheat or anything, but it was a hot fucking weekend. Every weekend that we've done one of those has been a scorcher. Where like you've got to like tell, hey, hydrate, like actually do it. Like, hey, just drink a bottle, just do it.
You will pass out.
Yeah.
will
I think
pass
I saw some people like getting. We definitely saw some people go down. I'll never forget the man wearing the bikini with his big man titties, like posing with pictures with Woody and I.
Yeah.
That was great.
The paintball
and then poor Woody, like always, caught like the worst.
Shot in the face.
He got shot right in the face. Like
Every time I've ever gone paintballing, I got shot in the face.
friendly
You know what? That's a
fire,
good
like
thing, though.
point blank to the chin. I think.
It
How
was
is it a
under the
good thing?
goggles.
Always.
I
chin or
have a
forehead- or
face
top of
mask
forehead.
on, but like my face is just
Your
a little
chin.
bit too big. Like the chin pop is a little lower.
that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think I got shot in the forehead once really well too.
See,
He
I tell
that was a
people
good
that's
one.
the
He was wounded. All right. Here's another vivid memory I have.
Shot from
It's
like 2
me,
feet away.
It's
I
me,
think
you,
I was
and
slightly
maybe
concussed.
Chiz, and we're at like an IHOP or a Denny's eating after paintball, and you have a Band-Aid on your bloody paintball
And a welt.
wound,
Yeah, it's
and
like
it is like a
covering my
cartoon
bleeding
character.
golf ball of a forehead.
He's like a cartoon character. He has this like walnut sticking out of the side of his the middle of his fucking
Yeah.
forehead.
He's like
And
Wile E.
Woody-
Coyote just
And I
after.
think maybe he asked us at one point. He was like, "Is it bad?"
Is it bad?
Is it noticeable?
Dude, at the
Yeah.
restaurant, maybe I didn't know yet, but like afterwards, I did know what I looked like. I looked so bad. It wasn't that it hurt so much. I felt inconsiderate to exist. Like I had to take a plane home. It's like someone's gonna have to sit next to this grotesque, deformed man. That is
Jesus. He's like Kyle's friend when he was younger.
Yeah, I mean,
I
that guy
was an
still looks
other.
like that. You don't grow out of what he had.
me. Yeah, I always get shot in the
You
face.
just became a bigger deformed thing.
I
There's
think
just
I may
more
have,
of you.
I may have mentioned this a while ago on the show. You saying "Is it bad?" reminded me. Did I tell you about what a friend of mine encountered? Like this old woman in his old apartment parking lot who got injured, and he saw. So basically, this happened a few years ago, and one of my close friends, shout out Matt, and he was telling us all this story, and he lived on the second floor of this apartment building, and it was just a small like second floor and first floor. And it was a very snowy day, of December or something. And he said there was this like really nice old lady that lived near him and just like in passing would say hello and all that. And he said he was going out to leave one day and he sees this woman like struggling to get to her car. And so he like takes her and like walks her up to the like handle and all that shit to like get her there. And then he says he turns around and she's like, "Oh, thank you so much, Matthew. I appreciate it." And he's like, "Oh, no problem, ma'am. Take care. Be careful out there. You know, roads are dangerous." And he said he turned around and started walking to his car and he heard a sickening crack.
Oh,
And this old woman had fallen and he doesn't handle blood and stuff very well. And so he said that she had fallen and compound fractured, like shattered her leg right there in between two cars. And he walked back to check, and he says he had to like hold on to the car because he started to feel like he was going to vomit because she was all like crumpled up like a dead spider with a shattered leg there. And it stuck with me and made me laugh because he was standing there and he goes, and like I was just trying to think, like, how do I keep it from being so horrible? And so she kept yelling, she kept going, "Oh, Matt, is it bad? Is it bad?" And I just kept looking at her and going, no, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not that bad. And so I had to call an ambulance and have them go there. And so I was like dry heaving, trying not to vomit as her leg was shattered, and she kept screaming, "Is it bad?" And dude, guys, it was so bad. And I kept telling, so like, yeah, he said he didn't see her anymore. So I guess
Matt, you suck.
he got her to the handle.
I bet Matt. You know what? I'm gonna make a business. I bet Matt doesn't throw things well either.
Well, I'll have to check with him.
If you had Matt throw you a baseball at the beginning of your friendship, you'd have weeded out someone who's not.
That'd have been a grounder.
It would have been like
just
Bart
like she was.
Bart Lisa, you throw like a girl. Yeah, you throw like me.
Yeah.
My dad reacted
Just
poorly to a situation like that one time. We were changing light bulbs in a building, and we had this guy working for us, JD Hancock. He was much older than me. He was probably 50. And he was going up and down the ladder, changing light bulbs, going through the building, lots of light bulbs. And he falls off the ladder, hits the ground, having a seizure. Oof. I did not know he could have a seizure. Now, I had never seen that happen before. My father did not know that he had ever had a seizure before. Neither of us in our lifetimes have ever seen a man have a seizure. My dad's 50, 55, and I'm like 16. No, younger. I'm 14. And I'm down there like holding his shoulders down, like, and dad's like, ooh. Because dad thinks that black man is dying on my floor. This is going to be a problem. Oh no. Dad is scared that someone has died and he's going to be like liable somehow. And I'm like, hang in there.
You're okay. Stop trying to eat your tongue.
JD couldn't work for us anymore after that. It was scary because like now what if he starts seizing up on a goddamn tractor and like spears me with a hay fork?
You shouldn't work on ladders if you have a seizure problem.
A crazy story one time. When I was married a lifetime ago, me and the wife were driving home on the highway from a dinner, what have you, and everything. And it's kind of raining, kind of not, and stuff like this. So I'm driving and I see a bunch of clothes up ahead on the highway type of thing. You know, then I see another, like a garbage bag bundle of clothes or something like that. And then my wife goes, "What is that?" And I go, "Oh, look, something fell off a pickup truck or something." And I get closer. There's a BMW upside down in the ditch, down on the right. And I go, "Are those bodies?" And I go, "Holy Jesus." And I go, okay, we gotta do something. And I put my hazards on. I go to the side of the road. There's still cars coming up the highway and stuff. You can see smoke starting to come up from them. Like this just happened seconds before we got there. Damn. And I tell my ex, "Okay, you check that one. I'll check that one over there." We go over there and
get the wallets.
This guy's on the highway, laid out, legs all over the place. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm checking a pulse. She's checking a pulse. I'm saying he's alive. This one's not breathing properly. There's like someone in the ditch, and cars halfway on him and stuff. And it was a crazy, like you could not tell those were people on the road. Like if I would, you know what I mean? Like it's like, if I wasn't paying attention, you would have easily just run right over it. You know what I mean? Wow. And I'm like,
God damn.
I still can see them. This was like late 90s, and I can still see it vividly in my head. It's like, my ex used to work in a hospital, so we, and I kept my cool and stuff, and we were checking them out, make sure they're okay, until the first responders came. But it was like the most gruesome, weirdest thing I ever saw, and it, and oof. I never found out what happened to those people in the long run. But by the time the ambulance and fire got there, we left because we had a babysitter at home.
But none of them were dead when you were there.
someone else checked the guy who was under the car, so I didn't see that guy. I just stayed with the person I was with, so I don't know. But
were you pretty shook up?
I was. Yeah, I was. But I was also horny after it ended. It made no sense. I don't know if it was the adrenaline or what, but we were both like banging like crazy after we got home.
Something about seeing those
bodies.
white people all tangled up back there.
Now my ex was white. My ex was white, so don't go down that route. But...
yeah, put your legs back like hers were.
Oh Jesus!
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. Stop moving.
The birth of a new king. Stop moving.
Just hold your breath. Hold your breath.
Hang on, baby. Let me get the mood lighting right. You hit a road flare.
Gurgle like he did.
Can you snore?
Get in the way of someone who got knocked out at a bar.
Oh,
that kind of snore. Before we jump to the next thing, we've got to hear from we're gonna hear from a couple sponsors.
Please do.
And then we can jump to
after the sponsors.
Necrophilia after the sponsors. You hold that. You put that down on your book.
I just lined it up perfectly.
Oh yeah. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it, folks. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Again, PKA, just pay the $5 in shipping. Try it out. See if you like it. We've all taken Kyle's recommendation that the Cialis one, the Tadalafil, is the preferred option more than the Sildenafil. And, Kyle knows these things, so I would take his advice if I were you. Kyle, or Woody and I did, and it's panned out just great.
My dick is so big and so hard.
So hard all the time. So BlueChew.com, code PKA, check it out. This episode also brought to you by RealDBG.com. RealDBG.com, folks. It's a way to get high, and it's legal all over the place. Check to make sure it's legal where you are first, of course. But, oh boy, hold on to your dicks, folks. We're going to need some parental advisory for this one. RealDBG.com has got the goods, and I'm not talking about candy. We're talking about 100 milligrams of Delta-8 infused gummies, 50 milligrams of HHC infused gummies, 1 gram HHC and Delta-8 carts, and 650 milligram bottles of Delta-9 syrup that will knock your socks off. And forget about spring has finally come. RealDBG.com has all seasons covered, from the dead of winter to the heat of late August and everything in between. These gummies will have you melting like the polar ice caps. The cartridges are like a supercar, the way they outclass all of the competition. And the syrup will leave you happy as a clam. So come on down to RealDBG.com and get as stoned as the statue in your local park. Just remember to start slow, and before you know it, you'll be soaring higher than Woody in his paramotor. The euphoria will have you feeling like you conquered the skies. Get ready to have a night you won't forget, or maybe you will, depending on how hard you hit the syrup. Use code PKA23 for 23% off your whole order. That's right, people, 23% off your whole order, so you can indulge in our premium THC products without burning a hole in your pocket. Just remember, always consume responsibly. So check it out, RealDBG.com. That's promo code PKA23. Get yourself some 100 milligram, incredibly potent and powerful Delta-8 gummies. You can also grab yourself the 50 milligram HHC gummies and the cartridges. You can find those at wonkyweeds.com as well. Still same code, PKA23. PKA23, 23% off. Get yourself some stuff. And as always, don't be a hero. Start slow with it. This stuff's very strong. if don't fucking tweet me and say, oh, you were telling the truth. I know I was. Start slow if you don't know, and you'll enjoy yourself a lot more.
Is it cheaper to buy like the death by gummies, like the hardcore stuff, and just bite a tip of it off?
For sure.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, it usually, I mean, that's not even just the death by gummies. Like that's like pretty much all edibles you get. Like the more you're buying, the better deal, like a Costco thing. Like the more, like the most expensive like I bought edibles. I've bought edibles once from the real dispensary here. And it was funny because I got it and I'm like, oh, the real, weed edibles, let's try these. And I like took, 20, 30 milligrams of that thinking like it would get me real stoned. And it was like, no, that shit isn't even on the same level as like 100 milligram death by gummy. It's not even close. And like price wise, like it just doesn't make sense. It's expensive as shit to get like 10 milligram pieces from the dispensary, especially if your tolerance isn't like super low. If your tolerance is low, that's fine because then you fucking get 20 uses out of it.
Here's where they destroy every other edible. It's in their dosage. Like my biggest complaint when we would go to Colorado or wherever to get those legal edibles was always their dosage is so low, and it should be because they're dosing for tourists. They're dosing for like accidental child ingestion. But I'm ingesting for a goddamn professional. So what I really need access to is medical grade stuff. But because you can't get that, the recreational stuff is like 10 milligrams a piece. And they wouldn't be little gummies. It'd be like a fucking brownie or like at least a chocolate. It'd be like a mini Hershey's or something. And it's like, I have to eat so much chocolate that I'm going to have an upset stomach. Like I'm going to have to eat like 2 Hershey bars worth of chocolate right now. Like, and it doesn't taste good anymore. And it's always empty calories. And then you compare
it for the,
I just want to get high. And so like I would always go to something else. I would make my own or something. And you could just buy death by gummies, and they're 100 fucking milligrams or 50 with the HHC, I think. And it's just, I don't know, get you real fucking stoned. Like I've got a high tolerance and I take 3 of those things and I have quite the movie night.
Yeah. So do not take 3.
Are the majority of the states legal now?
All right. It's a mismatch of, and there's legislation ongoing all the time. So like, you do want to check, your fucking state, and it'd be a quick Google search, like Google your state and what you're looking to get, and just double check. As somebody speaking from a little experience, it can be a little rough. But as of now, no. I've seen instances where in high schools, kids will have vapes, and they're getting in trouble and arrested because the police have no way of differentiating. They know the kid shouldn't have any vape, so they're able to get him, and then they can't differentiate between any degree of what might be in there. So they're just they're getting some charges because they shouldn't have them at school anyway. But you want to check your state, you want to check the chemical, and just be double sure. But a lot of states, the DBG stuff is perfectly fine. And
America's got to catch up with the rest of the world, man. You guys got to be more free.
I kind of like this loophole. So I kind of like this the way that that Farm Bill has enabled these other chemicals and derivatives or whatever to be out there and do their thing. Because man, it's cheap, it's strong, it's effective, and I won't say it tastes good. I won't fucking lie to you. Like it's, I wouldn't. I think this isn't a candy I would enjoy. If there was like a whole bunch of candy,
I think it tastes pretty
if
good.
They tried to compete in the candy market, they wouldn't do so hot. Okay, they're competing in the drug market though, and in the drug market, they taste good.
Yeah. In that market, they
maybe
do
you're
taste
right.
good.
They're on the level of Girl Scout cookies. Like they
It's
could
that
never
or
make
gummy
it
bears, Woody. You got Haribo gummy bears over there. Those delicious gummy worms, even whatever you like. Or like fucking yogurt raisins, like I fucking like because I'm a weirdo.
What you
Or
want is to
chocolate
eat one of
pretzels.
these and then enjoy your candy. Your regular.
There you go.
Candy.
Do you want to hear something weird?
I do.
Yes.
But
I've never been drunk or high.
straight edge.
Damn.
I've never tasted alcohol. I've never tried weed.
Well, we got the
I've never
cure
tried
for that.
steroids.
There's a link.
You
in
and
the
you and
description.
Trump, 2 peas in a pod with your straight edge lifestyle.
We're like this.
So tight. Just never had a desire to, just no interest.
I bet you and
no.
Trump have a lot more in common than you think. I bet
we
you
really
guys
don't.
get along well.
You know what? I met him in the early 90s. I was at a dinner and I met him. And I saw him give advice to someone, which what I have his book, Art of the Deal, and
Just
everything. I
grab it.
had it when it first came out. I was never a huge fan. I was just more, it's more like he was a celebrity type of thing, right? So, but I met him, and the piece of advice I heard him give somebody is, you get the wife you can afford, which is crazy. I haven't told many people that story. That's the advice I heard him give. You get the wife you can afford.
My father told me something similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. He would say not to marry a wealthy girl because you'll always be competing with her father. But it sounds like the same thing.
Too. But well, I've heard that said. I heard him say that, and then I couldn't.
Interesting take from your dad. Did he, not to get too personal, was that something he'd had personal experience with, or was that just, did you delve into like where he got that idea? Because I'm not going to say it's not true.
His dad was right.
No, but like I bet that's something. I mean, if
my father
fatherly
came from
advice,
nothing. My mother came from not that much. Like my mother's father died when she was a teenager, and I have to imagine that kind of ruined the family finances.
So where's he getting that from? Is that something that he'd seen somebody else do?
My father's got a lot of wisdom.
I've heard that said before.
Have you?
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's a it's a common saying.
I'm not surprised that he has the wisdom. I'm curious about where he may have
since it
wasn't a personal experience of his.
Yeah.
I didn't ask the question. Yeah,
you never know the girlfriends he might have had in the past, and
none, dude. He found my mom when he was like, I think,
straight out of high school.
If they weren't 13, 15, they were 14, 16.
Old school.
Jesus.
Okay,
very old school.
But I've heard that statement, and it's like, it sounds kind of sexist, but it's kind of true in certain ways, because I don't want to be mean. Ladies don't get mad at me. I don't know how many ladies watch this.
You're safe. This is like, a safe place.
It's like, essentially, and it just stuck with me like forever. It's like, the men are judged by how much they make. Women are judged by how they look. We all know that, right? So it's like, the better you do in life, the hotter wife you're going to get. And that's
often the case. Yeah.
Right. So
I don't think that's controversial or like anything.
No,
I mean,
there's some ghoulish billionaires and politicians.
Like there's an entire genre of video devoted to asking beautiful women what they want from the guy that they would marry.
What do you bring to the table?
And you hear them say what they want out of a man, and it's always it's hundreds of thousands of dollars and 6 feet tall and successful and this, that, and the other. And I want 2 or 3 kids, and I want to be able to have this kind of car, and I want to be able to go to that kind of school. So what they're saying is, I want money. I want a man who makes this amount of money.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't see why a man shouldn't be able to say, I want to.
I love when they get into the math.
Of course not.
They're like, okay, all right. 6 foot, 6 inches, 6 figures. Now you're talking about a 0.5% guy. I'm making that up, but it's close-ish.
Less than that.
Okay. Well, and then it's like, now, are you a 0.5% woman? What do you bring to the table? Are you better than 99.5% of the women out there? Because that's what you want from him.
Yeah.
And usually it's like, man, well, they're better than 60% of the women out there.
Usually expose a narcissist who has like a warped view of reality and borderline personality disorder. It's what you usually find, because one of the fun questions I see them ask those vapid, hand-picked Instagram ladies who wanted to be there, which says something about like your polling size. They'll ask them, would you rather have a perfect marriage or keep your Instagram? We all keeping that Instagram. Why can't they're like, I want both.
And it's like, well, that's not the fucking mental exercise we're doing. Like,
turns out you can't have both. What? You're saying what I can have? I can have everything. They told me I could.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
But
we'll see.
It's funny though. It's like we were talking earlier about, if a woman, digs what kind of car you drive and everything. And it's like, women, I don't know if you can call them women or girls, but nowadays what they dig is your Instagram following and what kind of car you drive. Like that's what they exchange in the clubs now. Is, hey, what's your IG? How many followers do you have? And it's the weirdest thing.
That sucks.
Well, that's how it is nowadays. Like they don't even give up phone numbers anymore.
But I feel like Taylor would be balling with 6-year-old pictures of bad breakfast.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
And you build an Instagram following.
Yeah, but
That's what
Yeah,
I'll
but
do.
now.
That I haven't posted on in like 6 years. So I think there's probably like a picture of me. I think there's a photo of me photoshopped onto Putin. On that
Wasn't that
Oh,
on
yeah,
your
that'll get
dating
him quick.
profile?
Age well.
That's
It was
good.
funny
I
at
love
the
that.
time. It
On
wasn't
Taylor's-
topical in the way it is now.
On Taylor's dating profile, it was him on Putin's body, and at the time, Putin had
Was
much
that the
higher rate.
shirtless on the horse?
Yeah. But it was.
And at the
Taylor
time,
Ryan.
it was just a funny lark.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
everyone enjoys that. But I apologize, I missed real quick. Also, everyone, if you want to check out Lock and Load, check out the link below, gorillamind.com. Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz, 10% off. And also be sure to get anything else you want there. The pre-workouts, the proteins, the weight loss supplements, the mind-improving supplements. Derek's got something for everyone over there, so check it out. Lock and Load. Or if you want something else, code PKA or code Jizz.
Make
Check it
yourself
out.
the best you.
The absolute best you. Impress people. Blow their minds at what
I
you're
saw them
capable
say
of.
Fill their
that-
mouths.
I
Fill them
saw them
out.
say that they try to avoid hiring men for morgues.
From
I saw
morgues?
that on Reddit
Yeah.
today.
Why?
All it said was
Yeah.
for the reason you think.
Yeah, Wolf. I read today on Reddit that apparently it's kind of standard business practice now at morgues to avoid at all cost hiring men, and they were just like, and it's the reasons you might think. It's
They're all
like-
touching and fucking the bodies.
Yeah, they're all touching and fucking the
No.
bodies. Yeah, and
It's
if
kind of
you
like
think
being
about it,
surprised when like a
if you think
priest or
about
a
it,
teacher, is doing
every
kids.
movie that where they go to a morgue, somebody like fills up one of the bodies. Every single movie you watch, they make it a joke.
It's
Every
absolute
time.
bullshit though, that hiring practice, because living women won't let me touch them.
And so you have to go become a post-retirement mortician.
That's discrimination.
God damn it! Why are all the people dying ugly? Like you just fucking half-ass it. You barely put lipstick on some old biddy. Like, you don't even care.
Decapitated. Well, that wasn't the part I'm here for anyway.
And I bet that there's guys who work at the morgue who they'll take money from guys to come bang the bodies, right? Because for some people that's like their thing. And so, like, how are you going to ever make that happen, though? So, like, they could go to the morgue guy and be like, "Yo, I like $100."
Who's it
and
really hurting?
That'd be like a pimp of cadavers.
No,
Yeah,
like
exactly,
a pimp of
cadaver
cadavers. No
pimp.
one's getting hurt by it. It's like stimulating the fucking local economy. Like, there's way. I don't see a
You don't have
con.
to use protection.
You don't have to use protection other than like you don't want to catch like. You
I
probably
wonder how
imagine dead
long
bodies
like
are
a
gross.
virus lives in a dead body.
A virus.
Virus.
You don't have to use protection. Oh, I was thinking of STDs, not pregnancy.
Oh, I'm not even worried about any of that. I'm fucking a dead body. Do you think if you're fucking a dead body, you care
Yeah.
about STDs and STIs?
You have
It's
absolutely
you make
no.
this
fucking
wrong
dead
point.
bodies.
Yeah,
Woody,
yeah.
you have no scruples in this
Yeah.
in this situation. You,
I might become
you
a-
see a
a
dead body
vampire.
and you go, you know
I don't
what?
know.
That's for me.
Ooh,
What
dude.
about-
What if that's how you become a vampire? Who would? Now, hear me out here.
I would
If you
age
found
even
out,
better.
that the way to become a vampire, and I don't mean one of those scary, ugly ones. I mean like Tom Cruise in Interview with a Vampire.
Yeah.
Like you're like a demigod, but the way you get it, you gotta bang a dead body. And we're
Yes.
not talking about like she just died, she's still warm. We're talking about we got to go down to the morgue, we got to pay Uncle Eddie 500 smackaroos, and he gets to watch.
Can I
He
be
gets to
a
watch
Scarsdale
Eddie's
vampire?
rules.
Who's the guy in Buffy? No, who's the guy in True Blood? Blonde,
Yeah.
handsome, also
Yeah.
Tarzan.
Skarsgård.
Eric,
Skarsgård. If I'm him, sign me up.
You don't get to change
Whoa,
into
hold
another
on, hold on,
being.
hold on, hold
You're
on.
Woody with
we didn't even
you're
say about
vampire
banging
Woody
a
now.
guy dead
Oh
body.
well,
We just
shit!
said
I'm
dead
gonna
body in
get a
general.
cut going on. I'm gonna be the best me. Give me 3 months, and
water
then I'm gonna
diet.
lock that in.
Yeah, you're
Jesus.
you're all hollowed out. You got
Yeah.
that Chase Utley ready for the playoffs look.
Well, I guess it matters. Like, do I get powers?
Yes, you are a demigod.
All the
essentially now.
vampire
You-
powers?
You can,
And I
you
get
can
do I
move-
get the drawbacks too, or do I get no drawbacks?
Wait, what
all
are
the
the
drawbacks come along too. Yeah, but
I don't know if I want to do it.
stab you in the
no.
heart. You know,
You can't
burn
be a
you-
daywalker.
Yeah,
can't
no
be a daywalker.
son. No, you
No
couldn't have like
son. I would
relationships with
Here's the
anyone.
thing, Woody. Here's the thing. You will.
You need a
truly
buddy to
become
do
the
it with you.
Nightwing now. Like now, you'll be able to fly with like no fear. Now you'd be like a hot rod.
I would
You'll be
fear the
ba-
FAA.
dude.
Yeah.
You'd be the bad boy. Think about this. You'd be the bad boy of the whole like lawn chair flying industry. I forgot what it's called.
Because
you'd be the guy who wore no parachute ever. You'd be like, you know what? At my level, the safeties are just holding you back. That's just drag. Is all that is.
Yeah. I go up there on shitty, worn out wings.
No, shirtless. You're just shirtless in your fucking rig. You're just powering through. No parachute, anything.
And you don't even need a rig. You can fly.
But it's nighttime, so nobody can see you though. So that sucks.
No, you can light them up.
Now, but would you really want to be a vampire though?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, absolutely.
And live forever and
why you kill yourself if you get tired of it? Kill yourself.
That's true.
Don't act like there's not an end button.
Yeah, you're going to hell anyway.
Nice.
Pretty horrible death when you die.
How do you know? You've never staked yourself.
I've seen every vampire movie that exists.
I'm going to have you chop my head off. Like, you know how? All right. So here's the thing in samurai culture.
What do you?
I would honor Japanese
in seppuku.
I would disembowel myself, but you'd be there as a backup. And you fucking lop my head off, so I'd have to suffer, through the entire disembowelment death. So I'd proven my point. So we do one of those, like I'd stake myself, but you'd be there.
To be honest, most deaths aren't that good anyway. So the one Kyle's describing is probably better than the one that I have coming.
I'd live stream for sure.
See, I'd want a blade killed me vampire death. That you go to.
That's why I want you.
As opposed to a slowly burn in the sun, true blood vampire death.
Oh.
You notice how Kyle didn't pick me to make sure his death goes well?
Yeah, I got better.
Me with Henrietta.
I saw Woody butcher a chicken one time.
Don't pick me.
And he did butcher it.
I keep hacking.
Like it owed him money.
Yeah, it's like, God damn.
Oh, Jesus. So the dead body. What about? I wonder how often it happens with. Sorry to be morbid, but women in comas, like the bride,
like Kill Bill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I bet it's happened. I bet it's people are always moving around hospitals and like going in and out of rooms. So it doesn't seem like it would happen the way it didn't Kill Bill, where it's just like, oh, there's just a wing where no one walks through for the next hour.
No, you got the night
shift
thing on the shift where everybody's in comas. Passed out.
I guess I want to believe that isn't happening. Just like I want to believe that morticians aren't finger fucking all the bodies.
Fucking? What do you think? We're in high school?
I tried to be tactful in my approach.
Are you out of your mind?
That's like base.
Dude, can you imagine the kind of loser that like fingers a dead body? He gets made fun of by all his fucking mortician friends. They're like, wow, look at this, Freddie Stinky Fingers over here. He doesn't ever commit.
You're giving them you're giving no credit for
pussy.
You're giving these morticians no credit for creativity. They probably make the other bodies watch. They have a whole thing set up. Yeah. I want you all to see what's going to happen to each of you, and you're just like go to town.
I mean, their own costumes.
This is an occupation that I believe would do something like that. Like,
we're gonna do Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Oh, that'd be great. She's all asleep, and you get them all dressed like Doc and Sleepy and Sneezy and whatever.
It's rapey and molesty and violaty and handsy. Handsy, get out of here with that.
You go rent a furry costume.
Yeah,
put them in the ears and the tail.
That could actually make what they're doing more normal. It's one situation where like that could, because what were they doing otherwise? They're just going in the basement of their mortuary, I assume, and then getting their jollies off.
Or like the morgue, I guess, at like, a hospital, downstairs. They've got like bodies down there.
I'm honestly surprised that's not a porn category, and I'm not going to check.
It is.
Oh, it's Murphy.
Yeah, I don't even need to look, and I know it is.
That's Rule 34.
Yeah,
I'm sure someone's done it.
Did you see Jordan Peterson's like snafu on Twitter? So here's what he did. He saw this video or this clip of video someone shared with him, and what it actually was fetish porn of men strapped to tables with these dick milking machines on them, and they're like restrained so they can't make it stop. And and they're like being milked, right? By this, and they're in like a matrix green tile walled like medical room. There's curtains and hospital beds. Maybe 3 of these guys in a row, and and they're very restrained, and like they're not moaning or anything. They're almost like out, if I remember correctly. And Jordan Peterson sees this, and I think someone told him that this was a Chinese like semen milking like facility where they've got men comatose and they're milking their semen out of them to impregnate super soldiers or some shit. And and somebody's like, actually, Dr. Peterson, that is fetish porn. We're all gonna laugh at you forever now.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Did he have a take on it? Like it was bad? Like this is what society's doing?
Here's what China's
He
doing right
thought that
now.
This is socialism, people.
He didn't realize it was porn. He thought this was
He
a
thought it was
Chinese facility where they are milking men of their semen for like a project, and they're
Why?
it's like to make super babies. I don't know. You know, Chinese stuff, bad things.
It's the feminism taking over.
It's mild by comparison, but the Ron DeSantis like kerfluffle that's happening right now, I guess his staffers have come out and said that he eats pudding with his fingers, right? So now all the liberal media is like, what the fuck?
Shitty.
This has ruined a lot of people's careers. Pete Buttigieg eats Cinnabons like they're chicken wings and something else and something else. And Fox is like, there's nothing wrong with eating pudding with your fingers. This is a hit job. You know, you gotta improvise sometimes when there's no spoon.
You know
What's he doing with his fingers? Is he getting the last little bit at the bottom, or is
three fingers? No, there was no spoon.
And he doesn't use a spoon. He just
is there a video of this?
I guess it's confirmed. No, I haven't seen a video.
If there's not a video, I mean, this is obvious. It seems fucking made up. But
Taylor, do you know how to know when the left is afraid of a candidate?
When they make shit up like this?
when their main attack right now is that how he eats pudding and not his policies or his stances, and they don't want anyone to look at the bill. They don't want. I mean,
he just fucking says woke. Everything's woke, and he's gonna be not woke. I haven't seen any stances.
I've seen.
I don't know about a lot about him, but I'm positive that's not all he's saying.
I think he kidnapped migrant workers at one point and sent them somewhere else. And
migrant workers? You mean those criminals who came here and needed a place to go? He sent them to where they could find it.
No,
they were in
legal.
Texas,
I mean,
so
no,
he flew
legal
them to
migrant
Florida.
workers. He sent to somebody's house.
They weren't.
He took some apple pickers.
I think what they really were political asylum seekers.
No, they had their migrant papers. Like there's two different times he's done this, right? One of them was illegals, and another one was actual migrant workers. And
I'm a big fan.
Somewhere else, I can't stand the guy.
It's great. I love. They always rename his bills to try to like hide what they actually say. And when you have any American, when they poll people on the language of the bill, when not their take on the bill, when you make people read the bill, it overwhelmingly is approved of. It's not even close. It's about the same numbers as what he won Florida with, 60%. He is going to make America Florida again. It's coming.
Lost you.
Kyle freezing.
Yeah,
No,
but he said
no.
DeSantis was going to make America Florida, which is what we all want.
Yeah,
Again.
it's
Yeah, make America
he's making Florida Gilead.
I'm excited for the future.
Do you
make
watch
America Missouri.
Handmaid's
We're
Tale?
better in Florida.
You guys don't watch Handmaid's Tale?
What is this? Is this a cartoon?
No,
it's
Handmaid's Tale is a huge TV show.
Is there sex?
It's about
in
the patriarchy, Woody. They're breeding women. They're forcing them to take the insemination.
It's a really good show. When you watch it with the wife, she'd enjoy it. It's a really good show. I'm surprised you guys don't watch it. It's a really good show.
Maybe.
Politics aside, it's an amazing show.
We're almost done Kaleidoscope.
I've scrolled past it.
I haven't found many women that enjoy all the rape in that show.
Well, no,
I tried to.
But the revenge later is amazing.
Yeah, I don't
spoilers.
like rape revenge either. Like I spit on your grave was always a shitty movie.
Oh,
is there like
genre
multiple seasons of The Handmaid's Tale?
Oh yeah, on and on.
Where is
it's a dystopian future apparently, where like something happened with fertility, and so they've like captured all the women who can still make babies, and the higher ups like fuck them and make make children for themselves.
They become a Bible state, and women are essentially property at that point.
I'll Google what platform.
Yeah. It's an amazing show. Politics aside, it's an amazing show.
Yeah, I won't catch that one myself. That's not for me. But I have heard it's quite well made, and
It's
a lot
really
of people
well.
really
They
like
make it by me, like an hour away from me.
Oh, they make so much shit up there. Like
Yeah.
everything's filmed in the Last of Us. That's all up in Canada.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's
it's
cheap.
in Edmonton, I believe.
There's 2 places shit gets filmed. Right outside California, you'll recognize the canyons. Georgia, specifically Atlanta and the suburbs, like surrounding area, 40 minutes outside Atlanta in a circle, more
That's,
specifically the south of it. And up there, like Vancouver. Yeah, Vancouver, British Columbia. Yeah. All of X-Files. Like you see those same fucking woods over and over. It's like I know more about Canada, like plant life, than anyone should, because every episode they're out here in these woods. I see these evergreens and these bushes.
Canadian topographic expert at this point.
Yeah. It's
But
cheap
no,
to film those places.
Handmaid's Tale is an amazing show. I'd give it a chance. Dude, really like it.
It's on Hulu. That's probably why I haven't heard of it. We don't do Hulu.
Is it on Hulu? I thought it was on Crave.
It might be. I've never heard of Crave. I just Googled it.
Crave is
It's probably
HBO.
a Canadian alternative. Oh,
HBO Crave, same company.
okay.
Really?
There's a lot of conglomerates that own a lot of things. I was confused the other day. I was on the Last of Us subreddit, and they were showing what it was shown on across Europe, and I just assumed everybody just had HBO because I'm a dumb American. But it's like it's on like a dozen different things.
It is,
depending on where you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Like I don't want to do a Last of Us talk every episode, but it just ended.
Amazing.
We enjoyed it. I'd say
it should have been an hour and a half ending.
I thought it was like a B plus TV show.
Yeah, I think they rushed it.
Yeah, well, they didn't rush it. They just allocated their time in weird ways. They devoted 2 entire episodes to things that didn't matter. You had the gay love story, which was our favorite episode, frankly. But if you lose it, then now we get to spend time with Ellie and Joel, develop their story, maybe do something there. And then there's the flashback, the other gay love story. They needed 2, where she goes back and we find out, oh yeah, Ellie's gay. And it takes us 45 minutes, an entire episode to tell us Ellie's gay and that her friend died. And they don't even bother to show it to us. Later on, she just tells us how that story ended. And she tells it so quickly that it's like, yeah, you could have told the whole story in this quick little scene in the final episode, the way you just did, and avoided 45 more minutes of wasted TV that could have been another episode expanding upon the universe or whatever. They warped across the country so fast. And in the finale, that lady asked him, she's like, I have 5 people who do nothing but protect my life 24/7, and I barely made it. How the hell did you get here with her like this? And he's just like, I do my thing. I've been practicing the Mandalorian, and he didn't say
unlocked
that,
fast travel.
But what I was thinking was, yeah, he just did a really crazy thing. But in TV time, it felt like skippity doo dah, and we're across the country. And what you give me shit? Boom, you're dead, and we're here.
How many episodes was this season?
It would be harder for me to walk across Atlanta tonight. If I had to walk to the bad side of Atlanta, like tonight on foot and get to the other side, that would be a more harrowing journey than what it looked like that he went through. No. I don't know. I wish they'd use that time more wisely. I really disliked the flashback thing with her girlfriend because I didn't feel like it added a thing to the show.
Did you also hate that episode, Wolf? I'm the only one who liked it amongst the normal trio.
The flashback to the mall with her girlfriend.
I thought it was cool. I liked it. It wasn't great. I thought it was cool. I liked the background. I liked the connection. I think they should have showed when she changed.
Yes.
Maybe they'll do that in the next season.
No.
You never know.
I do.
But
the actress will be
older. The game?
No, but no.
I didn't play the game, and I heard it's like exact to the game.
Yeah, the math, everything is the same.
Yeah.
So which is cool. Which kind of sucks if you played the game, but
I felt like the finale, they really
I think
did a poor job.
It should have been a 2-hour finale.
Well, I just thought the shootout in particular was rushed.
Yeah, too easy.
And there was enough build up to it. Here's how the story should have gone. There should have been a day between them capturing them and her surgery, at least. There should have been a time where they lie to Joel and Ellie sitting next to each other, and they say, "We're going to put you under. We're going to take it out. It's no big deal." Blah blah blah. But Joel notices a thing, and he's like, "Huh, that's a little weird." And then it comes back to him on the day of the surgery. Oh, that thing's here again. You're not a doctor. Why are you wearing scrubs kind of thing, right? Like maybe he notices a hitman's like tattoo, and then later he sees that guy wearing scrubs, and it's like he knows something's wrong here. Why is the guy operating on Ellie got a fucking a tattoo or whatever? He sees something there, and there's fear in him, and he's got to like tactically do this thing. And then if you film a gunfight like that, have you ever seen Boardwalk Empire?
Yeah.
There's a scene in that where the guy with the half a face goes and saves the little boy in the mansion. Same exact scene, same motivations, and it's so much better. It's filmed so much better. I just didn't feel like anything was at stake. It was just like watch Joel go through on easy mode. Like if it's as good, if it's matching what the game looked like, then it's the game on easy. Like turn the fucking difficulty to hard. Show me what that looks like in the game. Because he just walked around and killed everyone with 1 to 2 bullets each. And I wasn't excited. I wasn't enthralled by that. I was just sitting there like, it was like watching a gameplay let's play or something. It was, I wish it had been more intense. He killed like 10 people.
Dude, let me tell you, what I would have done is I would have turned that into a 2-hour episode. First hour, I would have spent getting to know the people in the camp, getting to know the Fireflies, almost becoming friends with them, you know, bonding with them. And then the second half is when he finds out the betrayal.
Yeah.
And it would have been that much harder to have to kill these people who he just traveled all this way for to make friends with and and become connected with.
In a moment, with a look, Joel should go from we're about to cure the world. I have a community, a family, friends, a daughter, and maybe a love interest. Throw that in there. Like maybe he's like flirting with that lady. And then in a look, he sees that's all a lie. They're going to kill Ellie. And he knows he has to flip the script completely. Like, I'd love some TV like that instead of like, boom, flashbang. Next scene. Ellie's getting operated in 5 minutes. She's going to die. No, don't do it. Get the fuck out of here.
And you know what?
Karate chop. Fight my way to Ellie. What the fuck? We didn't get to hang out here for a minute?
Yeah. Like, one thing that paintball has taught me is how easy it is to get shot. You know what I mean? Yeah. One thing, like if you cannot, I've been playing paintball for 27 years and I could not do what he did going through that building. You know what I mean? Like it gives you a realism of how fake some of these scenes are. And for him to go through with that first semi-automatic, old gun, and then he keeps upgrading as he's walking through them, and it's like it wasn't real enough. Like he should at least gotten wounded.
I'm okay with that.
You know what I mean?
Because I think we might be underestimating how scary it is to have someone shoot at you in a building with a real gun. Because in paintball, I'm literally fearless, and I'm waiting until I feel some pain to stop. But in a gunfight, I'd be so scared. And if he's just coming, and he's coming, right? He's ready to die. He doesn't care. So he's pushing on you, and the bullets are hitting the wall, and he shoots one through the glass, and then one guy tries to surrender. That was good. That was cool. I love the guy tried to surrender. And I was like, in my head, I'm like, smoke him. Fucking smoke him. Like you can't leave a man behind you as you got to get moving. Nope. Boom, killed him.
But those are supposed to be the top of the line Firefly renegades. Like those are supposed to be the best guys.
Yeah,
I know they're scared, but while blind fire is illegal in paintball, it's fine in hospitals.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Like they could have done that.
Ammo. Well, I mean, concerns. I don't know, man. Gunfights are scary. We were talking about simunitions before the show, Wolf and I, and like I was talking about how it hurts so much that it's not fun anymore. You've gone past airsoft and paintball to this other realm that's closer to real bullets than it is to airsoft. Like it's close. It's on that end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Like forget like hurting you. It would blind you 100%. You could probably take a paintball to the eye and like get surgery. You get shot with munitions eye, you probably die.
Yeah, but you're wearing whenever you use simunitions.
Yeah, of course. I'm just illustrating like how strong simunitions are. Like they're going so goddamn fast. Like
I don't think I fully understand what a simunition is. A plastic bullet?
With some paint. It's a paint pellet, right? Being fired by like gunpowder out of a gun-ish thing.
Oh,
yeah. It's like a regular round, but instead of a bullet, it's a paintball essentially. But it travels like a ridiculous, like a regular paintball is 280 feet per second, where a simunition is like probably quadruple.
You're gonna bleed. You're gonna bleed every time.
You're gonna feel that.
And if you got shot, you'd want to take a timeout. It's not one of those like paintball is just no big deal if you're a man about it. I don't know if you've got like an average or slightly above average pain tolerance. I guess I'll just say that because like I don't know,
totally.
women shit out those babies for some goddamn reason, and I can't. If it was dependent on me to poop out a baby,
That's not where babies come from. I thought you should know.
are you sure?
Do we have to have a show on that?
Have you ever seen a baby come out of a vagina?
Yeah.
Not in real life.
Yeah.
Not you. I'm talking to Woody. He's the one who makes the point that I don't know where babies come from. Have you ever seen a
On
baby with
YouTube?
your own eyes?
That's fake news.
So you're telling me you've seen? You know what I saw on YouTube? I saw aliens. I saw big.
Wait. I have seen a baby come. It just wasn't human.
Oh well, those come out of vaginas.
Okay.
Well, in that case,
Animals come out of vaginas. Only see, that was God's covenant with Abraham. So he said, henceforth, you'll circumcise yourselves, and your women thereby will be cursed with the blood, as Eve was, and also have to doo-doo out their babies. He said that.
Well, I don't know enough about the
that-
Bible to argue, but it sounds like a Bible verse.
It's true.
It's Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
Oh, I like that joke. I wish it was mine.
Jesus.
But
Yeah,
fun times.
that ending was quite interesting on the show. But I love the show still.
Okay.
I'm giving
I like
it
the
thumbs
lie.
up.
I love the lie. I like that he stuck with the lie. I like the whole thing. And I think season 2 is going to suck because I know vaguely what happens, and everybody's going to shit the entire. It's going to ruin the show. I think when the thing happens, I think
they might change it.
I'm curious about
either
that.
way you lose half your
Walking Dead.
audience. Either way you piss off
Are you
half your
talking
audience.
about Last of Us?
Yeah.
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 They
There's
changed
something
The Walking
coming in
Dead.
the next
I
season?
used
Main
to read the
character's supposed to
comics.
die. Main character's going to die.
okay.
So,
No spoilers.
He didn't say
I
which,
mean,
but
well, I didn't say which, and there's lots
I mean,
of
if it's Joel, I'm not going to watch anymore.
So someone's going to die, and you're going to lose half of your audience if they do die, and you're going to lose the other half if they don't die.
I'm being serious. If Joel dies, I'm done. I don't give a shit about watching Ellie traipse about
Yeah, I
the
agree.
wilderness of no threats.
I agree 100%. There was a time. There's been several shows that's like that. When they lose a guy, I'm out. It's like I felt like that about Walking
When Glenn
Dead.
died.
No,
Glenn died
I
out
want to
there.
see Glenn avenged. So I stuck around for another season after that.
never was.
At least when Carl died, and then when I heard that
I
Rick
didn't get that
was
far.
like off the show, I just didn't want to continue with that show anymore. I haven't. gone
Rick
back to
and
that.
Michonne.
Yeah, I was a religious viewer of that show. I would go to viewing parties at bars and stuff.
Yeah.
Like my girlfriend and
Yeah.
her friends were obsessed with it. Like I'm
Loved it.
a little bit of an expert about the first couple seasons and the production and Frank Darabont's input and like the actors and why some people were like, kill me off if you're gonna like do this and that. Like, but then that show just really turned into this weird soap opera where they were trying to make so many episodes. I often complain now because modern TV is these 6 episodes, 9 episodes, 10 episodes,
Yeah, they
which can
took
be
on-
perfect if you're telling a short story.
Yeah.
But if you're telling a big thing, then like, come on, it's TV. Expand. That's what we do here.
They took on the BBC concept because that's how BBC does their episodes. Is the short seasons, right? That's what the Americans did.
They do like series.
It's like
they're-
Luther was like 6 episodes a season and stuff.
I haven't watched Luther yet. I know the movies. I'm gonna pick that
Watch the
up. soon.
TV series.
I
bro.
love
It's
Idris
so good.
Elba. I love Idris Elba. I've
Yeah.
seen him like speak publicly. I like his attitude.
Dope
I've
guy.
enjoyed him in everything. Go back to fucking The Office when he shows up as in The Office. Is that weird character? I like him a lot. I loved him in the Christopher Nolan movie
Batman.
recently. yeah, he was Batman.
Was that Christopher
Batman?
Nolan? I pulled from the
I'm
old
talking
movie.
about Prometheus.
Slipping that hat. I didn't know he made that one.
No,
The Aliens movie?
Tenet. T-E-N-E-T.
Oh, Tenet. That
Oh.
wasn't him. That's
not
him.
Idris Elba? No,
No,
it's
that's
not. That's
Denzel Washington.
Denzel's son.
Denzel
That's
Washington's
Denzel's son.
son.
Yeah, you're right. What was
Who
Idris
should
Elba
be
like?
the next Black Panther?
Oh, I don't like the Black Panther.
The next Black Panther? Why
He
don't
should- he
they
should
just
be
made like
T'Challa.
2 movies, right?
No, the last one was shite.
Oh, I was just being like, I thought usually
was
they
bad,
had a
you
little more of a shelf life than 2 films before they swap people out.
No,
Well,
Well,
two, three is
the
kind
actor
of normal.
died in RL.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chadwick Boseman,
Chadwick-
the Black
Chadwick
Panther.
died
Yeah, he
suddenly.
died.
he played
He had cancer.
Black. Okay,
Yeah.
well then
And he was
okay, that makes
beautiful. I
sense.
cried at the end of that movie
Who-
because I was so proud. I know. It's a
So
long
proud
story.
of Black
Chadwick
Panther.
Boseman.
Oh, yeah, because it's the first like legit. Other than Blade, it was the first like legit superhero black guy movie that I got to experience in my life, and I cried at the end of it. One of my friends is his name is Ken Lashley. He draws for DC and Marvel, and it's like you'll see his name in the credits. Like we're huge Black Panther fans. I could get into it for hours, but the whole not recasting thing was bullshit.
You don't
Have
get
you
down
seen
with
What If on
Yes.
Disney Plus?
Yes.
All right. I was gonna recommend the one where Black Panther was. What's this?
Well, he became
Pratt guy.
Lord.
Star-Lord.
Star-Lord.
Yeah. I like that episode a lot. I thought you might like it. Maybe not.
Yeah, I loved it. Chadwick was amazing, but
Yeah.
them not recasting was a stupid thing.
I think
get
I'm
the
just done with
respect they
Marvel.
had, but huh?
I think I'm just done with Marvel. I think I'm kind of checked out because like they've lost all the big name actors that had gravitas and could actually make a movie that you wanted to see. And I feel like at this point, most Marvel people are only watching because they don't want to lose their place in the book. It's like the teacher's reading at the front of the class, pay attention or you won't know where the story is when you go to watch the next Thor movie.
They lost me when they made Thor a joke.
Oh, that was
Because
disgusting. That's what they lost.
I read
Yeah.
Thor comics forever.
That was
Like
so
he's the
lame.
reason why I
That was
love
so lame.
Shakespeare.
I see.
And he's a hardcore guy in the comics. Now he's a friggin' comic joke, like a comedic joke.
I loved Thor Ragnarok. I thought it was great, and it had a little comedy in it. And it was
comedy was okay.
A little comedy was great. I thought.
Yeah.
I really, really liked it. And then they did. What was the last Thor called?
Love and
Well, you
crap.
And anyway, they were like,
Thunder.
"Oh, do people think jokes are good? Oh, we got jokes." And the whole movie just got ruined.
It's that Tiki guy who directed it, right?
Yeah.
Waikiki or whatever.
Tiki
Yeah,
Wa.
he made it into a complete joke, and I was completely upset.
it.
And like you got Zeus, and he looks like a clown, and he's got the female Thor, which is
They're all
hardcore
over the place.
movies.
A little
all
salt
over
is
the
good in your
place.
food. A lot of salt.
Oh, what do you
ruins
think
it.
about that fucking chariot of goats that scream?
Oh,
The
my
screaming goats was kind of funny. That was kind of funny.
That's the worst part. You know that every test audience laughed at it, but it was a dirty laugh. I didn't want to laugh at that. It's like I don't want. Did I unplug my mic?
No, I hear you.
You're good. We hear you.
Like I don't want that in this movie. Like that should be some outtake at the end, some additional scenes, some bonus footage or some shit.
It should be.
It was a
post-credits.
complete waste of Christian Bale's talent.
Oh, big time. He's
need to be in that
he's a
movie.
top tier A-list actor. He's one of the top. He's one of the best leading men, and you've got him here to play a villain. Yeah. And you even gave him kind of like some good motivation,
some
stuff,
wicked powers he had.
But it just didn't work out. I didn't care. It was a joke of a movie. I don't think I finished it. I think I turned it off at the end. Like something toward the end got. I didn't see the final showdown. Like I turned it off before that. Natalie Portman was like annoying me or something, and there was this big CGI fight with monsters where they were stealing children. And around then, I just turned that shit off. And no, I think I'm done with Marvel in general. And DC doesn't look like it's on. I know James Gunn is like leading.
Gunn.
He's rebooting the DC universe again.
Stupid move. Like, what's wrong with these people? First, they screw up friggin' Black Adam, and then now they're going to stop and redo everything. I'm not watching any more origin stories.
I'm not a
done.
I'm not a rock hater,
it.
but he was the wrong guy for Black Adam. If Black Adam is a silent, angry guy that scowls all the time, and then they take the most charismatic, smiling actor I can think of in Dwayne Johnson and cast him there, it doesn't fit.
He can act. If you give him a good script, he can do it.
He didn't do it.
Give him these action. What was him? He had a movie where his son was like in trouble with drug dealers and stuff. He had to transport stuff in a truck. Like he can act if you give him the chance, but they gave him a garbage action.
I just know him from like Jumanji and stuff.
I need him to smile.
He's best.
I've never seen him not playing The Rock.
Yeah,
in the movie,
he plays The Rock in lots of different costumes, but he's always playing The Rock.
He needs to keep smiling and being charming. Like Woody's so right. Like I like him a lot. He's such a likable guy.
Agreed.
But
I like him a lot.
So don't make him the heel. Like
I liked him in Ballers. Have you seen that? The TV show? Ballers,
I'm aware of it.
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
Very good show. But and that's where Denzel Washington's son got discovered on that show. But
he's really
The Rock
good.
is always playing The Rock. I totally agree with that.
Did you guys see the Chris Rock special yet?
Yeah.
I did
all right.
not.
I avoided it.
So here's what I did
it's
actually,
stingy.
Woody. I saw the clips where he talks about Will Smith, went for the jugular, cut his fucking head off, like no mercy, no fucking salt the fields. He went full bore.
You're allowed to get revenge.
I'm usually pretty good at doing that George Costanza thing, where if I get to sit in my living room, I can come up with some awful shit. I was at a loss. I was like, "You got it all, bro. You hit it."
A
from
year
top to
later.
bottom." The only thing he didn't do was go after the man's children, and that's where he stopped. He stopped just short of hitting his kids. And but I mean, he did
that's
reference
good.
the kid like for the he was like, "Yeah, you fucking your son's friends." Your son's friend is fucking your wife or whatever. He's like going hard in the paint. So after seeing those shorts on YouTube, the 3 or 4 minutes that takes up in this special, I was like, shit, where is this special? It's on Netflix. So I clicked it. Man, I got like 8 minutes in, and it's
Shitty.
something about like he's still doing that. You know how Chris Rock sounds.
Yeah.
I want to stop you there because that was my point. I like the show 7 out of 10. Chris Rock jokes are fat, so fucking fat. There is nothing but fat on that steak. Like a Chris Rock, it sounds like this. It'll be like, moms always be pushing strollers. Man, mom's pushing strollers. I just see moms pushing strollers all the time. Moms be pushing strollers, moms. And I'm like, oh, fuck, he says the same.
He's in love with the sound of his own voice.
And it's like, good gosh, like this guy had 6 jokes that he stretched out for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Because every one
I
of
knew
them
it was
is
gonna
the
be that.
fattest
He's
joke
just-
you've ever heard a
He's
comedian
just
told.
talking so much. There's so much. There's so much going on and not much being
Bad
said.
timing.
He said he's speaking a lot and saying very little, and he's just really leaning into that classic Chris Rock like sort of delivery that I loved in his specials a decade or two ago. But now it's like, oh man, you're still doing the exact same thing. Like even Adam Sandler ain't out there singing Hanukkah songs.
Yeah.
Like, talk to your boy. Like he evolved a little. Like come on, do a different thing.
Yeah.
You know who else I don't find funny is Kevin Hart. Like when Kevin Hart does
find
his
him
stand-up
charming.
routines, I find him. I'll chuckle a bit, but there's no belly laugh for me. There's no almost crying. You know what I mean?
I haven't
Dave
watched much of his
Chappelle?
stand-up.
Dave Chappelle found a way to spit in white people's faces and make them enjoy it. Dave
kinda
Chappelle.
like
Well,
that.
he's
Dave
like he's
Chappelle-
a genuinely very funny guy, which
Dave
is why it's
Chappelle-
easy to laugh because he's
Dave
funny.
Chappelle's a fucking master at that. Like,
Yeah.
he's constantly like shitting on white people the whole time, and I don't mind because it's hilarious and it's true. Almost everything he's saying is at least mostly true. I love when he talks about living amongst the poor whites.
Yeah.
I love it.
Kyle, I think you sent
Trump's
me
not fighting
his,
for you. He's fighting for me.
Kyle, you sent me that clip of him like doing his SNL monologue.
Mhm.
And like you could see him like shifting nervously in a way that like
That's when
he
he's back
had
in
never
Kanye.
shifted before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
it was
when he's
like,
back
oh
in
damn,
Kanye a
like
little.
this has got Dave Chappelle scared. Like he's not afraid of that kind of shit.
What did
He
Yeah.
he
doesn't seem to
do?
be.
He backed Kanye? Is that why was he
Just a
scared?
little
I don't
bit.
think
He
he
did a
does.
little. He did.
Or
It
Or
was
was
more
it
like
a
a
remember
Jewish
exactly what he
thing?
said.
It
a
was his
little bit?
dog.
Yeah. He was pointing out how standing up against Jews can get you
He
screwed
said
up
if it's
type of thing.
Italians,
In a
it's the
different other-
mob. If
Oh,
it
yeah.
was what else? Something
Black
else.
people, it's a
this.
gang. If it's
It's a
Jews,
gang.
it's a coincidence.
No,
Yeah.
if it's a-
Yeah.
if it's the Jews, we don't talk about it.
It's that was I mean that's a funny line. Like
Old school Dave
why
Chappelle, I can still watch it this day and start laughing my ass off. Like,
Yeah,
the Dave Chappelle
what's in
show.
the fridge? What's that purple stuff? You know what I mean? Like, oh
Yeah.
my gosh. When his wife friend Chet was gonna race the cop,
Yeah.
they're at the stoplight, and he does his white guy voice, and it goes, "Hey, Dave, let's race."
Yeah.
And Dave goes, "I was smoking, so I should have said one thing." And I said, nigga gotta do what nigga gotta do. You know, it's like classic Dave Chappelle stuff. Like
I think it's really cool that him and Joe Rogan have had that like friendship going way back, like to so far. I saw a clip a couple days ago, and it's Dave Chappelle was on the streets, I think in New York, and he's filming a skit for his show, for the Chappelle Show, where he's like, best breasts in New York City or New York City gold ribbon titties or something. And he's just like ogling, like, come here, ma'am, you've got A-class titties, and like giving her a fucking
Those are
award.
Some New York City titties.
Yeah.
Puts the band
And
on.
Joe Rogan was literally walking down the sidewalk and was like, Dave? And he's like, Joe? Hey, you want to be in a skit, Joe Rogan? and so Joe Rogan's the one holding the box full of ribbons for titties. And helping them jump the titties.
He had a lot of great guests on that show. Like, oh my God. Like, oh, shoot. What's it? Charlie? The guy who plays the guitar. John, and he goes into the John Mayer. When he had John Mayer on, and he goes, oh, this is what black people like and what the black people like and what white people like. And he goes in the barber shop, and you know, John's going crazy on the guitar. And the black guys goes, man, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? And then he takes the cape off the drum set, and Questlove is there, and he starts playing the drums, and they're going like this, and then they bring in the Spanish guy, and he starts singing, and then the Spanish people start there. Like he had some great guests on that show, man. Like that was amazing, perfect TV on that.
I like Charlie Murphy. I think he's probably my favorite part of
my gosh.
His skits were just really funny.
R.I.P.
That shit came out right as I was graduating high school, so we watched that nonstop.
Oh my gosh. It was between that and the Haters Club and
Charlie Haters Ball.
Yeah, when they're looking at women pictures and
Mississippi.
He sees a picture of Rosie O'Donnell, and she goes, she looks like she wears men's she looks like she wears men's underwear with a dick hole in the front. And they all start laughing, and they're really laughing. It's not just for the camera type of thing. Like they're just roasting. It's like, oh my gosh, great comedy. But comedians do this weird thing where they get money and they change it up. And it's like when they get rich, like Jim Carrey movies at the beginning, beautiful, amazing, hilarious. But when you get a certain amount of money, they don't have to do the weird funny stuff anymore. And they, like Jack Black used to have the funniest. Saving Silverman with Jack Black was one of the funniest movies ever made. And he had to kidnap his friend because he had this evil girlfriend, you know what I mean? But then Jack started getting real money, and he started, getting more serious, and it's like, that's why I like comedians who are broke at first, because that's when they have to put the work in.
He does that Jumanji stuff now, right? Like I just think he elevated to more like
but it's not funny Jack Black.
Well, it's not slapstick Jack Black. It's playing. I think he's supposed to be a girl in Jumanji or something.
Yeah.
I like it when they change it up a little bit. What I don't like is Jim Carrey playing Jim Carrey for 20 years in a row. Will Ferrell playing Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell's the worst.
Ferrell.
Will's giving you what you want. See, Will's giving him exactly what he wants.
Yeah, okay. I don't want it anymore.
We're seeing
Steve Martin, right?
This is a difference in cultures. That it just happened. All right. You like that Will Ferrell is still doing the fucking like 70-year-old clown now. Like he's still doing the bits that he did on SNL in 1994.
Love it.
Or whenever it was.
Love it.
Not me.
Oh my.
I have more.
Really? Talladega Nights? You did not like friggin'
What year did Talladega Nights come out?
The 90s?
Like 2008.
Is it that old? Jesus.
Probably.
Yeah, like 20 years ago.
Okay. The one he went to prison was, that was old too. Okay, whatever.
That's old too, I guess. Oh, fuck. He doesn't do as much now, maybe. I don't know.
2023.
Much of him.
I liked him in Elf was his best movie, I think.
But that's my point, though. He got that money. He's not doing as funny.
Yeah.
I think he just got old, and he's been doing the same thing over and over, and it's just not funny anymore to me. I like Jim Carrey's gotten super wacky in the last 3 years or so. Like I don't know if y'all follow Jim Carrey, but he's gotten like
in the last 10 years.
Bit of a loon.
No. And very recently, it's like personality disorder weird.
Worse.
Like he's an odd fellow. He's like, I've always been playing a character. There's the character of like this guy of Harry, and there's this that, and then there's the Jim Carrey character that I put on that I've always been putting on. There's this Jim Carrey character out here. Oh, I like giving interviews and talking to you people. I don't. And then like he's just like really having a bit of an existential crisis, and I don't care because I just want him to like, dude, I don't know, Ace Ventura 4 or whatever the fuck, and talk to a raccoon again, or just shut up.
Yeah. That was his peak, okay, Jim, Ventura. Just do that alrighty then for us, will you, please?
Alrighty then.
Exactly.
Man, that movie's so fucking funny. Like,
if
I guarantee if I were to, because I remember watching Ace Ventura as a kid in the 90s and like crying, laughing.
Yep.
I know if I turned that on, like after the show tonight, I would get laughs from it. Yep. Like, especially the original one, Pet Detective. I bet I would. You don't think so? There was funny shit in there.
I don't think I can.
What was the one where he crawls out of the rhino's ass?
That's the second one. That's Ace Ventura 2, When Nature Calls.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Where they're in Africa.
When I was 13, I died laughing when he's crawling out of that rhino's fake rubber butthole. And the thing is, like, a safari comes along with children, and they're like, "Look, children, the miracle of life." And here's this like naked man falling out of a rhino's ass. It was really fun. And like something funny at the end when he's chasing that guy down in a monster truck, like whole thing. I love that shit. But you know, that was 20 something years ago, 25, 30 years ago, maybe. Yeah.
Old now.
Still could be funny though.
I saw a thing the other day, and they face swapped Dr. Evil, I think, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh my fucking God. They use that AI shit to make that scene. Arnold Schwarzenegger like fits it perfectly, and it's the voice too. It's the deep fake voice. And so it's Arnold delivering the lines with Arnold's face, but on Dr. Evil's body, and it's the whole scene where Scott is meeting Mini-Me, and there's that whole rivalry. And I think Scott is Sylvester Stallone, and Mini-Me is, of course, just a smaller version of Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's hilarious. That shit was great. Those movies I loved a lot. The Austin Powers movies, especially the first one when it came out, and the second one.
Mike was great. One of the underestimated movies he ever did was My Fiance is an Axe Murderer.
I haven't seen.
So I Married an Axe Murderer.
That was like some of the when he was the father telling his son with the big head to move from the TV, and
your head
it moved. It's like Sputnik.
Got a Scottish accent. He's screaming. Yeah, that's where he came up with a couple of his characters. You can see in that a couple of characters he'd use later on in Austin Powers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And
it's a good movie. It's literally a guy who's married a woman, and it's like there's always these hints that,
and it didn't rely on him, right? Like like the police captain who kept wanting to pretend he's a badass and asking if he did okay. Like, I'm gonna fire you. You're done here. And he goes, was that too hard? Was that too difficult? You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole bunch of characters in that movie that just made it perfect. Everyone.
That's a fun movie. Yeah. It's got like a cool finale at the end. So I Married an Axe Murderer. I haven't seen. I've only seen it once or twice. And God,
I love that.
It's a long time ago.
That dad thing was watching the Bay City Rollers, and I had that memorized in that script. Like, that was awesome. But yeah, again, Mike Myers made money and got a little chubby and doesn't do anything anymore. You know what I mean?
Well, he kept trying, but they failed. Like he did that.
He did the Indian one. Yeah,
the Love Guru.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kept going and he kept making silly things, but they kept failing. He recently did something with multiple characters. Like he's still trying to do the same shit. Yeah. It's I think on Netflix maybe. I just don't think anybody watched it. You know, it's not funny anymore because he's really, really old. He doesn't look the same anymore.
You got to keep it up, bro.
I'm tired of remakes too. I'm tired of just rehashing, rebooting, remaking. I'd like to see a new story.
I'm kind of curious on the new Blade that's coming out because I like the actor they chose.
I'm gonna watch the new Blade. I'm a
Wesley fan though, right? So
I haven't seen the old Blade.
You haven't?
What?
No, I've never seen Blade.
All right, so
how is that possible?
Dude, it's a really good action movie. So here's Blade is the Daywalker.
I know it's about vampires. Yeah.
Don't give it away. Let him watch it and let him come back and see his Blade 1 and 2, amazing. Don't watch 3.
I thought Chris Christopherson almost steals the show though. Like as his
he was great. Yeah, he was
great. Chris Christopherson's amazing there. I don't think I knew that he was a country singer at the time. Like I was like, I knew him from Blade.
He was huge back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I'm, a long time. You're talking about that. when he sang with Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
And the rest of the Highwaymen,
the Big Bopper.
And that was the 70s.
Ryan Reynolds ruined Blade 3. It became
Ryan Reynolds, another guy who can only play Ryan
Well, why
Reynolds
did
in
they
different
cast him?
costumes.
Why did they
ruined
cast
it.
him?
It was
Why
a
did they
studio
cast-
thing. It was a
Yeah,
studio
that was silly. Yeah, have you heard Ryan Reynolds talk about the production of that film and what Wesley Snipes
No.
is like?
Yeah, because Wesley Snipes knew it was going to fail. Because,
So he said
yeah, go ahead.
that they asked him, they said, what was it like working with Wesley Snipes? He said, what's that? On Blade 3, Wesley Snipes, what was it like working with him? I've actually never worked with Wesley Snipes. I've never met him. I've only met Blade.
I've only met Blade, and Blade,
And and he is terrible to work with.
Yeah.
really?
He went full diva on that script.
They said he would insist on doing his own like martial arts stunt work, but he's a little older by 3, and they've got like stuntmen on wires who like do nothing but kick flips all day, who are 25, and so like they would have to film him do everything, and then he'd leave, and they'd be like, "All right, and Dion, hop in there."
Yeah, he was difficult.
What a pain in the ass. So they just had to humor him taking shots. Oh, that sucks.
But
I didn't know he was such a.
But he's not full
a
Steven
prima donna.
Seagal. Steven Seagal is like
Oh,
full-blown
Steven
piece of
Seagal's
shit.
evil.
Yeah, he's the worst.
He's totally
He's evil. I thought he was just a bad actor.
No,
I
he's
do
a
nothing
jerk
but
jerk.
collect Steven Seagal stories. I think
Yeah.
I think I've heard them all. I've heard
Everybody hates that guy, and he was so cool in the 80s or the 90s.
He's
Not
notorious
Steven Seagal.
for
He loves
assaulting.
Steven Seagal.
Like he used to
notorious
really
for-
hit people.
Yeah, he would
on purpose.
actually hit his stuntmen because it looks better. He would hurt people.
He hit the staff on Saturday Night Live.
Well, they had
Make it look
stuntmen for
realistic?
that. Those
No,
were
no.
stuntmen.
Remember the guy who did the copy machine guy?
the boardroom scene? Maybe that's about
No, no,
climate
no.
change.
No, remember what's his name? He used to play the copy machine guy.
Oh, Rob Schneider.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
he
heard Rob
really
Schneider
hit
talk
him.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, he really hurt him. Like,
Well, Rob Schneider's a little like bitch boy, so it wouldn't take much. And Steven Seagal's 6'4", and he can throw anybody around. So, but he should be
Michael
throwing
J.
anybody
White.
around is the problem.
did
I've
you see
always
the
heard
Michael
he's a
J.
piece of
White
shit.
interview about working with him.
I don't know. Who
Michael
that
J.
is.
White's the black martial artist guy.
Yeah, I think Michael J. White was going to whip his ass.
Yeah,
or
he was going to
something.
destroy him. Like the staff had to
Yeah.
stop because
That
he
would've
was
been great.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah, yeah, he's just a notorious nut job. And if you watch his movies these days, they're really funny because
Terrible.
he's in like 10 minutes of a 90-minute movie, and he's sitting in a chair the whole time, and then he like makes out with a hot chick with his shirt on.
Dude, this guy sounds cool. He's just setting up his own
You know what?
films.
I saw him in a movie and he was like a sniper
Mhm.
and he had the horrible black dye job.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
he was
always.
ridiculously overweight for a
Like
Marine
300
For a
pounds
sniper.
at least.
Yeah,
At least
and
300.
He sat the entire movie.
Yeah,
There was no
Yeah.
running, no walking.
he
just
sits a
sat
lot.
Well, he's
Yeah.
a
the
sniper.
entire movie. Oh,
I bet he has 2 rates,
I
one for sitting, one for standing.
it was just
Like-
so
Like
horrible.
it's 200,000 a day for him to sit. It's 500,000 a day for him to stand.
I'm telling you.
So a lot of sitting scenes.
And I just want to. I'm thinking about older actors, and I just want to give a not a condolences, but how sad I feel for Bruce Willis.
Oh,
what
Yeah,
he's
that
going through
sucks.
right now. Like,
what happened to him? I can't remember.
He's going
got,
through
like,
a
dementia or
memory disease thing. Oh, I see. Oh, I
Fuck.
fell for it.
It just slipped my mind.
Swing and a miss. Yeah.
But like now I understand why he did so many horrible movies in the last couple of few years.
No, I think that's just bad taste as well. Like it's a little bit of both. I've seen him with the earpiece in as well, being fed his lines.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but he hasn't made good movies for decades either. He made like
I think
10
Red
good
was the
movies in
last-
his life.
That was half decent.
10 good
I don't remember
ones
the
and-
last thing that was good.
Supporting staff was helped him out.
Yeah, it looks like Zach found he had difficulty speaking, and then now he's
Yeah.
been diagnosed with dementia.
Yeah, full blown
fucking
dementia. Yeah, it's a
blows.
shame, but he got all his good work in, so we didn't need
Yeah.
him anymore.
That's true.
So he got
old.
all
And look,
Die
if he
Hard in.
forgets who he is, they should just show him Die Hard. Tell him it's a documentary.
Jesus. man.
like show him fucking Die Hard. Be like, this is your name's John McClane. Let me remind you of who you are, and he'd be like, it's foolproof as long as we don't let him watch Harry Potter the next day. It's fucking same villain.
So when Woody comes back, I have an interesting question for you guys.
Ooh, I like that.
I don't know when he's coming back. You can think about it before it comes back.
Yes.
Have you ever met or confronted an online hater?
Like in person?
No.
Like if someone who's come on the show or, old school FES Russia show or anything like that, and someone throwing hate, and have you met them in person, and how did you deal with it? Like, have they come up?
Thankfully, no, I've never met a hater.
So I'll be honest, my relationship with my fans with the FPS Russia stuff was almost unique in that it was 99% positive.
Mm-hmm.
I never had any hate from them about any video. Like, no one ever got mad about anything. And I would reply to comments for hundreds and hundreds of comments. If you go back and look through the comments of those videos, you can see me talking to people and I don't know. I felt like I had, even though there were millions of views, it'd be the numbers would be spinning off the chain. It felt like I could have a real conversation with those people, even when they were, again, millions of people in there watching.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think. I thought I had an example though of what you're looking for.
I'll give you one example.
Confronting a hater. Yeah.
I just went through something that was very interesting, and it's like I was the bad guy in this scenario. I was on TikTok, and there was this goth girl, kind of hot, whatever, and she was talking about she had a bad surgery experience, like a BBL experience, and she went down.
Is that a Brazilian booty lift?
Pretty much. She went down to Mexico or a South America place to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So I say on her comments, just, I wasn't trying to be a huge jerk or anything. I said she was having issues with wherever she went to do surgery. And I said, well, maybe you shouldn't go down to Mexico to get surgery.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should say in America or Canada where it's done properly and pay the extra few bucks.
Mm-hmm.
And, she kind of ripped me a new one. She, she didn't have a huge amount of followers on TikTok. She kind of, was mad. She replied with my little comment on there. Oh, first of all, Wolf, I didn't do this and not this, and I couldn't afford this, and yada yada yada. And she was upset, and I kind of felt bad, and I kind of apologized for it. I get it, and I apologize. So, long story short, I'm in Starbucks one day. And she walks in the Starbucks I'm in. I thought she was in Cali or something like that. I was in just outside of Toronto, and she walks in the Starbucks. Her name is Cindy Schism 666, and I'm not trying to advertise for her or anything, but you can take a look at her Instagram or what have you. She's got huge boobs, big butt. She's got a pierced tongue like a snake. You're not pierced.
Oh, she's got a
bifurcated. Yeah.
Yes. You got one of those tongues, right?
That's awful.
Freaky.
I thought your question was going to be vocabulary related or state capitals or something. I thought it was going to be a quiz. I enjoy those.
Sorry.
I like quizzes too.
It's a little more.
So you upset this Insta whore, and you had to negotiate with her because that's what she is, right? Isn't she a lady who begs for money online so she can make her body more like a fuck doll, and then she complains when she cheaped out because of she's probably ugly, that's why she's not getting enough donos to make her big butt big, so she had to go to the not even the Dominican Republic, they do you right, she had to go to Honduras and get a fucking witch doctor to pump her ass full of lard, and now she's upset because it doesn't look right. Hold on, yes, you got that. That's what Wolf said.
Yeah.
I'm just reading what he wrote.
I mean, you're on point. That's what he said so far.
It's so she walks into a Starbucks, and I see her because she's got this weird haircut. That's like a what do you call it when it's short in the front and long in the back? It's a
mullet.
She's got a blonde mullet, and she's got this neck tattoo that looks like a mace. And I see her, and she's wearing kind of normal clothes, I guess you could say, because it's cold outside.
Okay.
And I actually walked up to her, and I said, "Hey, I'm Wolf from TikTok." And she goes, "Oh, hey, wow." And I go, "Yeah." And I go, "I have to apologize because you know what? I shouldn't have judged you so easily, and you seem like a cool chick. And you know what? I was being a jerk that day. Maybe I had a hard day or whatever it was, but that's no excuse. Just because I'm online doesn't mean I should be a jerk. And we shook hands and we were cool about it. And now we mess each other back and forth and laugh.
Oh, let's hope she doesn't see this.
So, but
might not be friends anymore.
It was just, the weirdest. It was just the weirdest exchange, and then just to see someone in public like that, like kind of, it was like threw me for a curveball. That's like,
yeah.
But you know what? I just felt like making it right, so I didn't have negative energy out in the air type of thing.
I feel you. You don't want that negative energy feeling like you were mean, but based on what you said, it doesn't seem like you said anything over the line at all. Someone was bitching about a Mexican butt lift, and you're like, this wouldn't be a problem if you got a Canadian butt lift, and then they got pissy at you. I think you're in the right. I don't think you did anything wrong.
Yeah, I didn't need to do it though. It was, I don't know. It's kind of trolly of me in a way.
But if your heart told you to be kind and apologize, you gotta follow that. You gotta follow your instincts. Stay a good person.
I want to be namaste at the end of the day, right? So I'm like, and then we're cool ever since.
Do you believe there's an afterlife?
Sorry?
Do you believe in an afterlife?
I kind of do.
No, I don't at all.
I kind of hope there is, if that makes sense.
Oh, we all hope there is.
Yeah,
just like that fucking, my dog hopes there is too. My dog hopes there's fucking like.
But you know what? I grew up in church, and like my mom, is a professional gospel singer and everything like that. And I'm not big into the Baptist singing, but I believe in Buddhism and I like studying theology and stuff. So I'm hoping there is, and I know that's kind of a cop out, but I don't know. I'd rather that. You're
optimistic. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm just probably pessimistic. I don't like to be one of those atheists that like talks about it all the time, because those are the worst fucking people in the world.
They are obnoxious.
Nobody fucking cares, dude. Like when I see someone being like, actually, okay, Christ worshiper, like go get. I'm like, dude, why are you being fucking
wrong
toxic
with you?
Why are you being toxic? Like, just let him believe in his Lord and Savior. I wish I fucking believed. I wish I'd been washed in the blood of the Lamb. I wish I had been washed in the blood of the Lamb, and I believed. I have been washed in the blood of the Lamb, but it doesn't matter because I don't believe that it mattered. Because I don't believe any of it's real. I think Jesus was probably a historical figure, but he was the result of a lady lying about cheating on her husband, and like I guess like she told him those stories too, and he just lived the life of the Son of God as best he knew how. Sounds like a good guy. Probably good at sleight of hand too, because clearly those loaves came from somewhere. Okay. Water to wine. Hey, you don't have 2 bottles in there in those robes. Like, look, if you ever see someone doing a magic trick and they happen to be wearing flowing robes, okay, dude, I haven't seen your wrist today, Jesus. Like, I don't know where these miracles are coming from.
Can you imagine what would blow people's mind in the year 0?
See now? Really? You just met her today too. They're like winking at each other while he pays off the blind person.
Imagine if the
leper's got oatmeal all over him.
Normal wardrobe of the day was string bikinis, but he wears like big flowing robes and he's a magician. It's like, dude, I can see what's up.
Bunch of bullshit,
saw you,
man.
Jesus.
It's crazy because my mom, again, she was in big time Baptist church, and my dad was Nation of Islam.
Oh, hot.
Yeah. So obviously that didn't work out, but
sugar and spice.
Yeah, I was around both, right? And it's like, and I saw I don't know if you can.
No wonder you like Black Panther. Wakanda forever up in there.
But dude,
I don't know what you got the guns for.
Well, see, I meditate like the Buddhists and stuff like that. That's funny, but I've gone to see Farrakhan speak like several times, and I know a whole bunch of guys in that, but I couldn't get with that because that's, a whole anti-weird white thing happening at some point.
They seem angry about something. I couldn't put my finger on it.
It was a little, I got my Martin Luther King in me and I got my Malcolm X in me, right?
It seemed like they were upset that I was existing.
Just a little bit. But
Farrakhan has said some Kanye adjacent things. We'll say.
Okay with Mr. Farrakhan's existence, but he doesn't seem to feel the same about me.
But that's why I was a Malcolm X fan, right? Because he kind of went the opposite way of the Nation of Islam, right? Because he saw that Muslims were a part of all colors and creeds and backgrounds, and that's why they killed him. So, I got my question. So I never committed to one religion, but I just hope there's some out there after. So
yeah, I wish
you got to commit to one.
That's what I'll say 100%. I wish there were. Like I always like to say that because it's the same. Like whenever I see people talking about their positions on political things like sex and religion and politics, they're always being so dishonest.
Yeah.
They're always being so fucking dishonest. There's this layer of lie that they're all pretending. Like when they talk about abortion, and one side is so afraid of admitting that, yeah, it's a baby. Yeah, it is, but it's in fucking convenient right now. Okay, so smoke it like a fucking. It's like a Saudi in the desert from
holiday ham,
and you're Obama. Okay, smoke it like anything else that America gets rid of and excises because it's in fucking convenient. That's what their position should be. Stop fucking lying like that fetus isn't a baby. Fetus is Latin for baby. Stop. You fucking nincompoops. You're proving how ignorant you are every step of the way with the words that come out of your fucking dumb mouth.
Did you
I
watch?
know you're not dumb. You're just liars.
Yeah. Everyone twists it to what works for them, right?
Babies, get on board.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did you see
a difference?
Did you see the Bill Burr bit?
Like a really
embryo,
early baby, an embryo. You don't see it. It's fertilized, but it's just been a few days.
That's the cutoff for 6 weeks.
In Georgia, it is.
So it's not a baby. It's 6 weeks.
I have this whole thing where, like, the Bible, I'm not.
Oh, it's a baby every step of the way. Here's how you got to view it. Here's how you view it, and then it all makes sense all of a sudden.
Okay.
You've been trying so hard to have a child with your wife. It's been years. Her eggs are few. You're getting up in your years. You want to play with this. You want to play ball with the boy. You want to like dance with the girl. All these things. Time's precious. Your wife has conceived. A drunk driver hits her outside, and she miscarries that baby. Was that your baby? Even though the test just turned blue or whatever. It's been a week and a half. It just turned blue. Your baby was killed. You're not like, oh yeah, that thing that might have been, should have been, would have been. No, you've known what your kid's name's going to be for a decade. You've been trying to have that.
I see this scenario and I get where you're going. I still think that it's a dream. It's a promise. It's a potential person. That's what it is. It's not a person yet.
I've planted enough seeds in the ground and watched them turn to flowers to see that 99.9% of the time it works out. And the seed, like once it's germinated, it's a fucking all right. Now you're not a corn seed
once it's
anymore.
germinated, it's a plant. I don't know about that. Yeah,
that's a corn plant.
Questionable.
I actually don't know.
It's going to be a full-grown.
We don't need to bring botany into this mess. We're talking about murdering babies, Woody, and that's what.
Well, I mean,
Woody, have you seen like that?
Babies.
That like new. It's actually it's one of the funniest like clips Bill Burr's done in a while, where he's talking. He pretty much mirrors exactly what Kyle says, where he's like, "It is killing a baby," and he's like, "Yeah, that bullshit they say, where the cake thing, where he's like." If you start baking a cake, Woody, and 10 minutes into the process, when it's still all liquidy, I go in your kitchen and throw your cake everywhere. I can't go, it wasn't a cake yet. I didn't destroy your cake. It's like, yeah, but it would have been. Like that would have been. That's how it, and it kind of was in this weird quasi Schrodinger's box thing. Like it seems like it is a person or isn't entirely depending on the position of the person.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's not a very objective thing.
I feel like in Kyle's scenario where, we tried so hard and she died in a car accident, maybe it was, or murder, doesn't matter. It's like, oh, you ruined my dream. It doesn't make it a baby yet. You just destroyed my hopes.
I love the case in Texas. The case in Texas right now, this couple's divorcing. Wife is pregnant. Because they're divorcing, she doesn't want the baby anymore. Mm-hmm. She has all these WhatsApp conversations with her friends, like 3 other women. And she's like, I know that if I have this baby, like he'll want to be in its life, and that means I'll never be able to get away from him. Like he'll want this child. We got to find a way because Texas has restricted abortion laws. So these women all work together and get her some abortion pills, and she goes through the abortion. Now those 3 ladies are being sued as accessory to murder because that's what they did in Texas. The law in Texas, though, that this is what they'll never say in any news article because I read 5 of them today. They can't sue the woman who gave birth. They're like, this is just another time. They're trying to punish these women. These women, they're giving. No, not those. No, they're always making about the mother or the pregnant person or the uterus host or whatever we're calling them now. They always make it out like she's being attacked. No, that's happening to the wife. Nothing at all is happening to the wife. She's still getting divorced. She got her abortion done. But those 3 women who worked with her are going up on accessory to murder charges, I think.
Damn.
And conspiracy charges, you would imagine, too. Texas has that thing. I can't remember if it went through or not. But I think Texas has that bounty hunter thing where you can
yeah, that's insane, bro.
You can go out there. If you just sniff an
cool.
abortion, if you smell an abortion in the air, Taylor, you can be like, bounty law with Taylor.
Smells fresh. And then run and get it.
I think it's $10,000 if you catch an abortion.
I remember they passed that. Did it stand up? Why do I have this memory of it getting shot down the court?
I'm catching 4 or 5 of them a week.
Oh, well,
I'm making buku
bucks. OnlyFans. This is the future. I'm a bounty hunter now.
I'm a bounty hunter. I chase down women at a difficult time in their life and turn them
I get them pregnant, Taylor. No, what I do is I get them pregnant. I tell them they should get the abortion, but I'm hands off. And then when they do, I report them.
Snitches.
Double
snitches
dipping.
on them.
$10,000 each, Taylor.
Oh,
wow. What if that was your racket? Matt Taylor,
prison.
Imagine you hired a prostitute.
I'm there. I'm imagining.
Okay, you got her. You pay her $200. You get her pregnant. Now she's pregnant. Then you report her abortion. Get it $10,000 back. I just made an infinite money loop.
And you took scum off the streets.
Every time you find one of these in a video game, it just breaks the meta. Get to it, Texas.
You can do it, Texas. It's a meta.
Going to hell for this conversation.
Oh my goodness! Right. I think that bounty thing stuck. I don't know why I thought it went away, but as a matter of fact, they're modeling other things they want to get rid of around. Right now, they're doing it for drag shows. If there's drag shows, you can get a bounty on that.
I've been sniffing them out too.
We need bounties on that. Bounties should be on everything. To the highest bidder, Wild West style.
Going backwards, bro. It's going backwards. Yeah. But whatever. I'm not gonna.
I don't know. I just look. I saw one of those shows where there were children present and there were performers on stage rubbing their genitals and humping, and they were in fetish wear. And
but that was we've all seen that video, and that was
maybe that's an isolated incident or whatever. Yeah. But it's like, how many are we filming every show? Like is every like what's our sample size again? Like why is like everybody there was
Robin
okay
Williams
with it?
Movie where he was in drag?
Mrs. Doubtfire?
Yeah.
Do you remember when he danced sexually and accepted tips from children?
What, he dressed as an old proper English lady.
Yeah. What do you think would happen if they made that movie today?
Nothing would happen. It's funny.
It's a silly.
Everyone dresses in drag.
I feel like that's a convenient thing. I bet if that movie came out now and there was like a drag movie, absolutely,
it's not a drag movie.
It's not a drag
movie.
Would
no one has a problem.
It's a comedy movie.
The fuck like grooming? This is a grooming movie where we try to get our children to.
The issue this right here is not.
That was
the argument. Yeah. The issue is not cross-dressing.
Yeah.
No one cares about
doing it in front of
we're talking about drag.
Sexual sit in front of children is what the problem is. If you watch Mrs. Doubtfire with a bunch of kids, it's a funny, silly movie. When you see those clips on Twitter of an adult man in drag with a G-string on accepting tips from children in a sexualized environment, that's not Mrs. Doubtfire. They're just reading and everyone knows the difference.
What if they're just reading books?
Which books are they reading?
Like you're taking the most extreme situation you've seen. You're taking the one, maybe two extreme situations. If you're just reading books to kids and lip syncing the songs, there's nothing wrong going on.
I'm talking about those sexualized clips I've seen.
Yeah, but how many
sexually dancing in the presence of children
has actually happened though?
How much is too much?
You can't take one and put them all in that. You know what I'm saying?
How much is too much?
They've taken that one incident and made it seem like that's the norm.
Hold on. I'm not saying that everyone sitting down reading a book is that. But there has absolutely been way more than one incident of drag shows where there was highly sexual behavior going on around children.
There's
that's not a lie.
Few compared to the amount of legit stuff happening, and I don't.
We can't do whataboutism either, because I want to abolish all religions because I think they are places to molest children and take advantage of women.
Now we're against molesting children. That's a core
part of every religion. It's how they work.
Listen, all you need to do is look at the demographic of pedos who are assaulting children and see what that demographic is. And then all this nonsense about drag queens is out of the window. It's irrelevant.
It's not just about
plain and simple.
Well, you can't focus it and say, "Oh, we're only worried about the ones who molest." What about the ones who get off by exposing themselves to children? What about the
jail, just like you would any straight male?
You didn't ever put that guy in jail. He exposed himself to children. He was rubbing his crotch in front of children. You wouldn't like that if someone approached your child and
absolutely not. That's why parents got to be careful where they take their kids. What's a parenting thing?
Would you let your child go to one of these trans reading parties?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
How do you know he's not going to go to the one where that guy's at?
Because I'd be there.
What if that guy shows up and he
Then
starts
we
rubbing
leave.
his crotch?
Then we leave.
Bigot.
Yeah,
Fucking take it. Fucking what? How's that gonna make her feel? How's that gonna make him? How's that gonna make her feel when she sees you? You should be an ally.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how they feel. If I took my kids to a regular puppet show and the puppet shows are talking about something I don't like, I'm going to take them out of there. It's all about parenting. You're trying to put the blame on someone else when the real bad guys are Uncle Mike who's being left alone with the kids. And
I'll admit, I think the whole thing is kind of weird. Like first of all, I don't know. I wouldn't want my kid to go to fucking drag show reading hour. I think that's putting two things together that make no fucking sense, regardless of how you feel about drag. If I were into drag, if I were a drag person, I'd be like, wait, so we're gonna read children? No, fucking gitchy ya motherfuckers. I like dancing in my fucking boots. I want to see how fucking what bizarre. A bad bitch I can look like on stage. And look at my fucking thighs. You think I've been doing squats for kids? No, I'm not reading to children. I'd also think it was weird if we had a gas station clerk reading hour for children. I'd be like, whoa. Who are these gas station clerks? Why do they want to read to kids? I think it was weird if we had a bank tellers reading hour for children. Whoa, what the fuck do bank tellers have to read to my kids about? Why do we have this weather?
But again, there you go. That's a parenting issue.
Why are the bank tellers demanding access to my kids? Like,
I don't know. Like I said, I think that all this is just taking away from the real.
If I start a reading
real
out where I go and read
groomers who are
kids,
causing the real problems. If you start showing me statistics of where these people in that demographic are causing actual harm, then that's a different story.
I think it would depend on your definition of that demographic. Anyone who's into dressing up,
the trans community. If you start showing me statistics of where the trans
you'd
community,
find some rough data there. You wouldn't want to like start on that broad of a point. Like you'd lose that one. If you said,
but we keep track of all of it though. Like if you look at the statistics, they keep track of who's doing these things, and it's all.
And again, it's not just about the molestation. It's not just about
straight
the potential for molestation. I just think it's weird that we're having a reading hour with those guys dressed up as ladies.
Yeah, just because it's weird doesn't mean it's a witch hunt scenario.
Oh, I agree. That I agree with.
What I mean? Like
everything. I wouldn't if I were allowed to vote. I wouldn't vote for if it came up. I'd be like, why the fuck have we spent any time rooting out the drag shows? How many were there? There can't be that.
Yeah.
That would be I'd be
the
like,
fact that we're
like
talking
6
about
of them
is silly. Now I like it as a show topic. I'm not saying that, but I feel like there's been this effort to act like grooming is happening all over. Drag shows are happening all over. Woke is just a keyword that you can throw at everything, including bank failures, and they blame wokeness on the fucking train derailment and shit. Not the left wants you to believe it was wheel bearings, but it was really wokeness that caused the train to derail. The fact that we're talking about these things is just like, they're suckering people. They're suckering people into believing that these are the big issues facing America, and
it's not. It's all a distraction.
You know who's actually molesting children at really high rates? It's fucking youth pastors. That's right, Wendigoon. I'm looking at your little group. Youth pastors.
Wait. This always gets blown by. There is data out there that this youth pastor priest shit, they don't molest kids at a higher rate than teachers. Teachers have a molestation rate at about the same level as Catholic priests. And what you can tell looking at things like this, which is unacceptably fucking high, like because people who like demand access to children, there's sometimes sinister motives when people do that.
100%. Yeah, totally agree.
Damn.
And again, none of those people are in that whole trans community.
Yeah, well, no,
it's got
I think you can deal with like a problem of like kids getting molested without being like it's just this group.
But that's what they're using the term grooming for. That's the whole thing behind grooming is that's what they're saying. That's what it's for. And it's
so then again, like not to split hairs here, but it's not even that. They're not trans people either. They're drag performers. These people could identify in any number of ways. These could be cis men who like my boy Finnster, who like to dress up and be silly.
Shout out.
And these could be, I think that's usually like where they draw from. Like what I always see is like big like dudes who are not straight, usually gay, but who like to dress up like bad bitches with like boas and stuff. And I always see it on the front page of Reddit. Like, what is it, RuPaul's Drag Race? Like,
yeah, I watch that with my daughter.
I'm always surprised that I don't see the draw, but of the dressing up or anything. But I don't watch any reality shows or anything like that. I just mostly watch dramas and
it's a whole different. Like when I was DJing in the '90s in New York at Red Zone and stuff like that, and you see the gay guys come in and the hip hop guys come in and everyone's dancing and it's all of that. Like I'm around that community sometimes, and it's like I'm a pretty manly dude. I'm secure in my sexuality, and none of it really bugged me. So I see the abuse when it comes to that community, and I can see the witch hunt that's happening now, and it has nothing to do with the actual children being hurt. And I think it's a distraction that certain entities are using to look away from what's really wrong with society.
I don't know if it's even that deep. I think that there are a lot of people who don't like drag queens. And
absolutely, yeah.
And also, here's another thing:
fear.
Your voting bloc will really love if they hear you got all those drag queens away from the kids. Like that's a great fucking tagline, man. Like I tell you what, you ride into Atlanta and you tell like the black community out here who would normally vote blue, you know what else we did? We made it so those drag queens stay away from little kids. Yeah. Oh, shit, you just picked up 15-20% of the black vote. You might be able to swing this thing back red. Because I mean, people who are religious, you go into any church.
The black community
white or black,
is very homophobic. Even though
any church in America, white or black. Well, maybe not any. I've seen the crazy shit on the internet. but and you ask them how they feel about the topic, and you word it however you want, make it flowery. Like bring your poster boy up for drag, who's like who's a youth pastor. And that's why he molested the kids, not because of his drag. Bring him up there, and it'll still go the same way. They're not down for that shit.
Exactly. I don't argue that it works well politically.
If the right ever stops being racist,
well politically, they go.
Say that again, Woody.
It doesn't bother me that it works well politically. It bothers me. I got fucked up. It bothers me that this is working. They are tricking stupid people into thinking that this is a major issue. And they just beat on that door night after night after night, getting stupid people to be like, critical race theory, woke. Oh my God, fucking woke banks are failing. Woke wheel bearings are getting too hot and drag queens are a problem. And they just there's no real policies being proposed here.
No.
It's DeSantis has many bills.
Culture wars.
I mean, I think they have made a lot of bills.
I see pages of shit DeSantis does.
It's always woke shit. It's always anti-woke, this and that. When he goes after Disney, it's about censoring movies he doesn't like. When he goes after the don't say gay thing, it's about talking about what people can say in a classroom.
The Disney thing's not about censorship.
What is it about?
What is it about?
It's about them not supporting him and their policies a while back, and him taking away their special election zone. Right?
It had to do
which
with
they should have had anyway.
Yeah, but he changed the election zones to mess up the minority vote.
What?
He wants 60%.
He changed the election zones to decrease the power the minority vote has.
Where?
In Florida?
Gerrymandered Florida.
He got 60% of the vote.
He moved the lines, essentially.
When did he do that?
I can't remember specifics.
He got 60% of the vote. You could slice that pie up any way you want. He got 60% of the vote. That's crazy.
It's and it's like I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too old, but
DeSantis is most likely at this point your next president.
Which is scary because he's like a functional extreme Trump.
Here's the deal. DeSantis put together a bill that said that I guess teachers couldn't talk about sexual orientation and gender identity. I know if you get into the details of this bill, a lot of people like it. I don't think I fully understand the details, but I can say that was the genesis of the Disney DeSantis problem. It was him wanting to talk about what teachers can talk about in classrooms. Disney felt like DeSantis was being a bigot of some sort, and that's what the issue is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And so now they don't get to regulate themselves like their own private little government. But
I don't know why they ever had that right.
Anyway,
I don't know why that was ever a good idea.
Well,
Allow me to digress on this for just a second.
Please.
The FAA governs itself, and the EPA sort of like is its own sort of quasi-government and enforcement. And it makes sense because if you asked your local senator to pass bills on airline safety, they don't have the expertise. So they sort of farm that out to somewhere else. That's what they do with the EPA too. Is that why Disney governed itself? Because in their little empire, why did it ever make sense for Disney to operate?
Because they paid a politician to get it, or they
who did they pay? When did they do that? Because I think we're guessing.
They lobby. No, I mean, like they didn't. No governor of Florida organically went, you know what? I want less power. I want you guys having more. High five, Disney. Like clearly, there's like that's a huge income stream.
I want to know how it really happened.
You can kind of like
Google it later.
You can like ascertain like they definitely paid for that. They paid to get that level of privilege.
Was it Democrats? Was it Republicans? And is it
a politician? I don't know, but like you don't get that level of privilege without paying people off. You don't get your own little mini autonomous country, your own little Vatican City in Florida, just for going, hey, pretty please. You get it for pay to play, for funding someone's campaign. Like that's how that shit gets going.
That makes sense. It makes sense. I just don't like to assert.
So they basically probably owned pieces of Florida for a while.
How Disney carved out its own government in Florida. Tap for story. Florida governor Rob. It's like this is like a black and white Disney story.
Just introduced Bill HR 899 or something like that to dismantle the Department of Education. Think about that for a second. Like,
good. Send it back to the states.
What?
I don't give a fuck about the Department of Education. Like kids are dumber than ever.
Okay, yeah, we need to make them worse. Like it should be.
I mean, kids are dumber now. Did you see like these articles of like the tiny percentage of groups of high schoolers that can read at a competent level now? Like,
yeah,
no one can read.
Our education system is dog shit.
The American system is horrendous, bro.
And so get rid of it. That's what he wants to do.
So what's going to
make a better one?
When you what happens
now?
When
Georgia has a Department of Education, and they'll apply for federal funding, and they'll get to teach their students the Georgia way, and which is going to be different because they need to learn shit a little bit differently than maybe they do in California. There's also going to be differences in amounts of money and funds that are available.
Okay, first of all, the system's messed up because
why not?
Neighborhoods should not. All schools should be funded the same way, not based on the neighborhood you live in.
I agree, but if we did that, it wouldn't.
I mean,
well.
some of the most spent per like schools are like Baltimore City, New York City.
Because the most funded schools are the worst performing ones. Everybody was freaking out about that. Everybody was freaking out about this high school that was going viral on TikTok. They have an auditorium. They have workshops.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
they get $9,000 per student. You go to Baltimore, they're getting $20,000 per student. It's about the way that system works there in Baltimore. And it has nothing to do with anything else. And they made it a white-black thing. Because, why are all those kids white?
It's not a white-black thing. It's an economic thing. So it's poor neighborhoods are going to have poorer schools.
A geographic thing.
But what Kyle is saying is like that it's not just a money and economic thing because they like the government is giving more to schools that are underperforming. And so there's...
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No. Yeah, and like Baltimore's, per student,
double
those
the
schools
amount.
Receive a lot more money.
Not across the board. That's not how.
The dumber your kids are.
I do worry that we're just picking some examples. Like maybe Baltimore's particularly inefficient with their money.
Yeah,
and some school in Iowa is particularly
when
efficient.
You go to poor neighborhoods, you have poor resources in the school. You have old computers, and you don't have whiteboards. You don't have the.
Yeah. What sounds like again the Department of Education is failing them.
The local one is I benefited from this. So where I went to school, I lived in a resort town, and in the summer the population was 18,000.
Yeah.
And in the winter, I said it backwards. In the winter it was 18,000. In the summer it was 250,000.
Yeah.
So we had these beach houses that would pay into real estate taxes, but most people didn't spend their kids to those schools. They were just empty homes all winter long. And because of that, my school was incredibly well funded. We had the highest paid teachers in New Jersey, which is one of the highest paid states in the nation. And we would go on like whitewater rafting vacations overnight to New York and DC and shit like that. It was just super well funded. And they've changed it since then. They decided that like the real estate taxes shouldn't determine how much funding a school gets.
I don't think we should have public
but
schools
I've
at
seen
all.
it, and I understand how better funded schools can be better.
What would you have instead?
I think we'd have like a series of private schools. And if you can't afford school, we've got a job for you, boy.
Jesus.
You're going to the front lines of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Fight for your country. I mean,
automatic in military.
You can't afford school when you make you a youth pastor.
yeah.
Oh,
That's a good trim position. Dude, everybody should try to be a youth pastor. You got it.
Really? You like the benefit? Is it the fringe benefit?
Let me tell you what. Here's the move.
The
Here's what I.
benefits package like.
Let me tell you this. Here's a move that is as classic as the yawn and put your hand around the girl. It is the 27-year-old youth pastor who has been grooming a 13 or 14-year-old for the last 4 or 5 years, and now they're getting married because she's 18, and they couldn't be happier to get to like move in together. It happens so much. It deserves its own subject.
I don't doubt that. Yeah,
I don't doubt it either.
That's pretty ghoulish.
So Wendigoon, you better be showing up with a nice.
Nothing negative about Wendigoon. He's a good Christian man, and he cares about the Lord, and he follows the lore.
Youth pastor. I love it. Every time I'm talking with him, he's so rational, and I really enjoy it. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, remember Kyle? I'm a youth pastor." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Now I get it. It's the pussy.
And he's getting
Sorry,
married.
man.
To a
Why
girl
are you
he got engaged to a girl his own
wish-
age. Wendigoon, you're missing out on your opportunity.
Well, I don't want to be mean.
And that's the show.
Well, that wasn't supposed to be me. That was supposed to be funny. Hey,
PKA fans, I love you. This is all just talk. We're all talking. We're all friends having fun.
We're just riffing. We're just goofing.
We're just having fun. It's all
We're just
lovely.
here in our virtual beer hall having a good old talk. That's all.
Yes. Having a good old talk. I know what you're talking about.
Great. Thank you. I need to get one of you. I need one
I
of
knew
you.
immediately I wasn't gonna.
All right.
PKA 639.